All right, everybody. Welcome. We are live. No fancy intro here. Oh no, what happened to the track? Anyway, we'll fix this. Sure, that's me. But welcome, everybody. We are getting set to actually do some coverage here. Just got to make sure that the rack is okay. There we go. We should be good to go. I'm going to tell our producer that we are set. Yes. And we'll give a more serious welcome once we have all the production stuff ironed out. But, Josh, thank you for joining me for this exciting event where I guess we'll get ample time to talk about this. But you were yourself a participant at this event last year.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Will. This is going to be an amazing marathon of content, so I can't wait. Can't wait to be behind the scenes instead of just right there in the
Right there
action.
in the action, making amazing content for us, for me. um, but yeah, oh, I
Yeah, that
need
was
to.
last year. This year, I don't know. I'm not as much of a machine, I think. So it's a good thing I'll just be watching.
I see. All right, there we go. That's the audio via OBS,
Nope.
or I just
No.
yeah, it's okay. I think
Noise. Oh, I think you were just refreshing. Yes. Okay. Paul Coyle first against Harshan Lamabadu Surya. I guess
yep,
best known recently as the finalist for the 2023 World Championships.
yeah. So tough draw for Paul this early, but then again, somebody's got to play Harshan, and still not seeing the result of Harshan's first round game. Usually with Harshan, it's a good bet that he has. Oh, I got to change the camera, the clocks as well. Clearly, which we'll do.
Yeah. So Paul has 6 vowels and a K, but he's spotted a somewhat reasonable move of KAIE, keeping EOO, which is probably slightly worth it over exchanging. And he's opening vertically. We got a verti alert. Verti alert.
Yeah, very fast play by him. But look at Harshan. He's got a bingo here. The only question is where will he play it? There we go. We got the board flip. So yeah, thanks everybody for bearing with us. If you notice anything wrong on screen, whether it's the timer in the wrong place, the board's not flipped, do we sound weird from an audio perspective, please let us know. Just getting the plane up in the air, so to speak. But yeah, that was probably worth that. That looks like it was worth
Yeah,
playing for Paul.
I think so. It's always difficult with these players. Actually, someone recently asked me, how much do you score instead of exchanging? Which is just like a question you can never answer, but I said 15. So given that Kai is 16, I guess I guess I was right. Yeah,
Audio is
6:30
picking
a.m.
up.
on the East Coast, 10:30, 11:30. Okay.
All right, Farulas. I just pumped up the audio a little for both of us. Let us know if that is
Cool.
too loud. Can
Yeah.
pump it up even a little more, but I don't want it to be peaking. Um, so yeah, nice start for Harshan. Of course, he's going to spot his bingos in short order when he has them, and Paul does not have a bingo. Aeon Eon. That's going to be
Close.
tough. Does he have any
Yeah, it's
cool
close
underlaps
to.
of Farulas here? Not sure.
I wouldn't describe anything that he would have in this position as cool, Will, but
Fair
I
enough.
think he spotted it to the right of
Aeon.
KAIE, IOEN,
Sorry about
AEKO. I
that. I
think
had quick
it seems
audio
pretty good.
mute on my end. If you heard me multiple times there, it's I fixed that. But yeah,
Cool. And this is going to block mitigate at least.
ah, wow. So Harshan poised to strike twice in a row there. See what he can actually do. Got to make sure that
Yeah,
board is
it's a
flipped.
nice find. You don't find this, you're in big trouble, I think.
Yeah, so Paul needing to, let me see if we can get his last tile on screen here. Oh, looks like it's slightly off, so hopefully he will use his, we know that's an N,
Mm-hmm.
but apologies for that being off stream, off screen, I should say. There we go. Ooh, he drew pretty well.
Yeah. So
Reloaned and Oleander both don't fit though.
yeah,
That's
we'll see if
frustrating.
Harshawn opens the board here. I don't expect him to, because he could just underlap Ferulous with like something like game.
Mm.
Uh, you could also overlap the entirety of the FERUL with image, which is pretty cool. But I don't
Ooh.
expect him to play migrate through the R. It's open so much. Question in the chat: what is this tournament about, Will? What is this tournament about? This is
What
an
is this tournament
amazing
about?
tournament.
That's an interesting. I'd never heard that question phrased quite that way. I mean, a tournament is about great Scrabble players competing. Um, so this tournament is about many of the best players in the UK, and then a smattering of players from the US, Nigeria, and other really strong Scrabble playing nations. This is kind of the flagship event of Mind Games Incorporated, the Scrabble event production brand, which is run by my buddy Luke Minowalabi. So yeah, really good players here. We didn't get to do the full intro where I show off all of the top seeded players that are competing here, but there are a number of them, and one of them is Harshan, and he's gonna make the play of mate. So you suggested game in that same spot. The only blemish of that play would have been the two T's that it keeps. So Harshan is
Yeah.
electing to get rid of one of them, which makes some sense here. The G
Yeah,
though,
there's also
Josh.
some extra underlapping potential. So question, yeah, the G is terrible. I wouldn't have kept the G here maybe, but the question about what's an underlap versus an overlap. So mate here, um, this is an underlap since it's under a play or to the, if we're rotating the board 90 degrees, it's to the right of a play. So Aeon is technically an underlap as well. And an overlap would be just something above instead. So that's what we mean when we talk Scrabble, Scrabble buzzwords like that.
Scrabble lingo. Harshan. So it's Paul's turn. He's gonna have to work through this. At least he did draw some consonants, but Harshan with iteming, which is going to go down right here, and that actually is a valid word. Item. You wouldn't maybe think that that is valid, but it is. So unless Paul finds a way to block that, which frankly, with those letters, Josh, I feel like I'd be looking for underlaps here. So it's
Yeah,
possible that it gets blocked.
yeah, something like ORAD, making ammo, FAR, um, ETA, and RED. So ORAD, right under here, be nice. That would keep two E's, so there might be something slightly better. Um, but yeah, it's another situation where yeah, Paul needs to make, I guess, the right play um, technically to continue staying in this game.
Yeah.
Marshawn's been drawing pretty well.
Arshan with Farulas, then the threat of mitigate immediately, and now iteming, which I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Harshan on stream, and we're going to see very, very few bingos escape his notice. This is why he's a multi-time participant in the World Championship finals. He had the bad luck to go up against David Eldar both times, so one of the few players that you might say is better than pretty much anybody. But Harshan is a phenomenal player in his own right. Ah, here we go.
So this is interesting. I mean, this is the top play by equity according to the engine. ODA keeping EENR, which is pretty nice and balanced. Pretty much all of the plays underneath mate are like very, very similar in terms of raw value. It's just a question of which one you prefer here. Seems like slightly stylistic. I would have probably played Orad just for the extra points. But we're glad. I'm glad he didn't play mode, MODE, which would have kept the best leave because that would have put him in some big trouble pretty early on. So
Yeah, this definitely this is nice just to really conclusively shut down any of those overlaps. It actually, if your opponent has not even just an A for the Greek letter eta, but an H as well, eth, something like that, could hit very hard. So there's definitely that spot. So Josh is suggesting that mode would be very tempting. So this is my chunky.
yeah, the thing about this play though is the ETAT is like is a word. So I mean, Harshan has a huge play right now into Latin,
Oh,
METING. So the more I
nice.
look at it, the more I would have preferred a longer play, like maybe even a door, starting where the A is now. Just to prevent
Huh.
some high scoring overlaps. But this is going to score over 50 points if he finds it. It looks like he spotted it.
There it is. Nice. Meeting. That's very, very nice. So he's going to get all those overlaps going across. Um, nice job. Harshan spotted it. No surprise. Yeah, we're going to get the result of Harshan's first round game. Oh, here it is. It looks like Harshan might have lost his first round game. I don't see him in the, or if he won, it might have been by very, very little. I have to try to figure this out actually. Um, on standings Division A, Harshan actually lost his first round game by 22 points. So that's
Okay.
we'll get that corrected on screen. So he's
Who did
0
he
and
play?
1. He played the 49th seed, so that should be
Wow.
easy to
All
see
right.
from the standings. He played Khalid Javed. Oh, he's up.
Oh, Khalid
Khalid is improving fast.
yeah.
A veteran
No
player. So
surprise there.
yeah, that's not that surprising. So all right, nice
As we
play by
see
call
ER.
by Paul, I should
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, ER looks very good.
All right, back to this. Trying getting up. This
Yeah,
is
he's challenging
surprising.
Fader. Yeah,
I guess it's
yes
not
and no.
crazy.
There, you never really know with like what verbs take an R.
There's no way he's
You kind of
challenging
assume that.
Moam, right? That could be possible.
I don't think so. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's got to
give
be
all
Fader.
5 points.
Yeah. So
So I think, yeah. So the thing is, like the challenge rule here is if you challenge a play, if you're unsure of your opponent's the validity of your opponent's word or words, 5 points per word, is what it costs. And so this is gonna give Paul 44 instead of 39, unless for some reason 2 words were challenged. But I'm assuming Fader is what was challenged here.
yeah, it's got to be. Yeah. I mean, I just was thinking, is there any way? But there's no way he's challenging a two. And Moam, I just think you would know that for sure. At Harshan's level, he's going to know the four is pretty cold. Um. So yeah, that was about as bad as it gets for that spot in the corner, Ja. I mean, a D, I guess, ED for faded,
Mhm.
but there's not really that big of a downside risk of meeting. It looks dangerous to open those triples, but for 40 is like the worst that can happen.
Yeah, I guess Erst.
You're
ERST
right.
would be possible.
ERST
But it's
could have
like
been slightly
at that
worse.
point, if your opponent's playing ERST on you and not bingoing, then you're fine.
That's a good point. See, those letters are getting you bingos a lot of the time. So yeah, it's not even that bad to
But
see them be
Paul's
used that way.
fortune, man, his fortune is not improving. I mean, his racks have been pretty terrible. Hopefully, the problem here is that like Harshan doesn't have a great play, but most of the plays that he has are just quite strong. He has some pretty good letters. So if he just plays off like HI, uh, making KAI, I guess. Um, here.
Harshan spotting if G were more open that he could play air thing, but yeah, just Airth
This Earth looks actually much better than
Seems
just
pretty
HI.
good, yeah. Leaving IN, which is a nice combo. So, I mean, he could have potentially kept more bingo tiles together there,
No, there's no need, right?
but there's
Yeah.
no need. The board is not so good for them, especially without like Harshan with the KA on the board. Let me flip this back. You kind of want an S, or I mean, an S would be fantastic for both directions. You have S hooks here, but you could really also use an E for KAE. As it is, not that many of Harshan's letters even hook KA, and they aren't good letters to actually play bingos. So, whoa, weird draw for him there for sure. Three eyes. Not quite insipid, or it's actually
Yeah,
Josh. That's really close.
insipid.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, yeah,
really
yeah, yeah.
close to different bingos. In fact, oddly.
So
Then
Paul, does anybody know how tall Paul Coyle is? He looks pretty tall.
it's maybe the camera angle is slightly lopsided, but all right. So Paul
HE.
playing just HE. Um,
Can't
I
do
don't
much
even.
better than that.
Yeah,
Like,
what else? I guess if you don't like
you
this,
could
you have
add the
to.
O, play Ho, but like everything was terrible there. It's crazy how few good plays Paul has had this game. Uh,
Don't like this play, you have to propose a better one, and I'm not even sure what that would be. But Harshan doesn't. He has the C for CHE. He also has a D for KAED. I think Ka is actually a verb in Collins, so he actually has a couple different spots to look at now. Um, Obscure words for sure, but he's definitely going to see him. And the question is, what he's got a lead, so he's going to try to pick something nice and close down. I wonder what he'll go with. What is the meaning of the tiles he set aside? I wonder. Can we suss that
are
out?
are people saying that our volume's still low? We can still
Oh,
boost our volume.
yeah, I'll pump it up a bit more. Continuing. I
Bring
just
us
don't
back
want
to
it.
2008 with that
Yeah.
famous song "Pump It," which
Um, yeah, I just don't want it to start peaking. But as long as you guys want more volume, then we can make that happen. Another thing is that it is 6:45 a.m., so I'm trying not to yell in my current environment. Um,
yeah, fair enough.
so sometimes I can get loud, but I'm trying to do the golf style commentary. And thanks to everybody following along on YouTube, and also, of course, on Josh's Twitch. We're simulcasting. I have my YouTube chat open, although I haven't been responding yet, but I promise I'll be looking. So if anybody has questions and stuff, I know Josh has both chats up, but
Yeah. Oh, now people are saying too loud. Okay, this is we're gonna stay at this level. I
too
think.
loud.
I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah, good point in chat. The play of HE seems very suspicious. And by suspicious, I mean it feels like when you're playing HE, the 5 letters you're keeping are going to be letters you like most of the time. So I feel like Harshan deciding to play Ni here instead of DINIC in the same spot, just to block off this area, um, like an S hook on HE or a T hook would have been problematic for Harshan, who has the lead. So I think he's decided to adjust his play a little bit just to kind of like block more things. But little does he know that Paul's rack was actually pretty bad. But this makes sense as a way to sort of try and manage the board a bit more.
Yeah, it's probably, you're totally right. One of the rare racks where Paul can play have it be a reasonable play, but also not actually be holding that well. It's like usually that is a neon sign of I need to be careful if you're Harshan. You don't want to allow bingos here. So needy is a nice idea. if he were really terrified of Paul having a bingo, he could consider leaving that second eye off the rack because it does make this lane going down. But that's a little too much of a price to pay just because you would be leaving two eyes going into your next turn. So, yeah, you might give back a bingo or two with needy that you wouldn't with just nid, but you also run into multiple eyes and have to exchange and give Paul a way back into the game that way more often if you keep two eyes going into your next turn. So it's tough to evaluate, but I definitely I don't quibble with Harshan's choice at all. How you feel,
Yeah, and
Josh?
as I think this is the right choice for Harshan. I mean, for Paul now, he's gonna probably need to open something here. So he has LOU lined up. I'd like him to see maybe something like LOUPE in the spot that he's looking at right now. He's looking to play peon, which okay, that makes sense. I just hate keeping that U. I probably would have liked to play LOUPE or LOUPEN, probably the best play in that position.
Yeah,
Just to open the board a little bit.
right. He's trailing. So you might normally say, so the play Josh is suggesting of Lupin in this same spot, scoring quite well. You might say, well, I don't want to open a triple, but at this score, Paul actually kind of does want to do that. Um,
Yeah, not because you ever want to open a triple, just because you're opening a bit more space on the board, you know. Um, it's sort of a trade-off. Um, but yeah, I mean, being down by so much, Paul hasn't really done anything wrong here.
yeah.
But until now, I feel like play of peon was just a little bit too conservative for the score.
Yeah, you mentioned he has
Having
that
that U.
U, which you would want to use it if possible, and now he's drawn a W, which would be bad enough on its own, but with a U in hand, it's woeful, Josh. It's absolutely woeful.
Yeah.
That was a pun for all of you out there. He has woeful on his rack. Um, Warp.
Yeah, pretty much the only play worth making here. I mean, Harshan's rack was so terrible. This keeps ICRV, which doesn't look great, but considering he had WRP to go with that,
Yeah,
this is probably a win for Harshan
it's
given
about as much as you
the
could hope
situation.
for sure. So Harshan's up, but he's probably feeling a little bit of a pinch just because he's slogging through tiles, and a bingo from Paul right now would definitely. Oh, and there's the Q finding its way onto Harshan's rack.
Yeah, I mean, Paul has another chance now. He doesn't obviously neither player knows what the other has, so this is part of the game. Um, but yeah, he has an opportunity to open something here and not get punished for it. So I like something like flow next to the PE and peon.
You don't.
Um,
You. What about
what
just
about
if you just play fellow here for a lot of points?
Oh, nice. That's yeah, that's a ton of points.
I mean, it's just a
Yeah,
lot.
that's
And both blanks still out. You draw 6 tiles. It's probably solid. Opening is decent as well, but yeah, I mean this definitely has merit though, Josh. Like it's not that fellow is so obviously far better than this. This does a lot of nice things for Paul.
yeah. It sets up the FUL. I also like there's one thing about playing fellow, it does occupy a ton of space on the board, and Paul still needs
Yeah, he needs
probably
that
to get a bonus
space
down.
for sure.
So I guess that is something to be said too, but yeah, maybe I think taking the points would have maybe been advisable there. But yeah, Paul's not going to suffer from this. Um, Harshan has nothing.
Yeah, this could be
He's
just what
also
Paul
just blocked
needs.
QI.
And Paul also is drawing into a bag with both blanks in it, and he has UL on his rack. Right? So something with FUL would be hilarious for him to draw right now, with Harshan almost certainly looking at an exchange. So this could be a wild swing, but I would be hard pressed if I'm Harshan to play something here, just knowing that all my leaves are going to be awful. But man, do, do you have a way to play like fib or something here? I don't think you can. Yeah, he's gonna
I can't
exchange.
stomach playing fib. Yeah.
He's,
So Yeah, the question I think was just what to exchange, and I think exchanging down to the R makes perfect sense. And the reason for that is it's already somewhat like late in the game, and not a blank has been seen. So
Yeah.
yeah, exchanging 6 tiles and maybe hoping to draw a blank makes a bit of sense here.
Yeah, nooseful.
Useful, I was thinking, yeah.
Nooseful is so tempting, but so if Paul sees it, this is a word knowledge check here. He has 7-letter bingos on his rack, including one that actually both play. So if he spots his 7, and there we go. So
Nice.
this
No
is,
hesitation.
yeah,
But this is
so it's
dangerous. It's probably
scary.
not the best play.
Right. So this is his highest scoring option. The other option for him, if let me just see if we cut to Quackle for a second and see if this
Yeah.
works.
So
So
this would probably have been advisable.
oh, I gotta fix
Neo
this stuff.
Soul instead.
Yeah. So Neo
Just so that
Soul.
you're not opening this huge triple. I mean, look at this. This is insane.
Yeah, it's scary for sure.
And he's gonna get hit pretty hard. Um,
So oops,
with
sorry, wrong one. This is what I want.
it's okay. Game one. Game one.
Yeah, I'm working out all my production flow here. Sorry, everybody, all the bells and whistles. But yeah, unloose with that E is scary, and now Harshan is going to have a pretty massive bomb in response to maintain that lead.
Yeah. So it's just a question of how quickly is Harshan gonna make this play of Joey. I guess there's a very small chance that Joy instead gets played, making Joos and Ye.
No way.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's going
There's
for
there's just
this.
there's Joey's one of those words that some players tend to miss. You know what I mean? It's it's a normal word,
I have a
but
few for sure. I have some words that I miss all the time. So GJU, Jew, miss that one constantly. I miss vodka all the time. Oh boy, don't quote me out of context on that. I'm not a drinker.
nice.
I miss vodka all the time. um, but yeah, I'm sure you have some too, Josh.
Yeah.
Where'd you miss?
Probably more than you. Probably more than you. There are people
Well,
arguing which one of us is more accomplished in the chat. I mean, come on. Are you guys serious?
I mean, at this point, I think it's pretty
Will is your
close,
guy.
right? We've each won a North American championship. I've been playing Collins longer, but probably you've won more tournaments in NWL. So it's
I shouldn't even
close.
brought this up. Do you guys know how ridiculously humble you have to be to try and like match up the Will's humility? It's very difficult. Very difficult.
Thanks, buddy.
Who's the most humble out of the two of us?
I definitely feel like your resume stacks up pretty well with almost everybody. So
Can't even can't even try.
are people
Can't even
roasting me
try.
for this on
No,
Twitch? I
no.
see my chat. So yeah, what to do now? Bloater, Retablo. Do these actually play?
It's very unfortunate, but like this is a great draw, but the play of Joey just blocked everything that Paul would have had available.
Yeah.
And just somehow POR not being a word, you'd want to play that here with Retablo. But yeah, it's not gonna work.
The score is close though. I feel like Harshan's been in full control of this game, but actually Paul is right there. He's on turn as well, so he's going to be able to play something. I think if it's me, yeah, see, here's the thing. This is a really good idea in the sense
Mm-hmm.
of you're using your two weakest bingo tiles, although I should say the B pairs really well with the rest of those letters. But Josh, I probably would have, I don't know if such a word existed, but I really would have wanted to play through this F and open more space on the board rather than
Yeah,
play this.
yeah. There's really nothing to do that does that I saw, but that would have been definitely preferred. And it's just so weird that like such good letters. You can't make a 5-letter word with the F in the middle.
Yeah, it's a little
Like
crazy.
lofta or lefta or something. Yeah, it's just doesn't quite work. So 23 points ahead. Harshan's turn. Got some awkward tiles, but he's going to be able to score very well with this X if he wants it.
Yeah, that's helpful. So from his perspective, clinging to a sort of tenuous lead, I would definitely feel pretty good about the shape of this board, especially if I had a play from the eye here or just anything that obstructed this area. Yeah, that's solid, right? So now for Harshan, he's blocked off any nightmare scenarios from the B, and in fact, you actually look at Paul's rack, betrayal at a minimum would have just gone down in that spot.
Yeah,
So
this is a brilliant save from Harshan.
very timely.
I think a lot of players would have just played XU on the bottom, making Ox and OU, scoring a little bit extra, but this does such a good job at controlling
Yeah,
space on the board.
right here.
And it plays one of those extra consonants, which becomes really important when you have too many consonants to play as many as possible. And what a draw! So we saw Y blank as Paul's draw, and Harshan has drawn UG blank.
Yeah, he's gonna have to earn this. The blank's great, but the rest of it is pretty rough. So the nice thing for Harshan again is the board is very constricted. There's just look at how much open space of the board is essentially inaccessible by like reasonable plays. So there's a huge swath of the board that's just not there. Um, not available for
Yeah,
either
and Paul, I mean,
player.
Paul's got. I'm wondering here if like you try to go for some 9-letter word ending in AE. You could also play
Like fish
something.
for it, like specifically,
Okay, hear me out. No, don't hear me out. Never mind. I was gonna suggest
fair
something
enough.
crazy like aerially burning the
Burning the
blank, but
blank.
you're down by too much. If it was a close, if both players had like the same score on a board like this, it would be worth maybe considering burning the blank. The
Yeah.
problem is I really want to hit a triple. I want to hit that right center triple. Like if I don't do that, I feel like I'm getting into a lot of trouble. But maybe you just
If
they call
you're
me play LYE on the top
if you're
if you're
Paul, you're
Paul.
saying you want to hit this spot just because it's the only realistic triple open. You don't want Harshan to hit it, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean little does Paul know once again, like he has no idea that Harshan doesn't have any of the 4 I's or the U to hook the
Yeah.
X with XI or XU.
Disastrous. Yeah, disastrous draw. I mean, we'll see if it actually is a disaster for Harshan or with I mean, you could easily see if Paul makes an opening play of some sort. I'm not 100% sure what that would be right now, but if he feels like the board is I mean, if I might just want to be patient if I'm Paul and play something like LYE, the upper corner. This isn't great, but you still have like if his rack is such that he has to play something here, then you keep a good bingo leave if you're Paul, and you still have a shot at hitting these O's on loops, right? After a play like that. So it's not like you never bingo on this board. It's not easy, but it's definitely possible. The worst case scenario is if Harshan has a play from this eye, that really starts to constrict the ability to play down low. So I mean, this is actually going to work out as well as you'd expect for Paul. He's going to get points with this play, which is a nice play, and then Harshan has no way to block the little openings that I mean, I guess he could play Krog. Think he's going to play Krog? That actually
You could
might
play
be
you could play
warranted.
Krog here, yeah, because the thing about that is it sets up the S for Scrog, and if
Yeah, you
Harshan's
draw an
able to draw an
eye, you get
I,
cheese. Yeah, cheese
you got
pizza.
cheese.
Say
Cheese pizza,
cheese.
yep.
Yeah,
I should stop
Krog.
just repeating what you say.
Krog is very timely. I'm not sure if Paul actually drew into something through an O there.
Yeah, great idea. Just, I think a lot of people would stare at this rack and just disgust and say, I don't want these letters in exchange like everything.
Yeah,
Well, keep the S in the blank,
that's
but
a great play. That's a
yeah.
really really good play. Um, Patient.
Yeah, just maintain your lead because most of the plays that hit that triple are not going to take the lead for Paul. Like you're leaving that only triple. It's basically the only scoring spot left on the board. You're leaving it open, but it's hard to maximize the potential of that. So I think most of the time Harshan's still going to be ahead next turn. And this also does block parts of the board. So like Literato is blocked as well. So that's another timely block for Harshan. He's done a great job at just blocking Paul's bingos whole game.
Yeah, without question. Um,
For
so
those curious, Literato played here down to this O.
oh wow.
Just
Okay, so that
just
was
switched.
just in the nick of time. That's amazing. That's great. Oops.
So yeah, back to Paul, who's under 7 minutes now. There's 14 tiles if you look at to the right of our faces. We have those unseen tiles. And yeah, 14 in the bag, 7 on opponent's rack. So with 7 minutes on the clock, things are going to get a little bit dicey with time usage. I think playing something like Turl, I don't know. You play like Turl or Tilt or something on this side and just continue to be patient. Again, like I feel like 9 letter words are gonna be
Yeah,
pretty important.
I was about to say like what an engine would recommend versus what a human would do could be very different here because your chances of bingoing with a 9 letter word ending in certainly with RE or to AE on the board are there's definitely a chance, but finding those
We'll
words
see.
with a blank will often be very difficult. I guess it's not impossible that you could end something in U, right? Like, could you end something in U,
EAU,
US, EAU,
US, yeah.
UR? I mean, these aren't
I'm
impossible.
just sorry, well, I'm just staring at these letters that Harshan has, and I'm wondering, like,
What?
do you play QIS here? Do you burn the blank? I feel like you do. Uh, I
Yeah,
think I think it's called for. I think you want to keep the board is just so messed up right now. You want to maintain your lead. You're up 24 now. QIS with Scrog, as we were mentioning earlier. This is going to score 30 points. You're going to be ahead 54 on this completely dead board. I really feel like now's the time. I know people learn when they're learning Scrabble, never play your blank for less than 50. But on a board like this, I feel like you do.
I I feel like with the three eyes lurking, it is so tempting to try to do something defensive and hope you pick a real eye so you can hold on to that blank. That being said, I would not quibble with cheese burning that blank here at all. Because if you're not going to do that, then what, right? Like, what are you supposed to do? Um, so yeah, it's crazy to think that burning the blank here actually looks pretty good. There is enough. There's enough tiles in the bag that Harshan could exchange if he wanted to, but I don't feel like he wants to do that, especially because he can probably with that Z, if he just plays cheese and Scrog right now, he has the Z and another S. So if Paul somehow bingos for not a devastating amount, he's still going to be okay a lot of the time. He's up by 24. He's going to be up closer to 60. He can weather that storm a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very interesting moment for Harshan. It's just so rare that I guess I would say you get to do this. I mean, if
Yeah.
it's just beautiful to be able to just do something like this. I mean, you might be thinking, "Oh, what the hell am I drawing? Like, what are these consonants?" But I feel like he has a great opportunity to seize a huge amount of initiative and and maintain a very strong lead in this game. The problem is if Paul plays anything on this board after QIS, where is Harshan gonna play the Z? I don't really know. um, okay, Harshan is a little confused there. He started turning the board. This is a very confusing position.
Yeah.
Um, it looks like he's. Wow, it looks
I
like he's
I was
trying to.
gonna say I was gonna say, is there any merit to Sud? And that was gonna be when I mentioned a moment ago. If not cheese, then what? Right? Something blocking that U, which is the most realistic. And there, I couldn't even see anything other than Sud or maybe GUS, maybe slightly better.
There's no O's for like OU. I don't know
Oh,
if
he
that
drew a
U is
real
really worth.
eye. He drew a real eye. So there is
Ah,
that.
man. It
Um,
doesn't block the AE. I really think the AE is the biggest risk to Harshan's lead, which is why
yeah,
I think if you play QIS, you can actually fade bingos.
right.
But after Sud now, I don't know that you're in time. Like if Paul had a bingo right now, it would take a lot for Harshan to be able to get rid of like everything on his rack. I mean,
Yeah.
he's drawn an I, that's very nice. Drawn a V,
If he
which is not
hadn't
as
drawn
nice.
an eye, he could be just in such dire straits here. Oh my god.
Yes.
I just
Wait, what?
that was insane. I said the word that Paul played a millisecond before he
Yeah.
played it.
Why did
I
he
manifested
play
that.
that instead of Dur? Yeah, what hex have you
Oh. Yeah, Dur.
is he worried about drawing the Q? That's so interesting. You would never want to keep a U
I
unless you're
mean,
like,
you could potentially read Sud as a play that, like, that looks like a play that your opponent wouldn't make that often, holding a Q, right? Maybe, I
yeah,
don't
but you're
know.
only drawing two letters. I mean, no,
It's
I think
true.
I think this is just a miss for Paul. But I mean, he's still drawn into great stuff. Now, the question for Harshan. So he's up 29 now. Now he's drawn what he wanted, 32 points for QIS, keeping the blank. There's 6 in the bag, so you have time to make a play here, and you're not emptying the bag and running into trouble if your opponent bingos. But do you play that or do you play QI and block? I feel like you play QI
Yeah.
and ID here.
This is just so devastating to the shape of the board. It's just difficult. I mean, this is reasonable just to score enough, but now it's very. I feel like Harshan is a little bit at the mercy of a good draw here. He's up by a solid amount, but if he draws really bad and Paul draws great after Alunite or whatever he's
There
destined to
is a
play,
V and a C that he can draw. Yeah, it really depends on the 3 letters that Harshan draws here, but he's certainly likely to win
there's a vowel.
regardless. That A is
That's
very good.
two
Okay.
vowels,
You should win
three
now.
vowels. Oh,
Okay. Okay,
killer.
Harshan. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And not the
So
other
what's
V.
left now is VCB. So if Paul bingos right now, the game is over.
I
So
mean,
I don't know. Is he gonna have the wherewithal not to bingo here?
it's tough to not pull the trigger on it here, right? Because from Paul's perspective, I feel like there are a lot of 3-tile things that he could draw. He could draw the second blank. He could draw, blank Z, and maybe that's enough, right? I feel like he definitely might win sometimes. Um,
Yeah. Paul has a bunch of options. He has 3 options here. He can play unlaced,
yeah, let me
LASTE,
go to the Quackle view
tunable,
for him. See if
tunable.
this
Yeah,
feels
let's look
right.
at this.
Oops,
These
wrong
are
rack.
Paul's options
Let me fix this.
right now. But little does he know VCB are unseen. That is so sad.
Hold on, I got it. I'll
Like,
fix it.
yeah, I mean, Harshan could have easily drawn VCB and lost. Would that have been a loss? Maybe not. It would have been very weird. But yeah, I'm curious to analyze the position from QIS to see after a play like, uh, um, I guess you probably play Al Unite because it's the only one that doesn't put an A next to this huge triple letter score.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to see like which 3-tile draws win after Al Unite.
Yeah, that would be a good question for our new strongest engine, Macondo. I bet it would, after some chugging, it would help us a little bit better understand, not perfectly, but as good as we could get a list of winning combos. Actually, in this situation, it would give us, it would be good. That's where it shines, right? Like out bingos, knowing what draws will win end games for you after bingos. So
Yeah, ABCEIV. So I think like I don't know. I think maybe a few of those would win, or maybe a couple. But yeah, it was still very hard for. But I don't know. I'm really surprised by QIS.
that is a that
I
is
guess it's early in the tournament, so QIS instead of QI. Yeah. So the
oh,
reason you might play QIS
just
early in
goo.
the tournament.
All just plays goo in the lower corner here.
Okay.
Fishing one,
Wow. Wow.
realizing
Okay.
probably that his odds of winning are not great.
Yeah, I would have played. He should have played like Upo instead, right? Like up
Oh,
here.
yeah, nice idea.
'Cause he
Upo,
needs
if you're
to
gonna
open
play the
something
U.
else, but this is a good idea.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
impressed. It's hard to not bingo when you've got one and to suss out, is it actually a more, does it win more games to do that? It's very rare. It is a question we get a lot, Josh, I feel. Like how often, if ever, is it correct to not bingo? That's a question that a lot of players have. And the answer is rarely, but this is actually a scenario where I don't necessarily know that it was better for Paul, but it has a chance that playing one was better.
Yeah, the concept of not playing the bingo is a good one in this situation. My contention is that there are too many letters left that Harshan could use on this column here
To
to block
out,
all the space. So the V, the
yeah,
C, there are no two-letter words with the V or the C. You could even use the Z. So the problem is in the execution of not playing bingo.
yeah,
Um, so I think Paul would have wanted to do something a little bit different, like open another part of the board. But I totally understand this decision, and yeah, I totally get it because you're basically drawing 3 random tiles, and it looks extremely dire um, as to which tiles would win versus
yeah.
lose.
Good suggestions on YouTube of just anything putting the V out in space looks like a good idea. Um, as long as you don't play anything too long up the board. So I definitely feel like Arshan's not going to make the mistake of playing something like, oh, are you seeing something?
I'm trying to see.
Giannis?
No, that's not. I'm not spelling it right. Hold
Giannis is
on. Can
too
you
long. And
can you do it? Can you do it? Can you spell it?
I don't know how far it goes, but I know it's
No, I think it's one to the left.
Kounm,
It's okay. Isn't it Antete?
isn't it?
Antete or
I
Anteto?
thought it was
It was
an O.
Antete.
I think it's an O. But isn't the Kunpo also, it has NMP?
Yeah, I think it's MNP or Unpo. Yeah,
Any
MNP.
Giannis fans in the chat that can help us? Or Googlers?
We got to make the stream more relatable, right?
Yeah. Giannis is a pretty cool guy. Recent NBA fiasco of one of the Pacers players' fathers accosting him on the court. Have you ever been accosted by the father of a Scrabble? Well, actually, we do have like Scrabble
Wow.
families that play.
Oh, it is an O. I really thought it was a second E. Well, you're right. You're a bigger basketball fan than me. We need to play again one of these days, Will. Are you gonna
Yeah.
play this summer?
'Sure. I see no reason why not. Um, I was once fouled in the face by former world championship finalist Jesse Day in basketball, which was
Blood was spilled that day.
yeah, a lot of blood, but it's all
Okay,
good.
so
Yeah,
Vega being played. This is interesting. Why he had Vega lined up? Why wouldn't he play that and set up Zig?
fair enough. Yeah, that seems. I mean, he'll still with that blank, he'll be able to play to the G, but of course you would rather have a real tile there. So maybe just a
Oh,
slight oversight, or maybe he's going for outs.
maybe it's harder to play once Zig gets blocked. It's harder to play the Z. But yeah, this is the problem with not opening something new for Paul. He had the good idea with Dyer to open the board, but yeah, he should have opened something else, and now the board is dead, like completely dead. The board's been dead the whole game, but now it's like dead and gone.
If he plays
Not a Justin
Upo,
Timberlake
if he
reference.
plays Upo, does he have anything ending
He
in
might have
N? I guess it
O or N.
has to be an N. Volante is the word with a blank. But anyway,
Okay, so that comes down. So this is gonna be a win for Harshan. Both players very low on time, but yeah, the game is over now. This is a really interesting game.
very
You don't
tactical
often
game.
see very close boards like this.
Yeah, this is a super tactical game. I actually feel like overall this game was played quite. This was a challenging game that both players actually played quite well. I'm actually pretty impressed with a couple tweaks here and there. I mean, Paul playing peon over Lupin, that's a real hair splitter. Harshan, playing cheese instead of the block at the very end. That was maybe a little surprising, but at the same time, I get the logic of that too. So yeah, I think this is a pretty well played and very tactical game.
Yeah, I agree. So Harshan's gonna play Zinc.
Zinc. what,
Okay,
what
he's
were
running
you?
out of time.
How are you about to pronounce that?
Well, I don't know. He could have been playing Zabet or something. But yeah, this gives outplays. So the best end game would have been to play. See if we can put the Quackle screen on. Apparently, you're supposed to play BAC through that A of VAG.
Sorry,
Right.
I gotta
There
flip
you go.
this board for everybody. So
So
yeah, the
Zinc
clocks. Yikes.
played, and Lentz is going to go out, or Lento. You could play Lent. Oh, Lentz isn't good.
Lentz. Yeah, this needs to be an O, which I'm sure it will
Yeah.
be. Which is a nice play. I mean, that's a very nice. That's got to be his best outplay, I assume.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, we'll try
Okay.
to.
We did it. We got there. What a crazy game.
Nice first one. Nice first game. This is there. Not every game is going to be this closed, so we have to enjoy it. Enjoy it while we're here. I got to change something about
Yeah,
this.
we got. So don't worry about Harshan's clock.
Yeah,
It
that
was
was just a procedural
He's not
thing.
gonna lose. Not gonna lose on time. But yeah,
This a little.
something crazy happened this game. I mean, what was it? It was the play of Peon. It was the play of Needy and then the play of Peon that really set the
Sure.
board in motion. To be completely and utterly ubar.
Yeah, this was a
Yeah.
extremely, as you said, rare for a Collins game to have this sort of Marshawn taking his customary board snapshot, but that's a hard fought win for him for sure. So I guess we can update the standings here, even though they're not officially updated. Harshan's going to win this game by 46. That brings his record to 101 plus 24. And Paul.
That's a great analogy in the chat. This game felt like lock picking in a broom closet. Very nice.
That's fantastic. Very true. So
Yeah, Harshan got off
yeah.
to a very, very nice lead in the beginning, but Paul fought his way back. He just made maybe a couple of inaccurate plays like TR. I would have preferred to keep the A there, the Dyer instead of DURE.
Mm,
But yeah, overall, like he fought really well. Um,
yeah.
and this is the first I've seen of Paul, so yeah, very impressive.
Yeah, impressed by his play. Hopefully, he's not agonizing. Looks like he's thinking that the classic Scrabble player pose. What could I have done differently? And as you suggest, Josh, maybe one or two things, but certainly not any howler level blunders, right? Like the
Oh
chess
yeah, no, very well
terminology.
played.
Yeah,
Very well played game.
for sure. So that was a good one. So we are. Oh, all right. So we have our next stream matchup decided, Josh.
Nice.
Our
Who do we
buddy,
got?
our North American compatriot, and probably the top hope for a North American to bring this tournament down this year, take this tournament down, is Ben Schoenbrunn going first,
Nice.
going on stream versus Jason Carney, who is a solid UK
Oh
expert.
yes.
So that's a
Very
good matchup
nice.
for sure. Trying to see where those folks are at in the standings. Ben is 1-0. We'll see if he won his round 2 game in a minute, and he goes first against Jason Carney in round 3. So we'll be ready to turn that over. But yeah,
Yeah.
there's no real reason to go to a break. Maybe just to we sort of dove right into this game. So maybe real quick, I'll just show the schedule for the event for those who are curious. Let me see if the microphones are working here. Yes, I think you should all be hearing us here. So ignore the countdown timer for now. Or maybe I'll just put one for next game, which I expect to take place in probably like 10 minutes. So we'll maybe faster, but we'll just do a 10-minute just as an outside. So yeah, we're right at the beginning. And Josh, we're going to do our best to wake up at an ungodly early hour in the US and provide as much coverage of this amazing event as we can.
Yeah, Will's been up for 3 hours working on this stream, guys. So let's get some likes in the YouTube, some subscribes, some Patreons, whatever Will wants. Let's give it to him because I'm just here commentating and running the engine. Like that's all I'm doing. So
I don't know. I
um,
mean, I
this is
definitely behind
this is
this.
insanity.
It's fun. It is fun. Um, these are the things we do for Scrabble. Um, but yeah, I really enjoy. I mean, this event is stacked with awesome players, so it is a treat to commentate and just the more streaming, the merrier. Is I think both of us could agree. That's our vision. So yeah, we're right here. We're at round 2, so in a minute we're advancing very slightly. But you can see, I think the two of us are probably gonna skip rounds 9 and 13, the first rounds of the day on Saturday and Sunday. But we're gonna do our best to bring you coverage of certainly all the rounds from here on out today, so 3 through 8, and then tomorrow 10 through 17, 19 through 26, and hopefully we can get there for round 27 through 32 as well. And
Yeah,
some nice prizes on
we'll do
offer.
our best.
And yeah, as I said at the outset of the stream, Josh, you actually competed in this event yourself last year. Maybe you have some
Yeah.
thoughts to share about what that experience was like.
Yeah, so as you were alluding to earlier, I've been a North American main for quite some time. Um, and I could have even made it into a Tier Zoo video asking if I was OP. But after winning the national championship in 2023, I was like, okay, well, time to try and play the best players in the world and switch Lexica to play the Collins Dictionary. So I took that challenge, and my first international event was this exact same tournament just a year ago. It's my first time in the UK. It was my first time playing Scrabble on foreign soil, not North American soil, and it was amazing. It was just so great to meet all of these players I'd never met, like all the local players in the UK that are really strong. bunch of Nigerian players as well, and this was it was my first dive into like real international play after the World Championship in 2023. So it was an awesome event. It's run beautifully by Lukeman. Prizes are great, people are great, the location's fantastic. Milton Keynes is a really cool city. Um, yeah, what to say? It was just a lot of fun. I brought my board. I like recorded all my games, and funny enough, one of the players at the tournament last year recorded vlogs and recorded a bunch of stuff, and she just posted a vlog from last year. That's Bright
Yeah.
Shamika. She just posted a vlog on YouTube from the tournament last year, which made me really happy because I have all of this footage from the tournament that I recorded. I streamed and recorded games, and there are a bunch of crazy games I played. I haven't done anything with that content. Um, so yeah, made me realize that
It's never too late. Yeah, it's never too
never
late.
too late.
I did, as some people on my YouTube chat are pointing out, I definitely took advantage of the content from you with that insane game that you played against Brett Smither, and one of the most amazing sequences, certainly from the stream, and very memorable game. A lot of really high level concepts illustrated in that game. So it's somewhere on my channel, that video where you played Overawe as an outplay.
What is it? This play will awe
Oh,
you
awe
or
you.
something.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And
that was a good title.
It was the rare appearance of the soy face by me in the thumbnail, which I do not normally do the YouTube. Does anybody want that? If you're on YouTube and you want more soy faces on my thumbnails, let me know, because I really don't want to, but I will if you think it's good for the channel.
We don't want the soy faces, Will. We want the flexes.
I have been hitting the gym again. I'm not in position to do a flex of that nature, which is on the Scrabble Twitch, but we're working back towards that. So, yeah. So it's really cool to hear of your experiences playing overseas. I'm also somebody that hasn't really played much overseas. I had my first experience with that in 2018 at the Alchemist Cup, and it was fantastic. And I definitely feel like it was like a life changer to play Scrabble overseas. Meet a host of new people from all different countries, and it was a real treat. So definitely something I will hope to do again. And as many of you know, it's my plan is to play in Ghana in November. Not sure if do you aspire to do that one too, Josh?
Aspire might be a different word that I would use. I would use like the word, like, I guess, dream.
Yeah,
at
it's
this
a lot.
point, it seems
It's a lot.
very unlikely. I would love to go, but a lot of things would have to click for that to happen.
It is a lot.
It's going to be great. Or at least I hope I can participate in like the broadcast.
Yeah. That's always an option. So yeah, I have some travel stuff to iron out as well. But yeah, that's definitely on the docket. So let's, as we wait.
Players are there. I see Ben.
Oh, they are?
I see.
All right. So there you go. So here's our matchup for next round. We've got the wrong flag for Ben. We have to give him the U.S. flag here, because he is loud and proud from the USA. There we go. So that's
loud and proud. Oh no.
I don't know about that. But yeah, this is going to be a good matchup. Let's just see when we cut to the board here. It looks like Jason's there. Oh, there's Ben in the background. So yeah, we can definitely we can start anytime. Ben is 2-0 plus 205, and Jason I don't see in the standings yet, but we'll see when we get that result.
These YouTube chats are hilarious.
Yeah.
British Benji isn't really, can't hurt you. Ben Schonbrun in it. Benedict Schonbrun.
Nice. Excellent chat.
You guys are hilarious.
Thank you very much for these pearls of
I mean, speaking of swole, I mean Jason's pretty swole. Yeah, I met him last year. I love him. He's a great dude. And both of these players, I think, are scoring machines. That's how I describe both of their their styles, if style was an actual thing. I guess
Oh,
top
that's
players would be
a
the first to tell you that styles aren't real.
that
But
is a that is definitely a
hot
comment
take.
warranting further discussion. If styles are real, full standings link, yeah. So the enhanced scoreboard, I actually have we have the standings also a separate screen here. So
Oh yeah,
we have a screen
nice.
that we can cut to when we need. I don't see Jason on
Yeah,
it. He's probably 1-1, or maybe he's gonna pop up into the high, you know, 2-0
yeah.
zone.
Most likely we'll show standings like mid game because yeah, the results take a while to be entered. So, um,
But I can pin this. Let's
yeah,
see. We pin.
yeah. We can certainly pin the link if you guys want to follow.
Yeah, I pinned it to
Um,
YouTube. So, um, all right. So looks like Jason's rack is a little the camera. It's not the rack, but it looks like the camera is slightly askew. I'm not sure. Um, can Jason's rack cam be slightly tweaked?
yeah.
Ben's is fine.
By the way, like Ben has been on a tear
He
this
really
year,
has.
like in the
Yeah.
last year. So I'm really happy to see him at this international level event to see how he fares. Like he's just been having a great run, but also he's been putting in the work. I mean,
He
not just
is his top
yeah,
end is pretty scary, Josh.
yeah.
Like how well Ben can play when he's locked in is really, really well. Pretty much. Oh, all right, they're going. Cool. So
Yeah.
Ben,
I was confused too. I was like, are they
yeah,
starting or are they
that's
like
fine.
testing?
So Henna QF seems all right.
Yeah.
Especially if Ben could draw an eye, he could play Feek here. Oh, keep in mind, everybody, you're about to potentially be trolled by Ben Schoenbrun's tile positioning on his rack. He is notorious for not caring at all about the orientation of his letters on the rack. So, yeah, we all apologize in advance um, for you're gonna have to use some spatial creativity to make out what letters he has sometimes.
Okay. Wavy for Jason. Probably your favorite word I would have done in this position, bunty.
Oh, that's a deep cut. So Josh is referring to a situation where I didn't bat an eye at Josh playing the word, or was you, right? You played bunties,
Jackson.
Jackson, and not,
Jackson.
but you didn't challenge it, right? So
I challenged
bunty,
it.
you did challenge it. I was shocked that you did. And it's not a word. So that was a weird lapse on my part. But bunty is valid. It's just an adjective in Collins.
Right.
Ooh, nice draw for Jason.
Smooth.
So, smooth like butter.
All right. So let's read out Ben's racks, right? AAFQTUY is what Ben has. He'd like an I for Aquafit. Doesn't get that. Maybe you just play. You could play Kanat through the end.
Yeah, that's true.
You want to score points, and Ben likes to score points, as I've mentioned. You can also
So
keep the Q.
yeah, that's what I
What
was
would you
about
do
to
here?
say. I mean, you've got the U, so keeping QU definitely becomes more of an option. If Ben did not have the Q, Kanat would be a nearly instant play. Yeah, sorry about the wobbling. Not 100% sure. That wasn't happening before. I'll just let our producer know if there's any way to make that not happen. Um, but yeah, it should be mostly all
Yeah,
right.
if you guys complain too much, we'll bring up the Quackle board instead.
Yeah, true. We always have that option. Though I think I have to adjust some of the like cams and stuff on here. Um, but yeah, as I was saying, keeping the queue is much more palatable with the U. Of course, normally Canat, if Ben did not have the U, would probably be insta-played here if you replace that U with almost anything else. But he's thinking about this for exactly that reason, I think. He's thinking, well, if my best Q play leaves FUY, that's actually a pretty toxic leave. So playing something with some of those other letters, FA, something like that, um, wherever you can
Yeah, I
play a little bit
wonder
more.
wonder about something like offy.
Yeah, something like that looks really nice. Um,
Because that way you're leaving the board open for your queue. If you're gonna keep the queue,
sure.
you should leave as many options open as possible. You might get lucky, draw something here, but most likely your players are gonna be like Quoth or through the E. So that's an interesting idea. This is worth consideration. So that's why Ben, usually a very fast player, is taking some time here, um, deliberately trying to sort through his options. There's a ton of options. You could play QUAY, you could play FAY, you could play cannot, you could play. Yeah, I mean, there's just a bunch of options.
He's got two
Here's his
tiles in
original.
hand. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, more are coming here.
Okay, he's playing Q.
Ah,
Okay, that's reasonable.
interesting.
I don't like the double A, but this is very defensive. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, the thing as you suggest, Josh, the thing that's really nice about it is that a lot of the other plays that Ben could make here, I mean, now just think about like using hooks on this board. Like it's actually quite difficult to actually get in. So this doesn't hook with anything. Henna's hooks, which you need a vowel to put here, and this doesn't give back anything. So it's very difficult to fit a 7-letter word on this board. Not impossible, but quite tough. Um, and this Q makes it impossible to play alongside here. So that play doesn't really give any scoring opportunities back to Jason either. As you suggest, though, you keep the 2 A's and Ben's drawn a third one. Um, so not ideal. So we'll see how Ben navigates in the future. But this does have some merit. I don't feel like I would have thought of this play.
Yeah, it's definitely an outside the box sort of play, and we might see Ben make more of those. I I don't know how best to describe when I don't know. I feel like back in the day, at least, like Ben would often make plays that set himself up for next turn more so than other top experts. Um, just to keep just to keep his options open for himself and scoring, which I mean is always a good thing to do. But I think he did it more than other players. But I'm not really sure he does that anymore. I think he plays a little bit more standard. So I really don't know what to make of this play. I I hate like keeping duplicates when I don't have to. So I'm not
Yeah,
really sure. It still seems like a good play.
he's just made that determination that all the other attributes of the play are enough to make it worth enduring those duplicates. And of course, the reason why duplicates are scary is that they sometimes turn into triplicates, which are even worse. So your downside risk of how many of a certain tile you can keep gets higher when you do that. He's drawn the other A, so that basically guarantees on Ben's next turn he's going to need to do a balancing play of some sort. It's going to be very hard with those 3 A's for him to score that much. But I guess Jason's POV, he really wanted that E to stay open. So your suggestion of off E would have left that E wide open, and I'm sure Jason would have something on the board by now. So that's
Yeah,
another
it does
nice
have
thing.
one bonus here, one bingo. But it's very, very hard to spot. It's through that U of quite of quite. How do we pronounce this word, by the way?
Quite, I
People are making
guess.
puns with quite,
Yeah,
but quite.
it is quite tough. Yes, it is quite a tough play.
But yeah, there is a common word available. It's been shouted out in chat of outburst. That's
Oh,
that's hard.
slick. outburst. That's tough. That's a play that is so tricky to see, even though it is a normal word, in my opinion. Um, just because bingoing with two U's is not that easy, and you have to turn your blank into the O, and it looks like he is not going to spot it unless he's going to try something else. If he was going to find outburst, he would play. You
He's
could
playing
play
this fun
outburst
word.
here. Butut.
Yeah, butut.
Oh, he's shifted. He shifted to play Butty down low. Also valid.
Oh, that's a few more points. Okay, so this is a miss if he does hit his clock. But yeah, really,
A tough one, though.
every time I say "but," I'm just gonna keep saying.
Take a shot every time.
My God, we have to wake up, Will. How do you? Are you? You don't even have coffee or tea. Like I have some tea here. What do you? How are you
I'm
waking up?
I'm waking up with pure, unadulterated love for Scrabble.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
charging through my veins and innervating my every neuron.
Okay.
I didn't say that to shame you or anything because I know you also have a similar love.
I
But
mean,
you
no,
might need more
you
coffee.
win. You win. You win this one, Will.
No, I mean I for some reason I feel pretty good. I don't know. We'll see.
That's awesome.
We'll
Yeah.
see if
I
that
mean, everything looks
continues.
good, especially Ben's letters.
Yeah,
Ben's
it's a
letters
little
look great.
troll that he doesn't that they're not putting the board like he doesn't even care that the board's not facing him right angle wise. So
What's that a very British word being played? What's that meme or it's like a vine? I wonder what's going on in that person's head. You know what I'm talking about?
no. Oh, is this like where it's not like the
It's like from a
couples,
show.
it's not like the couple, like the woman and the man sitting in bed and she's like, I wonder what he's thinking, and he's thinking like, I wonder if Wolverine,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm
I
talking
wonder
about.
if Wolverine could beat, Captain America in a fight or something like that, right? Like that's that meme I know.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
so like with the sideways board, sideways tiles, like I wonder what's going on.
yeah. So all right.
Okay, so
Ben,
Jason's hopefully gonna bingo now.
yeah, he should. He sees Silkier. He can play it with Uggs. Um, so yeah, to elephant in the room, Ben just made a word that is defined as a cigarette by the Scrabble dictionary. Looked like a decent play. Um, keeping the A's, and then he's again drawn a third A, and now Ben's rack is like really. This is kind of, I don't think this stems directly from his play of quite, but there are definitely other paths he could have taken on that turn that would have avoided this particular outcome.
Yeah, I wonder if he should
However,
have played Aga instead of
yeah,
the word he
your
played.
leave is a little more balanced. Um, maybe Ben taking a page from the newest prevailing wisdom that vowels are good again. It's a little oversimplified, but the idea is that our newest iteration of a Scrabble engine, the Macondo engine from Wiggles.io, is teaching us that vowel heavy leaves are maybe a little better than we think, just because, yeah, you have the downside risk of drawing a rack like what Ben has, but actually vowels are all pretty good bingo tiles. Certainly AEI are all very good bingo tiles. So keeping them even in excess, if you draw consonants, you're going to bingo more than you might think. So it's a little polarized, but overall, potentially more worth doing than we thought. But yeah, I think there's
It's it's funny, like as you're mentioning, the newest iterations of engines are
whoa.
more oh, interesting.
I'm surprised by that. It seemed like Jason had Sulkier almost spelled out. So maybe he's passing it up purposefully to set up his S in an even more scary way, especially with both Ys already being played. You're not going to get hit with Balky. I don't know, Josh. I'm bingoing there for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I am too. Yeah, I'd be curious to know what that was about. I mean, it is a very nice setup of your S,
He
and the
draws
two
the other
Y's are
blank.
gone.
He draws the other blank. All the more
Sometimes
reason.
people don't like to play off an S and a blank for like cheap.
But if you
You
consider that
know,
he just
better
drew
to
the
score
set,
60, whatever. Yeah.
he just drew the second blank, so he would be so much better off having bingoed already and then drawn that blank, right? So you're bingoing twice so often as opposed to now. So
Yeah.
in this particular case, that's very results oriented. However, it is an example of what can happen to you sometimes if you do this balk maneuver where you're passing up sulkier to hit even harder, but actually he sort of nerfed his upside potential over 2 moves.
Yeah. So Jason's certainly gonna big on the next turn. He is really. It's gonna be interesting if he plays through the queue or with balks. Probably
Yeah.
with balks. But yeah. Back to Benir is terrible, terrible.
What does Ben do? What the hell does?
AAELRR. Do
So
you
is
play
his
Arak?
yeah
ARAK?
his equity play is probably
It's
Iraq.
not. It's,
It's
I mean,
not
I want to continue my point about like
okay.
talking about engines. Like according to Quackle, the best equity is playing AAH for 13, right here, keeping
Okay.
2 R's. So yeah, so what's interesting about Scrabble for me, the most interesting part is how unsolved it is as a game. Like how much more there is to learn, how little we know for certain. And the most recent iteration of engines are saying, yeah, vowels aren't as bad as we thought. But that could be a reaction to the previous iteration of engines that were just not giving vowels enough of the light of day, but ever so slightly. And then the new engines beating the old engines because they're like overvaluing what the older engines are undervaluing. And so we're in this situation where, most of the people working on creating the best Scrabble engines are doing volunteer work and already have concepts of what makes like letters good. Basically, people already kind of have an idea of like the values of letters in their head. So what I find interesting is that we take what the engines are saying a little bit too seriously, the same way that chess does. Because engines, I mean, just don't play like humans. It's they never will, um, until we have like AI. So I think it's interesting you mentioned, yeah, vowels are good now, and it just feels like people are just like taking the newest information and trying to integrate it into their game. And that's good to an extent, but it also kind of shows how little we know, basically. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't know. I would say that we should trust ourselves a little bit more than we do right now with like what makes what makes certain letters valuable at different times. But it's good to sort of follow what the newest technology is saying, I guess. Okay, rant over. Very tired rant over.
Yeah, it's definitely, engine versus engine play can also just be, yeah, of course we want to know the theory of what we should be playing, but it does not mirror human versus human play quite perfectly. All right, inquires is the play.
Yeah, is it
Not
an
sure if
E
there's
or an
anything.
I?
Yeah, I guess it somewhat matters what letter that is. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Maybe we'll ask our producer if he can tell us. But yeah, that playing through the queue was definitely best. But to go back to Ben's play of Raker, I so thought that he was going to play Iraq to balance his rack
Yeah.
better. He plays the much more defensive Raker, and that's like Ben is completely unfazed by keeping 2 A's. He's done it basically every turn of this game after Henna, after his first turn of the game. So he did it for quite his second play, and Raker.
And now he has placate, and it was just blocked. He played
Exactly.
with WE.
Exactly. Yeah. So placate just got
Very
blocked.
unfortunate.
But had Ben played Iraq, he was going to get tripled on, right? There's definitely something, at least like Sutorian or something, would have fit there. So he dodged a big bullet by just playing this. Even though he's probably not happy to see Inquires, he probably saved himself 40 odd points. Maybe not quite 40, but a lot of points, 30 points at least. So nicely done there. I think I would have been sorely tempted to play Iraq just because the leave was so nice and balanced. AELR, that's such a nice leave. But on this board, it's okay. He could still draw bingos exactly like what he has, like placate, but the board isn't that good for bingos. So it's good that he played defense and he saved himself a lot of pain.
Yeah, I totally agree with that analysis. I would be worried if I played Raker if there's like some hook that I don't know, like
Yes, Kraker,
Raker, Cracker,
Draker,
like
Traker,
anything
right.
could be good.
But none of those are
But
good.
I really like the decision of like I was quibbling with keeping the two A's, but in this circumstance, I definitely like the adjustment by Ben.
Yeah, makes a lot of
Fortunately, it's not
sense.
going to work out for him. He is only down 25 here, but yeah, I feel like could have done slightly better job at uh, at maintaining his lead in the last couple turns, but
Yeah,
yeah, still a good position for him. His bingo's blocked, so that's always kind of difficult to sort of like recover from that. You're always wanting to have a plan B, but when it does happen and when what you're really wanting to play gets blocked, it's sort of like, okay, I got to reset. See Capel here.
this is a nice play.
Makes
This
sense.
is a pretty high level spot by Ben. I mean, I feel like in my eyes were drawn to whoop, the board's about to spin right as I'm drawing. But my eyes were looking right here, right? So plays here, Pacta, a couple other plays of that nature would help Ben keep an E. The scary thing about pretty much anything that you play here is that you are opening up even bigger overlaps going across. Whereas this play of Capel opens very little. It's hard to hit this C without really precise letters. And, this spot was already kind of not that scary to begin with. It doesn't get any, different after Capel. So nice play, I think, by Ben.
Yeah, it's either Capel or Pacta, and like you said, just the danger of this spot being opened. Even though the C would be right here, that's a beautiful C. Like it's still possible to just have a huge set play or something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that,
you're
so.
right. The C. Yeah, I forgot. If you play
I
something
probably would have
else,
played Pacta, but I think Capel is very reasonable. I think the biggest issue with Capel is it actually just makes it a little bit easier to play underneath.
does it really? Yeah, I guess the R is so restrictive. The only letter that goes below just an R by itself, for example, right here is an E. But now there's more that can go under here, including a bunch of consonants and the new, not just an E, but also now an O. So what are we going to see here? What is Ben?
Phallic?
Is Ben about to
That's not how you
phony?
spell that.
Uh-oh. This could be bad. This is not a valid
This could
word.
be bad.
Jason looks like he's sort of...
Jason's staring at it. Is he holding? Yes, he's holding.
Yeah, Jason's leaping to attention.
Yeah, that
I
means
feel
two
like
L's.
I feel like he just sort of his body language just became alert as like, uh-oh, what is this?
Yeah,
So
you
remember,
can't have pertaining to Tali. Sorry for those Indian food lovers out there. Yeah, this is not a word.
so
And
the
it's only worth
challenge
5
rule,
points to check it.
right? Yeah,
Go
Josh, the
ahead.
challenge rule. I was gonna say, wow, is this a courtesy draw?
Accepting or is he? Ooh.
We'll see if Ben mixes his tiles or not. Oh, I guess Jason looks like he's getting ready to just play.
Wow.
So Ben gets away with one.
Wow.
Phallic with two L's is acceptable. Maybe part of why he allowed that is, well, it really, this isn't why you would allow it. You probably should challenge it no matter what. But he has a bingo. In double challenge, you might let it stay because you have a bingo and you don't want it to get blocked. But I think, yeah, it seemed like that play set off alarm bells for Jason. So in 5 point challenge, surprising not to see that, but it is a close game. I guess that maybe that's the consideration, Josh.
Yeah. Obviously a bigger mistake from Jason, I guess, in the end. But yeah, Ben definitely getting away with pulling a fast one there. So Ben is gonna come right back with the X setup. He didn't have the X, but he's about to play.
Yeah, the Phantom
He's about
X
to play
setup.
AX,
Beautiful.
and he's gonna tie the game up. And my question now is, how many O's is Jason Carney gonna draw? They're all 8 O's still remaining,
Wow.
with over half of the bag
Crazy.
empty.
Look at
How
that.
many O's?
That's
Like, what
amazing.
is gonna happen this game?
None yet.
I'm really worried.
No, there's one, as
One?
predicted. One would
What
be
in the
fine. Oh,
world?
what a draw. Oh my god.
Are you
That's
kidding me?
crazy. So one is perfect. So Ben with the Phantom X setup, he sets up an X he doesn't have. And now Jason drawing more ties out of the bag. Does he actually? I don't think he has anything that triples through that
Ben hasn't
X.
drawn an O. I
Oh
don't
my god.
understand
The
sometimes.
march of the O's is coming in this game. There's a lot of E's too. In fact, it's
Do you?
actually more of a vowel problem at this point.
Oh yeah, lots of vowels.
Not
Do
an
you
A.
guys have seen the picture of me, right, in the thumbnail?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I
I just
can
have O's up the wazoo. So what is going on? Like, did I steal all of the O's from this game?
I
There
have
is a
the
hard and fast rule, right? Well, you know the rule. Go on, say it for the class.
your opponent always has an O.
Exactly.
That's the rule?
Exactly. Thank you. I feel so nice now.
Nice. Glad to be of
Yeah,
service.
usually there's a very good chance your opponent has an O. In this case, Ben not having an O is insane. Like, if I'm Jason and I know that there's 7 O's unseen from my point of view, of course I'm just gonna bingo here, but I'd be like, what? Ben didn't play Ox, he played Axe? How is that possible? Where are the O's? Isn't he aware of the
Yeah,
situation?
that's a good point. Ox would come down so fast if he had that O for so many reasons. You don't want to, draw one of the many that are also available. So it makes a lot of sense. But all right, erotism. It's
Yeah,
kind of
just
agonizing.
making sure this is a word he's thought about. He's just thinking about it. But erotism is the highest scoring bingo. He doesn't have anything through the S. It is agonizing, but he didn't take that long, Jason, to make this play. Very confident. There is nothing better than this.
Yeah, that's a good sign that he's, studied up and that if there was anything better, you would probably see it. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, I have a special treat for the viewers
Okay, here we
out
go.
there. Yeah.
Can't wait.
Let me see if this works.
Should I start playing?
No, it's
Oh, I
just
thought it was gonna be a cat.
the O's picture of Josh. Um, I'm actually
Oh
also
my
in this
god.
picture here, so we don't
Hey.
need me. We just need the O alert right here in case we have that ready in case of a
Okay.
situation like this.
Jason's still only drawn one O. What is going on?
And
How
Jay
many
Z
letters are
too.
left?
Jay Z. Ben plays Dev. That seems all right to me. I would say. Um,
Yeah,
he wants to leave
maybe he
the S
maybe he
open.
missed the V spot up here. Like, he
Oh,
could have played Vide for more.
interesting. Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe he just wants to leave as much of that open as possible. I guess the nice thing, wow, look at, man, Jason drew the Z and now there's this giant spot right here. So he'll definitely hit that if he wants it. Does Ben have anything with his? I mean, this S is sitting open an ungodly long time here, especially in a game that's like the score is such that a triple would, you know, be one of the few ways now that Jason could lose control. Well, that's not true. It's probably close enough that you could leave it open. But yeah, we'll see. We're gonna see a Z bomb here, Josh.
Yeah, Jason's in great position. He was already ahead by 50. He's about to score over 60. It's going to be hard to imagine a comeback for Ben here.
Yeah.
Once that triple through that S gets blocked within the next, I think, couple moves.
And it should. I mean, it's so tempting for Ben to play there right now too, right? He's gonna like this. A play up here is gonna be so far his best play, almost certainly. So whether it's like Fogey or Fogel or something like that.
Yeah.
So
Ben's best move here is the crazy word. I played this in 2023 and he sees it. Beautiful. Random
wow,
6-letter word.
that's fantastic. That's a really really good play. So the
So
reason,
good.
yeah, this
Yeah.
is so good. This is such a good play. So a lot of players here. Let's just like break down why this is good. A lot of players would just play a 5-letter word here that cuts off the S. So by putting a tile in that spot, triple triples are out of play. But at a deficit, Ben is losing by a lot. He wants that to stay open, and now he's created another spot, and he's gotten 5 extra points out of it because this is a weird word that's only a 6. So he's getting an extra 5. And just remember, he's used his O to get extra points for that Z as well. So it's like deceptively high scoring as well. It scores 47. That's probably, I mean, with the 5 points.
52. Now that it's been challenged by Jason, which is perfectly sensible challenge. It's such a random 6-letter word.
Yeah.
I'm very
So
sad that actually when I played it, it wasn't challenged. That was double challenge.
so great play. We're fans for sure.
Yeah. This is by far Ben's best chance back in the game. I mean, he's still down 70 after this. Luckily, Jason hasn't drawn very well. He's drawn 2 consonants, so he doesn't have a killer blow here, but probably just playing djembe through this E
Oh, that would be great.
is going to pretty much seal the deal given what we know about Ben's back here.
Yeah, that's going to be perfect. If I'm Jason, I have one real goal here, and it's to block the triple triple. However, he can do that. Of course, he only has the one vowel, so that makes it, a lot tougher. Maybe he's missing the play you just mentioned, Josh.
No,
But this does have some merit as well. So this isn't like I would probably still play djembe just to score a lot more, but this does not open anything back. So djembe would put an E out in space, if you can imagine. Jembe. This makes a really nice spot. But even then, that spot isn't necessarily the worst. Like, this is still here.
Dwarfed. Yeah, it's dwarfed by that spot. That spot's very dangerous, but I think maybe Jason plans to try and block that next turn.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So
but it is true. He's opening himself up to maybe lose the scoring battle. So yeah, I think djembe would have been a better play just given the score of the game. You're going up by so much, it's hard to imagine if you just keep scoring a little bit every turn, you're gonna probably win. So yeah, back to Ben, just under the 10-minute mark. He has opioid with a T on his rack. Very, very bad rack. And there isn't much left for him to draw here, given what we know about Jason's rack. The unseen letters, with letters left in the bag: A, E, 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 I, N, O, O.
very
R,
vowel
W.
heavy too. Ben's
At least there's that
already
R.
true. There is that, but it's
This is
Ben's rack is already vowel heavy, and the bag is also vowel heavy in theory from his point of view. Maybe even more so in practice because we see that Jason has 4 consonants. So the bag is full of vowels. It's going to be very, very tough for Ben to dodge them. He's got to keep faith. He's got to keep the dream alive. He has to pretend whatever he needs to pretend to give himself winning chances here. But we know here with our omniscient status as commentators that it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, the best play here probably is idiot.
Oh, brilliant. That's
The
brilliant.
problem with that is it gets
It's going to get
completely killed
in this
by Jibes or
particular
Jobes.
in this particular case, and he's
And he's
playing
putting
it.
it on the
Oh,
board. It makes perfect sense.
this is
It's just not going
probably
to work.
his best shot, right? This is so good because if Ben does draw that last S,
Which he needs to hope that
he's
he's going
then
to draw.
threatening two gigantic plays. So yeah, he needs something like RS. He needs like RSE as a start, and if he draws that and can threaten multiple big plays in those two spots, makes all the sense in the world. That's a really, really nice idea to sort of create some chances for yourself. But as you suggested, Josh, it's going to get hammered.
Yeah, and Jibes over Jobs, slight adjustment. Normally you keep an I over an O, but keeping the O for JO.
Yeah.
Obviously it's all academic from here, but yeah, this is GG. Ben's not happy to see that, but yeah, it's funny. Jason's struggling to score this. It scores so much, 74 points, and yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Just a
Unfortunately,
hammer
for
blow
our
there.
hometown hero, Will.
I know, but it's still early for our boy Ben, our USA's finest hope here. Arguably, actually, there are a lot of other strong players from the U.S. in attendance, including Chris Lipe, former finalist at the World Championship. Let me flip this board. Bradley Whitmarsh, another strong player. There's definitely Bob Lynn. I guess you could put Sammy Okasaga in there at this point. Not sure who claims Sammy, a combination of the U.S. and Nigeria, but we'll claim him. I would love to claim him.
Yeah, I think he's lived in the
Yeah,
U.S. for probably like 20 years at
yeah,
least.
definitely U.S. So we got a lot of strong players from the U.S. Competing, but yeah, very very tough group from the UK as well. As we have this is just score checking, I think.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that Ben very quickly just played Agapo here and gave up.
Yeah.
This does empty the bag. He's going to be left with 5 tiles on his rack. We don't know which tiles yet because Jason hasn't drawn or hasn't flipped his tiles onto his rack. But they're just correcting the score. You can always do this if there's a discrepancy. You can stop the clock and get to the bottom of it. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna do it for this crazy game.
Yeah, I can't really. Again, it feels like a mostly, with very rare exception, extremely well played game. Oddly, the biggest mistake was probably Ben playing a phony that was not challenged by Jason, but it worked out fine. You can see Jason letting it go, bingoing, and ending up winning by a lot. I guess you could also say that maybe Jason missing Outburst was another opportunity. But apart from that, Jason played very well, found pretty much all his high scoring plays in a number of key spots. So we're happy.
Yeah, I mean, Jason could still lose here if he plays the word lose in the top right. That was my joke.
Nice.
I'll be leaving now.
Damn. That maybe I do need some coffee because I didn't understand that. I basically, as soon as you said that, I was like, what does he play a phony? And then Ben's, what the heck could happen? But now I get it. Josh is saying that Jason
Ben
could
play,
lose here. Playing
look,
up there.
Ben plays right over here next turn.
Jibes.
Vortism Re Jibesy.
Jibesy. Jibes.
Yeah, how much would that score? 16, 25, 28, 84, 89, 92, 102, 105.
Oh, I see. We also have to.
124.
We need these to be in place as well. I didn't see those. Yeah.
Yeah, 124 for that play next turn.
Okay.
And Ben doesn't challenge. Then yeah.
Well, look, Jason didn't challenge Thalic, so we have evidence that he might not challenge, right? Is that no? Fair enough. Oos. That's a fun play. Very helpful word if you are a Collins player. North Americans may look at that and say, what the heck? But it is very useful. OOSE, oos. Ben is going to play Weir. He doesn't have any outs here. So that's got to be as good as he can do. Unless there's some out for Jason that he needs to block, but I'm not actually sure there is those letters.
Yeah, the no outs, just WEIR, WERO looked like the best plays. Ben, and no out for Jason either. So it's gonna be a long-winded, sad endgame.
More
Happy for
steps.
Jason.
Yeah.
Sad for Ben.
But it's still early. Again, we looked at the schedule a little bit earlier. If you're curious and thinking to yourself, how far along are we? We have so far to go. We'll show you as Jason thinks about, all right, we'll wait a second. Jason's about to play El Loon. Okay, that's pretty good, I would say. About as good as anything else. And now finally Ben is going to finish this thing off. Is that his best? Yeah, it's his best spot for the O. And so there you have it.
399 to 501.
Nice win.
In favor of the local Jason Carney.
Nice win for Jason.
Yeah. Really interesting game. Those O's, I just can't believe how long it took.
They didn't overwhelm anyone though. They just came out at a steady trickle. When you pointed it out, I was so sure, as you were suggesting, that we were going to get a flood situation. You know, we were going to get one of these bad boys. If I'm putting this on the screen, I got to take use of it. I got to make use of it. This was what the unseen tile was going to look like. But instead, they just came out like one at a time. Nice. Very nice. So,
so Ben is showing Jason the phony. Looks like.
Yeah.
Thalic.
It's all good. Jason's still winning comfortably, but that is okay because of that detail. But if, let's say, Ben came back to win this game, that would be maybe different body language would be warranted there, as opposed to like, hey, you know, I played this on you.
Yeah, so it's sort of, it makes it even more like Ben's probably wondering even more than he was before, like, how did I lose this game? I played a better than optimal move in Thalic. What a bizarre. It was just so bizarre. The play of Idiot, I mean, that was such a good play.
It was.
I feel bad that it got punished so hard.
Fodgel too. Ben made a couple real super high level plays here, in my opinion. Fodgel and Idiots both very creative. That early play of Quite, I feel like I'm not sold about that one, and there were a lot of different ways you could go there. I definitely defer to Ben's expertise and instinct. I don't think that's what I would have played.
Defer to the engine? I did run it through the engine.
Did the engine like it for its
10-point mistake?
10-point mistake. Okay.
But that's not involving the play of Wavy is sort of suspicious. So it's possible that there's some adjustment that was
a read. Yeah, you could make a read on it based on Wavy. Let me make sure you guys can read the board up right. So players
cannot move in the play.
Yeah, I mean that just it scores similarly. Even though you keep a U, the FY leave is at least going to score you some points a lot of the time. The board is similarly quite closed after Cannot in the early going. So, yeah. Tricky one, though. So the players doing their electronic score submission there. And this is going to be, I mentioned we were going to take you through the schedule. Let's take a look at where we're at here. So we just finished round 3. We have one more round before lunch. I'm going to estimate that it's going to happen within the next 7 minutes, let's say. You think that's too ambitious?
No.
I think probably
will. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what I would have said. 740.
740. So
Yeah.
we're still at the very beginning, so no big deal for Ben
And
losing a
everybody
game.
knows that when there's a timer going down on a live stream, that it always starts exactly at the very end of that time.
It's infallible. I've never once seen a timer on one of my streams that didn't signify the time to the second of the next round. You all know this. Anybody that's watched our streams, we know this to be a certainty, 100%. Right? Is there anyone who
Yes.
can offer any evidence to the contrary? No, there isn't, because you'll get banned.
Oh my god.
Let that be a lesson to you.
We've got an angry entitled world champion in my chat.
No, I'm
Will.
just teasing. I'm just teasing. It's always
No, no,
off.
no. No. We've got a problem. We've got David Eldar, current world champion, complaining about Uber as he does.
He's
He's
on
Uber,
Twitch.
Uber says that, and it's never right.
He's on Twitch. He's on your Twitch.
Yeah.
Nice.
So welcome to him. Too bad he's not playing this event. We've got some really, really strong players. World runner-up, world champion runner-up, Lewis Mackay. Got Harshawn we just saw. Yeah, a bunch of really, really strong players. But yes, Nigel is missing. And yes, Deldar is missing, and Will is missing, and I'm missing. But there's enough really, really strong players here to give you guys a nice show. So I'm really happy to be broadcasting this footage with our friend Will over here.
It's a
and
treat.
We're waking up 8 a.m. People are going to work in our neck of the woods.
Yes.
Yeah.
Normal wake up time. But yeah, it is a pleasure to be here. Question of when the next round is going to start. Probably it should start in 5-6 minutes. Thank you to everybody stopping by, whether it is on Josh's Twitch or my YouTube. In case you're curious, Josh's Twitch at Axertypo. I should probably put that on screen somehow. I'll do that at the break so that people can check you out if they're just coming from my YouTube. But there's a lot of actually extra benefits watching on Twitch. Not that you shouldn't stay with me on YouTube, but you can define words. You can query different word definitions with exclamation point define if you ever see a word that you're not sure of. I'm sure there's some good channel points and other stuff on offer, so definitely consider stopping by Josh on Twitch.
Thank you for that, Will. I would say that everybody should have both streams open, even though it's the same stream. And I was talking to Will about this. The biggest benefit for multi-streaming on two platforms is ads. There's going to be ads on the YouTube if you don't have the perfect ad block. There's going to be ads on Twitch if you're not subscribed or have ad block, but they're not going to be at the same time. So if you get hit by an ad, you just go to the other stream. It's perfect. So that's my suggestion for y'all.
That's a great point. In fact, ad dodging is very nice. InfiniWords is also an option. Thomas Ranke, good call out. I have to get that set up for potentially lunch break. I could also just show a VOD from the previous year. That's something that we talked about. Maybe we show the epic Josh versus Brett game. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, we have one more game before the players head off to lunch, and I probably head off to breakfast. I don't know if you've eaten, Josh.
Breakfast. I've got a bagel sitting next to me. We were talking about bagels and how Will is trying to.
You all want to see
again.
You want to see the flexing. Yeah, you want to see the flexing meme. I can't do that if I'm pounding plain bagels at the rate that I have been. So that's my vice. Our producer Lukeman says that we are potentially going to move to Division B to show a game from there, that makes sense early on. We're going to showcase variety of players. We've stuck with the top division, but early on it's nice to mix it up a little bit. And then later on in the tournament, when we know more about the standings, we're probably going to stick with the top division more often. I wasn't prepared for that, so I don't think I have the nice headshots and stuff like that, but that's okay. We can use Scrabble tile. So yeah, we'll get that set up.
You know, Division B players are a little bit too good looking in comparison to Division A players, so it's a good thing we don't have those headshots because we'd be feeling a little bit.
Who has time for hygiene when you're studying the
Exactly.
Scrabble dictionary that hard? Something's got to give, right? If you want to know the Scrabble
Drilling
dictionary,
those 3-letter words. Yeah.
yeah. Think about how many. Just imagine out there. You want to be a good Scrabble player. You want to be a grandmaster. Imagine all the time you spend combing your hair, in the shower, brushing your teeth. That's a lot of time every day that you could be studying words instead. Think about how many words you would know if you converted all that hygiene time to dictionary time. Well, that's what we do in Scrabble at the top level.
Yeah, personal hygiene ain't nobody got time for that.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
No, you just from personal experience here. That's what we're saying. We're talking from personal experience.
No, it's
like we get these hotel rooms with nice equipped with showers and all that. Yeah, we don't use that. We gotta maximize our sleep. Just
is
run
there
down in our pajamas?
Is there
maybe have time to put on some deodorant?
Multitasking? Is there a multitasking like bringing sheets of anagrams into the shower with you? You know, is that possible? Maybe like an audio tape that has
as long as they're
anagrams, laminated sheets. Yeah, for sure.
It's like it's hot enough you can plaster them to the tile. The
Yes.
tiles in the shower.
Comment.
Don't close your eyes. Let the shampoo come in.
Comment that Nigel knows the words because he doesn't waste time trimming his beard. There's something to that, maybe. Whoever develops a waterproof Scrabble practice tablet will be rich. Yes, that is $1 million idea if I ever heard one. That would just have insane. I mean, a waterproof tablet might actually be good, right? Like people would do. Maybe that exists. I'm sure it does actually, but
yeah, you're not a real Scrabble expert if you haven't studied words in
a bath.
Ridiculous situation that you shouldn't be studying words in.
For sure. That's I mean,
this
behind
is what
the
I'm
wheel,
driving.
Behind the wheel of the car. That's probably
do it. Do the quote.
Do the quote. Do I have that? Oh my god, it's been forever since I opened the soundboard, but I have him. I have that quote, I think.
You do, don't you? You have it on your soundboard. Oh my god.
I haven't used the soundboard in a while.
Soundboard.
Let's see.
You guys don't even know. Classic Will Twitch streams with
just gonna even load
amazing soundboards.
Yes, it is gonna load.
Yes.
Yeah, Edley driving. Here it is. Let's see how this sounds.
I usually run through one of these in a minute. Do a word every couple seconds. Well, when I'm driving. When I'm not driving, it's quicker.
You didn't hear it? I think the stream heard it. The stream heard it.
Yeah.
They heard it. I wish I could play it for you.
Well, I know it. I know it by heart.
Yeah, there's a lot of great different sound effects here, but we got to be careful because this is very professional stream. A lot of these are not well suited for the stream. So yeah, I'm not sure which of these other sound clips, but that was the Joe Edley talking about his study habits behind the wheel. Don't condone that. I don't officially condone that. All I ask is that you think about how much better your word knowledge would be if you did study words while driving. Just kidding. I don't want to get sued. That's not a joke. Distracted driving is a serious thing.
Yeah, if it sue me instead. I'm the one that brought it up.
Sounds good. So our producer is saying that we're gonna have a Division B game and then lunch. I don't have the identity of that game. Let's see, I think I have some other content here. No, just the schedule.
Should we do a spotlight play like we did at the school Scrabble?
Sure, yeah. Did you want to show off a play from the game we just saw, or no? Or were you?
There wasn't really.
Not serious. Okay. Sounds good.
We could think about it for later. Yeah. Any.
What are you sitting?
I mean, we're gonna be here for hours. You know. Will and I are going to be bond. I mean, we've bonded.
This is going to take our
before. This is good.
already strong bond to the next level. It's going to be, I mean, when you endure early wake up times like this for many days in a row, there's no choice but to bond. All right, we got some people sitting down here. We're going to figure out who they are in just a sec. So it is not Ben and Jason.
Don't recognize that face.
Yeah, we'll get word from our producer, Lukeman, our esteemed leader of Mind Games Incorporated, Lukeman Owalabi, who does a massive amount of work behind the scenes to make everything you're seeing a reality. And he's getting the matchup to me as we speak. Find out
Very nice.
who we're going to see. And I'll be ready.
Nice.
So yeah, this is going to be game 4 from Division B, and we'll get the standings update there. Although again, it's so early that it's hard to even know. I think this is Emmanuel Egbele.
Yeah, I
Isn't
recognize. I think it's Emmanuel.
Yeah.
I don't recognize the guy on the left.
Tom Wilson.
Tom Wilson.
I don't know Tom. Not sure if anybody knows Tom, who is based in the UK scene. But yeah.
Spell Emmanuel.
I don't know. It's not 2 M's.
Usually, but let's get this game round.
Yeah, I
3.
think it is. I actually have a headshot for him somewhere. Let me see if I can find it.
Nice.
Headshot.
So
Somewhere
you said
or other.
Tom Wilson, yeah, and Emmanuel. Okay. Enter that into the Quackle file that we're using to follow the game. And I'll reset that and we'll get started.
So Tom going first. We'll see how this game proceeds, and in a minute we're gonna get the standings just so we know where these two are in through 3 rounds of play.
Yeah, and if you're just joining, this is round 4 of what, 33? 33 games?
Yeah, 33. That's right. Oh, here's the manual. Restore. Okay, nice. So now I think I can... Yeah, there we go. Oh, wrong one. So I think the players are... Have they started, Josh?
Yeah, they're starting, yeah.
Okay.
I'll get the scores.
Cool. I have the wrong headshot.
Update while you work on that. So AEIOJNR looks like pretty good opening rack for Tom, who's already spotted what looks to be his best play of Joiner. Remember, this is a Division 2 game.
Great way to start.
But I don't know if these players are belonging in this division. We'll have to see.
All right, no headset for Tom.
Very, very nice find.
All right.
So, what's the cutoff? Actually, that's an important question.
Rating
for
cutoff?
The second division. Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure. I will try to get. Tom is from Scotland. Okay, nice. So that's. I think we have a Scotland flag. Actually, yeah. There we go. And I would say Emmanuel would be Nigeria. So there we go. I think we're all set here. Let me flip the board back. Looks good.
Yeah.
So, Emmanuel with good letters, but the C is slightly off camera right now.
Yeah.
So you can see he has got
that. Thalic. He has Thalic plus O.
Nice. He has Thalic. All right, let me see here. I'm trying to see if I can.
My question here is conjoiner a valid word? Let us know in chat if you think conjoiner is
valid. Tricky.
That doesn't play right now, but Emmanuel's just one tile off of that.
That would be cool.
So, in this position, conjoiner is...
It is?
Sorry, I already spoiled it. In this position, there is a playable bingo. It's actually almost set up on Emmanuel's rack.
Yeah,
that would be
lith.
incredible if he finds this.
That lith combination.
You guys might know about Aerolith. It's a Scrabble word, but also a website we use to study in the shower or outside of the shower as well. But yeah, you can play Acrolith as well. Acrolith, and
Should I do
there's
a British
also
flag? People are saying maybe not the Scotland flag. I'll do a British flag. That's more in line with unity, right?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'll switch it.
If he's from Scotland, I don't see why we wouldn't
Use the Scottish flag. Okay, we'll stick with that then. I don't. Somebody better versed in UK geopolitics, let me know what flag we should do for Tom. All right, no acrolith. I'm not surprised by that, Josh. That's a tough I feel like that's a tough one for me to see and to think about bingoing through an R with those letters. So I'm not shocked by that, but a slight missed opportunity for Emmanuel.
Yeah. And the rack slightly cut off for Tom. I'm not sure what his 7th letter is. It might be an I. Might have spotted that a bit earlier. But Tom looking at playing Soya and Joiners right now.
Yeah, depending on
that second S looks very good.
Depending on what that other letter is, it's hard to imagine this wouldn't be a good play. So Soya, the idea would be Soya going down from join. Yeah, there you go. Oh,
interesting. All right. So it's a 3-point sacrifice to play Joinery.
Wow, that's intriguing. I think this has benefits. If you feel like you're leaving a good bingo leave, Josh, maybe this is slightly better for bingoing. I don't know if it's 3 points better.
Well, this leaves the board a bit more open. I think maybe just a math thing where you don't realize you want to put the Y on Joiner because you get the Y two times, but you get it 3 times if you play with Joiners. So maybe just the overlaps. Okay, like if you put the Y here, if we imagine not so yeah, but the overlaps here might be a little bit dangerous, but you are setting yourself up for the S. So
yeah,
probably slightly better to do that, but really, really very, very close. And
yeah. Sorry about the tiles, everybody. It's just slightly off camera. We'd probably be able to fix that at lunch break. But if the players would just use the center of the racks, we wouldn't have this problem. But Emmanuel's other letter is a B, which means he's got a gigantic bingo available here to the E of joinery. But it is not a normal word by any means. Bitical. That's
insane.
That would be a very, very, very high level find. It looks like he is probably getting set to play something with BL there, which makes sense.
Yeah, Blit makes perfect sense. Keeping ACT together, they have some nice synergy. You can redraw stuff to the E of joinery. Yeah, very strong play.
Yeah. So Bitical, the star play, if you know every word in the dictionary. But this is a very solid idea if you do not find that one, which I think most mere mortals would not. This is the classic, sacrifice. It looks like Emmanuel's hygiene is a little bit too high of a level to assume that he has spent all of his body, maintenance time studying the dictionary the way that he should be.
Yeah.
No.
Back to Tom. Who has 68 points to Emmanuel's 44, who's drawn the Q, unfortunately. Hate to see it. You could petition to ban the Q if you really want to. We hate that letter.
What if it just became a QU? What if it just became a QU,
No, I know your boggle brain is telling you that that's
too
a good
strong
idea, Will.
I never play boggle with a QU. I play with a, crappy Q.
Really?
Over the board, you can if you shake up the physical tray, but online they rarely have.
Really? When I was
online, they do, yeah.
Younger, in person, I would play it in person, but it was always a QU tile.
There we go.
Just pop the Q here.
There's the other letter. So now we got all Tom's letters. Hopefully he can use that portion of the rack more often.
Oh, yeah, and he has the new word EMA. Queema. Not a great spot
Oh,
for it, but that's a
nice.
cool one.
That's a tough one to spot. Keema, Queema. I mean, there is a place to play it, but again, as you suggest, it's not that great. I just feel like actually his other letters are quite strong. I would definitely consider, given how good the rest of his letters are, I might just want to play my Q by itself.
Yeah, I guess the only issue with dropping the Q right here that it
You
blocks
obstruct
S.
the S that you badly want to stay open. That's absolutely true. But at least any 7 pretty much that you draw is going to play here with overlaps. So there is that.
And this is
Oh,
a very
okay.
reasonable play as well, scoring 31 instead of 11 with MES, hoping that the Q improves next turn. Yeah, definitely very, very
That's
good
a lot of
decision.
points. Yeah, that's a very solid score. It does certainly give back plenty, both in the form of hooks to Job, which I believe is an S and a D. Emmanuel has neither, but also hooks here, right? Like you could easily see hooks going across here, whether it's an A or an E. Instead, Emmanuel playing Vought, he's definitely not worrying about that spot. I would be tempted to play there just to foul it up a little bit from Tom's perspective, but Vought is the play in any case.
Yeah, VAW in that spot, maybe.
It does give back a
Worth
lot.
considering,
The
but yeah,
the
it still
the
gives back
V, yeah,
triple.
the V gives nothing, but this spot is pretty damaging. So I could see why you might balk at that.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Cat
So we don't
now.
have the 7th tile from Tom, but yeah, QAT looks like the play regardless of what the 7th tile is. Unless it's a U, I guess. But that's probably not true. And back to Emmanuel, who's down now 70 points. And yeah, he's looking to bingo soon. He has some pretty good tiles, but not quite good enough to play a bingo. So yeah, it's weird. Like you would really want to, once we get this board flipped, we would really want to play
Thanks.
with AMES, but there's nothing that doubles or
Nothing.
triples the C.
Nothing with CA. That's crazy.
That's really weird.
CA
We
or
might see,
CE or CE,
yeah,
right?
CA or C. We might see a lot of time taken on this move because it just feels like, how could you not have something
Yeah.
that maximizes your score here?
Definitely feels
Huh.
like there should be a play here without question. This looks like a great place to play. Of course, there's going to be ways for Emmanuel to balance his tiles and maybe go for a bingo. But yeah, I
Yeah,
would
but
want the extra points.
it's just so bizarre. I don't know what you do here though. The board is a little bit open, like you have this spot, you have this spot. And that's about it for bingos. So maybe you can play like MAE for 10. But yeah, the thing about, so you've made a video about the letter C, Will. The letter C is a great
Misunderstood
bingo
letter.
tile.
Yeah,
The
misunderstood. Probably
problem is,
the most hated on letter.
that's true. Yeah, there are people that say, I hate the C, I hate the C. It's just they don't know how to use it. And it's also not so good on closed boards. So the problem is that you're going to draw a lot of 7-letter words with the C, but are they going to fit on the board? So on this
Mm.
particular board, you could imagine like an ATE word making ST, and maybe your C bingos are going to fit. But other than that, you're going to have to rely on drawing like an 8-letter word. Most of the words starting with C are not going to fit. So I'm not a huge fan of keeping the C here for that reason. I might play something like vacate. My letters aren't particularly amazing, So vacate scoring some points and just like drawing into the bag makes a little bit of sense. But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, not great options here.
it's tough. Yeah,
A lot of options,
vacate.
but they all suck.
Yeah, vacate probably scores about as well as you can. There's definitely a solid case for it, and it might be the best play here, but it's a hard play to make just because if you're a manual and you're trailing, playing something through the V, extending to the right, is somewhat of a death sentence for this part of the board. Yes, it can be reopened through this A, but even that is kind of not great. So lace ends up being the play. Like you said, Josh, I don't feel like there was a play that like blows this out of the water here. So I'm not quibbling too much, and it does a nice job. Flip this back. It does a nice job of opening more space in multiple locations, whether it be the sevens in these two spots or an 8-letter word through the E. So if Emmanuel is trailing and he wants to actively open more space on the board for bingos, he has achieved that objective with this play.
Yeah, this is a great play. It does all the things you want to do at the deficit. Doesn't really give too much scoring back, although we do see the X come down, which is a little bit unfortunate for Emmanuel. But there are spots to play that X for a lot of points anyway on this board, so you shouldn't be too upset with what happened. But yeah, increasing his lead to 162 to 73, and
Solid
now
lead.
we're gonna see if that play of MES comes back to bite because Manuel is going to be able to score really, really well playing something right here, putting his D to make Job. And yeah, you see that.
Yeah, this is
so
purely at the drawing.
Yeah.
This is you should maybe change your I think maybe the color. We can do that at break. But oh man, okay. So I was curious what he was gonna play. So he knows Jobed. That's good word knowledge. This is gonna score a boatload of points. My question here is, does he know or is thinking about snod? Right? So that's gonna come into play some of the time. I mean, it's fair that this overlap underneath is likely to get used, and you could easily still see a play go through this N, making eames or aims that would obstruct the snod hook. But if those spots do not get obstructed, that hook could loom large. So let's see who knows it and if they get a chance to play it.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, the question now is Tom going to see that he now has a play hooking the MES, make EMES? Do you guys remember that trend of people getting interviewed on the street? Spell yes. Just like YES. What does that spell? And people are like, yes. Okay, what about EYES? Everyone's just like, ES, ES. Sometimes these
They couldn't
vowels,
get they couldn't get eyes.
it just for some reason that's how our brain works, and we see like, yeah, EMES was not spotted because Venge would have been really, really nice in that spot. But we see Veg instead. It just feels like our brains are somehow not capable of just intuitively adding vowels at the front of words and making new words that are pronounced differently.
Yeah, the pronunciation,
very hot take.
The pronunciation is the key, right? Because one of my big bugaboo hook words is veto. I never see that hook. And vet and veto are so different that I feel like it has to do with the pronunciation and the stress of the syllables changing so much with the hook that you don't think about that hook. It's so much easier to think about hooks that are inflections or that even just sort of, I don't know, are more natural than that one. So yeah, yes to eyes is that's a big change for sure. So yeah, so Veg scored 28. Venge must have scored quite a bit more, but it is worth noting that if Tom was concerned about snod, this does address that while leaving slightly better tiles for next turn, right? Like it's not such a bad.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
still a
even.
very good play.
Yeah, I don't consider veg to be a mistake compared to venge, which takes a lot of hooks. Or if you want to, I think venger is actually a Colin, but that opens the triple with the R. So there's definitely warts of those plays. As we see Emmanuel play AV8, that looks pretty solid given his 3 A's, Josh.
Yeah, Manuel's doing a really great job of playing in a deficit. He's opening stuff, even though he didn't have the S for Snod. It makes sense to play Nod, just score points and open a threat, being down by so much. AV8 opening the board further, because like you said earlier, this V just being like very, very difficult to open the board with this V here. Like the left side of the board was kind of in need of some love. So after aviate, you can now put an E here. You can play a bonus over here and reopen the board. So I really like this decision by Matt.
Yeah, definitely opens up a good amount of space. And now it's like the board is not. I wouldn't say it's fully. I don't consider this to be an open board. It's somewhere between closed and open in the sense that you can definitely get a lot of 7-letter words, as we see air is the play here for Tom. Not sure if he had anything going even further. I guess not.
Yeah, no, this is about the best that he has. Maybe he could have played the U.
The U, exactly. We mentioned it earlier in a different game.
Yeah, terrible draw for Emmanuel. He's drawn duplicate R's and N's. He gets rid of one of each with Lacer and Rin.
I
Looks pretty good as
wonder. I feel like you could play more tiles there, but maybe he's electing to be more careful. Like you could just put the D on to get another consonant off, for example.
Yeah, but I like keeping it back. Honestly, if you draw a couple of vowels, you're gonna be able to score well. And
Check it out. Look at Tom.
Ooh.
This is what's beautiful about Scrabble.
You guys wanted it. You guys have been asking about it already, like in the chat earlier.
Yes.
So I think we might get it.
I would say, so let me not make an ageist remark here, because I don't think there are any Scrabble players, very few Scrabble players, who are using the word uwu in normal conversation, right? So this is not unique to Tom. However, the odds of Tom using uwu in his normal day-to-day conversation probably pretty low. So let's see if he plays it. And to me, that is the beautiful thing about Scrabble. Unfortunately, I don't even know where he could play this other than like here, which is not smart. It just gives up way too much back. Oh, ooh, here. Yes. Yeah. That's a great place to play it.
Hook on AL.
That's a great place to play it if he sees Alu. I'm guessing. I mean, Tom's played very well, so there it is. He sees it. Beautiful.
Very nice.
This is my first play. This is his best play. So this is a good play. It's a funny play, and it's the first time I don't think I've seen this on a stream. So we're making Scrabble history right here. Live. Is that fair to say?
It could be. This could be the first ever instance of uwu on stream. I don't think it is, but it could be.
It's
maybe
my
live over the board.
It's my first. So that's not history. It's just my experience. But hopefully, it also is Scrabble history in the process. Tom Wilson, first live stream.
Your experience is valid, Will.
Thank you.
I will validate your experience.
Thank you very much. I feel seen and appreciated.
Amazing moment for Scrabble.
So Tom has Nettler on his rack, and he has shown such good word knowledge throughout. I think Rhine is actually a valid word, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so yeah, it was Emmanuel to go first.
Right,
he plays AY. So this was a pretty big mistake. There were some longer words. I'm pretty sure he has 2 Fs. I mean, I might be mistaken with this rack, but if he had 2 Fs, he had some big options. But yeah, let's see.
So yeah,
so Wentz comes down quickly.
Draffy. Is this? Maybe I'm wrong about Rhine. I thought it was a word. Yeah.
it is.
Okay. So maybe Tom, knowing so many good hooks already in this game, like Alu and a couple others, but maybe just not either seeing Nettler or its anagram, weird anagram of Lettern, or perhaps I would say more realistic, just not thinking of Rhine here. So, all right. Ooh, nice. That's a pretty slick underlap.
Yeah. Okay, so Emmanuel getting rid of his double Fs here with AF for 30. And yeah, still just trying to chip into that deficit. Um, it's a good thing that, yeah, if Tom had seen his bonuses last turn, I mean, Emmanuel would have been really, really hard pressed to win this game. So
Makes it more interesting for us.
still, yeah. Yeah, so it was really just a question of if you know RINE and if you're able to see the bonuses there. But no skin off of our backs here. Back to Tom, who hasn't drawn particularly well. What do you do here? This is a weird spot.
I don't know.
Does Vogue?
Oh, Vogue. Yeah, Vogue in the lower corner. Josh suggesting you balance your rack very nicely, and that leave of ITLER looks like it'll hit this a lot when you can end something in an E, especially. Maybe you get lucky and get a T or an L in that spot, and then of course you have some other, like maybe really just this T. That seems pretty good. It looks like Tom is getting set to play exactly that. Nice. But Emmanuel's going to strike back quick, Josh.
Yeah, I think he will. I think yeah, just seeing that he has NG. I always tell people, even if you don't have the entire suffix, when you have a blank, yeah, always look for what the blank can do. And the blank can become an I and make ing, which is a very universal suffix. And then it's just a matter of finding a 5-letter word or 4-letter word here. So trending comes down 83, propelling Emmanuel into the lead here.
He's right back in it. So big question is, what did Tom draw? And his chances of drawing a bingo are very good here, for sure. They're not like overwhelming. The board's not great, but he can easily draw a 7. If he just gets the right terminal letter, that's the key to play one there. Ooh, not quite. The PK draw, 2 high-scoring consonants, doesn't feel like it's going to get the job done. He'll still do well for himself, though, I think.
I think so. Yeah, can you put the K right here?
Rinky? Rinky Dinky?
Charles and Thomas. Right?
the Rinkies, who may still be in chat right now, potentially.
Our own identical twin brothers.
Nice draw, too, for Emmanuel. He has debtors on his rack. I don't think that plays, but... Oh, it does with lacers, of course.
Yeah, that hook's still here.
Big...
So Tom to play, he's not going to block.
And strobed up high.
He's not going to be blocking Emmanuel's bonuses, strobed and debtors.
Is it possible for
way too far apart
for Tom to just... Is this his best play? Just plop the K down by itself?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, maybe you just drop the K right here. Neck and okay, 26 points.
Leaving triple.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, that's fantastic. Awesome. Tom's played very, very well in this game, I have to say.
Yeah. This is as one would say, surgical precision.
Yeah.
By Tom Wilson.
So now though, a lot hinges. What did he draw? Oh, an S. Okay. Ooh. Always nice to draw an S. So now we're going to have some fireworks, probably. Is Emmanuel going to spot his bingos? I think he will. He's got him in 2 spots.
If he spots debtors, is there a 7 that fits for Tom up here?
Resplit.
That's it. These are not the easiest words to spot.
Spurtle as well, in Collins, I think.
So Tom has seen triples. We don't know if Emmanuel has seen
Yeah,
any of his bonuses,
this is a great
but
point. So if Emmanuel plays debtors, which if he doesn't see strobed, he would have to, that would force. Ooh,
okay,
oh, big swing
this is
here.
close. This is close to a word. Bestrid.
So there are so many words close to this.
And this is getting
Bestrode, if
challenged
you
instantly.
insta challenge. If you add an e to this, it's valid. Bestride is the root word for a lot of this family, and then bestrode is the past tense, and then bestrid is also a word without this e, and that's probably what he's confusing, Josh.
Yeah, very, very close to a lot of words. But yeah, an unfortunate mistake from Emmanuel. Those are the hardest, like the phonies we see the most often is you've studied, you've learned, sometimes you've learned too many words that you start to get confused with a bunch of them at the same time. As we see triples come down immediately as a
Yeah,
response.
it's
So
interesting
Tom's
if
gonna
from Tom's POV, which bingo to play, I guess, is the R. I guess you probably are playing there no matter what, as opposed to here. But I'm curious whether the plays up here actually give anything back to Emmanuel, and whether I guess what I'm saying here is, if I'm Tom, I'm at least thinking to myself for a second, if I see that he has strobed and debtors, what is likelier for him to see as a bingo response, right? So I think the answer might be debtors, which makes triples even better, like even more obviously the play, as opposed to the slightly higher score. Well, maybe it scores the same, resplit up high. What do you think, Josh?
I think strobed is a lot easier to spot than debtors, personally. The question is Emmanuel going to recover and spot this word? I feel like part of what he did, no, maybe, yeah. Part of the reason he played what he played is I think he knew that there was something there, but yeah, maybe yeah, he hasn't spotted it. So this is a huge swing in Tom's favor.
Yeah.
Who has drawn pretty poorly, A-E-I-O-U, U-Z. But,
Oh, another
oh, and Manuel's
blank.
drawn the blank, so, okay, this isn't over. I wonder what you do if you're Tom.
Oh, oh, the
Oh,
troll.
okay.
You see that? He was about to
I didn't
play
see that.
the invalid Zupo with an O. And then he
I didn't
switched
see
it. He
that.
switched the O out for the valid A, which is an absolute hammer of a play to the triple.
Wow.
Massive score.
I didn't even see Zupa.
Yeah, he was about to play
Yeah,
Zupo, though, which would have been
that's
scary,
hilarious.
shocking. So, yeah, that's a great play by Tom. Got to be his best play. He saved it.
Do you think he did that on purpose? Just to get into opponent's head? That'd be
I don't
awesome.
know, but if so, that is a alpha move on his part.
Yeah, this will do it, I think.
Yeah, it's
There's only
too
4 tiles left. Tom's
much.
up by 131. Manuel can play a bingo here, but it's not going to be enough. So yeah, the tables, I guess, sort of turned fast. Manuel's about to bingo twice in a row, but unfortunately
Yeah,
chose the wrong string of
Bistrad.
letters.
This game is completely different if he just plays a valid word there, and he had a couple in two different spots. So yeah, that would have been a big swing for sure. Um,
Honestly, both these players played very, very well.
yeah,
A reminder that this is the second division of this tournament. This is not Division One. This isn't the people that don't have personal hygiene, right?
yeah. That's, I mean,
So yeah, very impressive play from both.
oh,
As we
okay.
see
He's,
striped,
yeah,
probably.
striped. There's a number of different bingos here with almost every vowel. So, trapsed, I think, is a word, and then prested, I think, is a word. Striped, sported, and spurted. So every vowel, if I'm not mistaken.
Nerd.
Guilty. That's why we're here. You got to be a little nerdy to be hanging out with us today on a Scrabble stream, but we appreciate. I mean, it's never been cooler to be a nerd, right, in human history. So let's lean into it, I say. Um, let's reclaim that term as a positive. So, all right, Emmanuel bingos.
Absolutely.
He gets Mole as his endgame rack. And Tom's surely going to have something decent through the S, even if it's not. He actually has an 8-letter word, which would play in a different universe, I think.
Yeah.
Dioecious.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was mentioned in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's the best play here. Is a 7-letter word from the S. People spot that. You could also just play something like disco.
Yeah, disc or disco seems
And
fine.
even if Tom somehow plays a phony word here, he's still gonna win the game. He's up by enough. So,
yeah, true. That's a good situation to be in. Being able to do essentially anything you want, including play invalid words. But Tom's earned it.
yeah,
He's played well. I'm happy with his play in this game.
definitely. Yeah, he took a nice early lead with those scoring tiles, those scoring plays, while Emmanuel is struggling really hard with consonants and unworkable racks. But Emmanuel did a great job keeping the board open. The play of lace, very nice play of aviate, really just keeping his hopes alive, and he did get what he needed to get to come back. Unfortunately, just fell a little bit short, as we see coast. That
Solid idea. Could do a little better. Spending more tiles. It was mentioned in the chat that suicide would potentially be the best play. But yeah, as you said, Josh, disco or something of the sort would also be good. But this will get the job done easily using the 2 tiles on the rack that score more than 1 point. Cozied also. It's kind of pop an eye down.
Yeah, Tom just needed to play something he was sure of there.
Yep.
He's probably assuming that Emmanuel's going out, but I think now, if you're Emmanuel, you maybe just want to play for points. You maybe want to play NOME or something, and go out next turn, because you know that Tom has IIU and not really much to do with it. If we ask the engine, it says you play OM. Best play is OM for 24, blocking PU.
How about that?
And then going out with EL next turn. So that's the sequence that just 1 point better than 5 different options. And yeah, going out immediately is only a 5-point mistake. So very small potatoes here. A few points here and there is not going to matter in the long.
Yeah.
In the scheme of things.
For sure. But of course,
interestingly, alum is a word.
Is that
it could be a nice spot to play in as well.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's nice to fit that. Just getting the other Quackle scene ready in case we want to do that. So that way you can actually show some of these. But all right.
Yeah, so
here let's try.
Manuel did draw both the blanks, and he probably would have won the game if it weren't for the debtors thing. So yeah, here, the best sequence by 1 point over all of these plays.
Yeah, and you're pointing out alum, which is a cool place to plop your M down.
Yeah,
right here.
Or
that's a tricky hook. But yeah, Emmanuel just he's got a either. I mean, going out is very natural. Potentially, it's actually good for him that the outplays that he has are somewhat obscure, so he can play Moil or Selam here. So these are the only plays that use up all 4 of his tiles. It's actually better for him to play it slow because Tom's IUI does not go out anywhere. So it is optimal for Emmanuel to play a 2-turn sequence here, his tiles are quite a lot better than Tom's, so he's going to do better by prolonging the game. Of course, it's purely academic.
Yeah, so what's the best sequence? Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible for Tom.
OI
just
is literally
EL.
the best he has.
So yeah, the reason OM is so good is
Yeah.
it blocks this play of PU, PIU.
10 points.
For 10 points and get rid of 2 of the vowels.
Right.
That's why. That's why the engine says play Anyways.
So we'll see what he elects to do.
4 minutes left.
All right,
Plays
he's
the
gonna
same letters.
Yeah, gnome.
No, yeah. Second best play.
Curious to see what Tom does here.
Looks like he spotted PU.
Yeah, he has the I and U separate. So yeah, makes sense. That's why, as you suggested. Oh wait, where's he going?
Oh, he's not out.
Oh,
yeah.
he thought Emmanuel ended the game.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, he is going to get another turn. He's going to play PU, which I always thought, Josh, meant like the sound like, you make when you smell a high-rated Scrabble player.
Oh my
God. This is being very mean. Let me just say that is not fair to high-rated Scrabble players who, on the whole, are regular human beings, just like, anybody else. And, this is not a good precedent to be setting, this self-deprecating humor.
But we're allowed.
We are allowed, technically.
Yeah. You guys aren't allowed.
Yeah, you aren't allowed to say anything like that. All right, there we go. So the L, that's a nice sequence by Emmanuel. Even if it allows PU, then he gets the L with 10 points for Lex. And we get a final score of, looks like 480 to 427. They're talking things over. This game was really, one or two word knowledge mistakes here or there, but otherwise almost completely indistinguishable from the higher division games we've been watching, Josh.
Yeah, I would not have been surprised if this was a Division 1 game. Very, very well played by both. Things were flowing. They knew what to do. Both players knew what they were doing.
Yeah, without question.
So, yeah.
A lot of nice high-level recognition plays by both players, shaping the board, closing the board. Tom trying to close it with the lead much of the way, and Emmanuel doing a lot to keep things open. And you can see he benefited from a lot of those plays, right? Like playing Aviate almost paid huge dividends if he would have played Strobed instead of Bestrade, right? Like he was this close to executing that plan of opening a quadrant of the board that was not previously available and then hitting it with a bingo. That was absolutely his design, just didn't stick the landing.
Exactly. So are we going to have a break now? Is it tea time or lunchtime?
It is.
After round 4?
Let's take a look at the sketch. Okay. So this is my handy-dandy technique of showing you where we are in the standings, and you can see this is
incredible.
You've never seen production skills like this, folks.
Honestly.
So we were just at round 3, and we completed round 4, I should say. So now we are at our lunch break. So it's not going to be super long, I don't think. I think given that the event started 10 to 15 minutes late, they're gonna rush to lunch and get back for round 5, and Josh and I are going to be here for all 4 of the afternoon rounds, which is pretty exciting. I'm sure, there are so many good players here. I actually have this whole thing ready for you, this little procession of all the great players of who's playing. We don't need that. Well, I guess I could put the when we're going to resume.
Mark Nyman's playing?
According to the entrance list, yeah.
Nice.
Former world champion Mark Nyman in attendance. I think, not sure if yeah, he's there. He's 2-1. He's on the standings list. So we got all these great players, lots of champions from all over the place. I'm sure we will see all of these players on and off over the course of, again, if you just look at the standings, we have so much Scrabble coming. I think Josh and I are not going to be here for rounds 9 and 18. We're going to try to wake up extra early for round 27. These rounds require us to be ready to rock at 4 a.m. local time, so I think 5 a.m. slightly more realistic. But Josh, later on when things are getting really hairy at the top of the standings, I think that's going to be enough to get me out of bed.
Yeah. Yeah, same. 30 games. I mean, commentating 30 games over 4 days. I mean, that's a lot of games. So I don't think anyone's gonna balk at us not being around for game one of the day. But we're we're really looking forward to all of this coverage.
Yeah, for sure.
I really like that you are here thing. It's just so good.
It's just I just felt like I often have a schedule thing that I show during breaks and stuff like that, but it's hard to even know what you're looking at. So it's nice to have a little thing that shows you, well, how far along actually are we? So there you go.
Basically the best part of production is like answering questions before people ask them. So it's like really nice. So
we got standings.
For a little bit of context.
We got standings too.
Yeah, let's look at these standings. Not every game is in, so Rick is not going to be in first place after this round. One of Paul Allen, Natalie, Lightby, Bob are probably going to win a game. Wait, Bob Lynn? Is there a Bob Lynn with a Y?
Yes, there are two Bob Lynn's.
There's Bob Lynn with an I and with a Y? Oh, get out of here.
Hold on. Wait a second.
Don't have enough players for that sort of
Stand by.
That's hilarious.
Stand by a minute.
That's hilarious.
Let me see if I can provide some info on that. So this right here, this is Bob Lynn versus Bob Lynn. Both of these men are named Bob Lynn. One of them is this one here, who's 3-0, and then the other is, I guess, not in the top group, but you can see is going to be paired up with Natalie Zolti coming up. So that's kind of fun. If we get a Bob Lynn versus Bob Lynn matchup, we almost have to stream it, Josh, just for the lulls of trying to communicate to the viewers what the heck is going on. I made a video once about Max Panich versus Mac Meller, and that was a pretty big disaster. And then I made one about Paul Gallen and Paul Allen.
Paul Gallen, Paul Allen, yeah, both British grandmasters. I remember in the same tournament playing Mike Barron and Mick Barron.
Yes.
Hilarious names.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always fun. So yeah, right now Chris Lipe in first place out of the USA, the current chair of the World English Scrabble Players Association. So good to see him up in the standings. For those that are unaware, the lunch break.
I actually have this countdown.
45 minutes.
This timer is actually somewhat accurate as far as the when we want to be back live. So everybody's going to rush off to lunch. Here's the timer that you're looking at. When we're going to be back.
Yeah, I was at this tournament last year, and if it's the same, I'm pretty sure it's the same venue, same everything. The hotel is providing lunch for all the players, so everyone just goes down into the dining area. It's a buffet lunch, and the food is quite good for UK food, especially. People are gonna enjoy. Sorry, people are gonna enjoy their lunch. It's a very nice venue. They've got some great stuff going on there. So it's not like people only have 45 minutes to like go and find a restaurant or make their own meal. So
nice.
Yeah, food is provided. It's an awesome venue, an awesome event. Sad I couldn't make it this year, but at least we're here talking about it and commentating. Will, I hope next year you go.
I mean, it's definitely on the bucket list. I've wanted to play. I've been sort of a unofficial partner of Lukeman's with respect to streaming for a while, dating back to online events in the pandemic when I was really, really eager to keep our community sort of, sharing experiences together. We didn't have over the board play, and Lukeman really stepped in and did some amazing things with virtual events that I feel, I felt very strongly about. Really enjoy working with MGI and with Lukeman, so that's part of why we continue to be here. We did the same event last year, and we got to watch you do some amazing things on the stream. So yeah, so this time around, you're here with me, and yeah, I definitely it is on my bucket list to go play in one of his events and get out from the booth and get out, in front of the board, and someone else can talk about me for a change, talk about my Scrabble play for a change. So
Man, yeah, I really relish at that potential opportunity.
to watch me
You've
play
created
and
so much content from my games, like it's only fair. Like you retire from YouTube once you get like 20 million
20,
subscribers,
20 million.
and I can start I
Yeah,
can start commentating your games. So yeah, go to lunch. Good question in chat. We are gonna take a break.
yeah.
But I guess last question. What is your go-to lunch at a Scrabble tournament, Will?
I eat like a pig at Scrabble tournaments, and I definitely need to improve that. So I'm definitely eating all manner of oily, greasy food that has been empirically shown to not be good for brain function, and yet look at me go, winning all these different games and events. No, I'm just kidding. I could definitely do a lot better with that. So my go-to lunch is probably would resemble what my go-to lunch would be in middle school. So like fried foods and not a veggie in sight. So I would love to do better with that. I would love to mix in like at home. My diet is on point. Eat lots of yogurt. Eat lots of simple proteins, tofu, lean chicken. So my diet at
Mhm.
home is good. My diet at tournaments, something to work on. So, do you have a
Yeah.
go-to?
Well, I don't, but yeah, for sure at this particular tournament, like I said, they're going to be eating very well. The food is healthy. The food is good at the hotel venue. For me, I yeah, I really don't check what I eat. I guess I don't eat like too much during lunch. Because I mean, you need brain food, but you also need to
Not
focus your energy on
get
not
into
digesting.
food coma. Exactly.
But there are some players that do have a go-to lunch, like Nigel. Nigel, for example, he's just got sandwiches. He eats sandwiches, um, cheese sandwiches. I think ham ham sandwiches. Yeah, he just eats
He
sandwiches.
keeps it
Adam
simple.
Logan as well. I think he tends to eat like a bunch of vegetables and sometimes a sandwich or two,
No
probably.
surprise that
So maybe that's it.
they would eat wisely. So we could take a
Yeah.
page from them. So,
Maybe this Montreal bagel is what
mm,
we
nice.
should be aspiring to.
Well, all this food talk is making me hungry for some breakfast, and the players are off eating lunch. So I think what we're going to do now is cut to a little break. I'm not sure. I think I'll just let, instead of having a VOD go, I'm just going to let it strobe between some of the break screens. But we'll be back in probably about 40 minutes with 4 more games here. It's been a pleasure to broadcast several to start the day, but there's a ton more Scrabble here to come. So hopefully you can all join us back in about 40 minutes, like I said, and we'll see you in just a bit with more games from the MGI International Scrabble Classics. All right, everybody. We are about to come back from lunch break, which means we are advancing to round 5. Lunch break is complete. Breakfast break for some of us in the US, but for everybody in the UK, where we're holding this event, we're about to hit round 5. And of course, when I say we, I mean not only all the players at the MGI International Scrabble Classics, but also myself, Will Anderson, and as I was all morning, my co-commentator, joined by Josh Sokol. Josh, how are you feeling after our little lunch break here?
Might be a little bit too early for hot sauce, although my family doctor recommended having hot sauce with oats, which is really weird. Yeah, 10 o'clock here on the East Coast of the United States, 15 o'clock in the UK. Lunch is concluded. The players are primed and ready to play. So we have a really nice matchup for you guys this round. We have Kevin McMahon and Rick Kennedy. Kevin, I think, is from Ireland, and Rick from Scotland, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, I got the flags wrong. So in real time, we're going to fix that. So this is, Kevin from Ireland and Rick not from Nigeria. But I also agree, I think he is from Scotland. So we'll stick with these flags until somebody tells us otherwise. Maybe I'll check the WESPA rating real quick. But these are two really strong players, Josh.
Yeah.
You were mentioning
Absolutely.
that you played Kevin last year. Rick has the distinction of being on the wrong end of Scrabble history. He was To Wei Bin's opponent in the highest scoring tournament game of all time. But I felt so wrong about the fact that I made a video about that game, but Rick is also a fine player, one of the best in the world in his own right. So I had to make a follow-up video about the time where he beat Nigel Richards 3 games in a row. That's the type of player that we're dealing with Rick.
Oh, is he from... Oh, is he in
Is
Northern
he?
Ireland?
All right, let me just check.
True.
I'm going to check the WESPA ratings and we'll get these flags correct.
We're ignorant.
Yeah, sorry about that. We're gonna
it
fix
is Northern Ireland.
All right, so it's a two Ireland flags for them, or is there a different flag? Is there a different?
Yeah, it's you might not have it. It's a fun little flag. It's the
Okay.
Ulster banner, I think, is what it's called.
Northern Ireland?
Yeah, man.
I don't have it in my flags. Okay, maybe we'll turn off the flags for this. No, let's not create an international diplomatic incident here. But yeah, I think the players are, as you can see, they're getting set to begin. So let me also get rid of the flags here. And when we're sure of country of origin, we will add them back.
I mean, you can work on getting the Northern Ireland flag. If you want, and I can.
Anon says British flag. So Northern Ireland would be British flag, and Kevin.
No, I mean no. Like Northern
It's
Ireland.
Just Ireland.
It's part of the United Kingdom, but it's not like anyway.
All right. Well, we won't worry about that. All we know is that. Oh, there's the Northern Ireland flag. I see it.
Yeah, let's just use that. Why not? Like, for me as a Quebecois, I like using the Quebec flag, even though technically I'm in Greater Canada. Like, why not use...
It's not the right shape.
The nation's flag.
It's not the right shape for me. But yeah, I have them in that circular formation. So anyway, in all other ways, we are set to go. And Kevin's going first, and he is drawing a whole lot of consonants.
All right, so this is definitely exchange. This is not a single word.
Yeah, this is sometimes with these racks you can play stuff like grr or whatever, but there literally is nothing like that there. So Kevin exchanges
giving RNG, which is it's funny because I feel like it is a little bit of a variant decision to keep 3 consonants rather than 2 on an opening exchange. So the RNG is certainly in play here. He might draw 4 more consonants, 3 more consonants. but this is the most potent leave, I think, for getting an early bonus. That I think I might have just kept NG there.
Yeah,
But,
it's tough. I mean,
two vowels are helpful. So this looks great.
Oh, the Z. Normally, you love to see the Z, and he probably does love to see it anyway. But many other consonants would have given a bingo, whereas now Kevin is somewhat at the mercy of maybe getting an I that Rick does not have. So, in any case, nice replenishment draw for Kevin for sure with all those vowels in the Z. And meanwhile, Rick is playing Woot. I think this is just a variant of hoot, like the sound an owl makes, if I'm not mistaken. But with the extra W on it, definitely hits quite a bit harder. That looked like it was probably
it's pretty good. You could play that or Wahoo. But the D and the T don't go well together.
Yeah, this might be slightly better. But now the Z is going to hit like a truck in that spot above the O through no fault of Rick's. I think that was a very reasonable play. I was going to notice somebody on YouTube says Scrabble has so much RNG. I wondered if you were going to mention that with the RNG leave, random number generator.
I disagree. I guess there's a lot of random number generation, but the implication that Scrabble has a lot of luck is, to me, insane. I think it's one of the most balanced games you could ever find with when it comes to there being a little bit of luck and a whole lot of skill you're showing these days. So Zag comes down. Yeah, I think you play Zag over Za. I think you got to get rid of the G in this position. But
yeah,
things look a bit close.
It's tough because you have
draw from Rick.
You have the N, so it's nice. But without the I or any I in sight, I think it is definitely better to get rid of the G. First of all, if you switch that O to an I, Kevin would have a bingo right now. But in a vacuum, I would say had Kevin not had a bingo and had an I, maybe you've got an argument to keep the G. Otherwise, for sure, dump it.
And Rick sitting on the blank, very nice rack. IO date blank. There is one word that is much better than all the others. It is a double, so playing through that H of Woot, hitting both of those double word scores. Is the word Taihoad. The word that comes up pretty often, would you say?
Yeah, that is one that comes up. We're down just a bit. I would say I think that word was a recent addition as a verb. Maybe the update before last. So I could see that escape Rick's notice here, and it has. So 94 points for Taihoad. This is going to score 72, quite a bit less. It should be emphasized that this is still a great find, of course, but Rick is probably going to be unhappy.
Oh my god.
What, Arageron? Oh.
So
wow.
First of all, Taihoad would not have given back this bingo through the eye of Erigeron, but
it would have
forced.
What
were we just talking about?
It would have
RNG.
Yeah. Random number generator, which plays
generator fits through the AT.
Plays through AT. So Kevin sees the 8-letter word. You can see he has it spelled out. It's going to play. Definitely correct to play that over generator just for the extra points. But it is so interesting, Josh, to think about how this game would have swung after Taihoad instead. Does Kevin find the much tougher 9-letter word?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's crazy. Just like you said earlier, you said Dyer, and then Dyer came down.
Yeah.
Sometimes Scrabble is serendipitous like this.
We're manifesting, right? We're manifesting the words here somehow. I wish it were that easy. So, yeah, interesting swing there. Kevin gets his bingo. I mean, if you're watching this and you're saying, what? How is generator harder than erigeron, right? One is a totally normal word. This word is like gibberish. Well, the answer is that erigeron has, maybe it's erigeron, has 8 letters and generator has 9. And it's just the practice that we do as tournament players really focuses on those 7 and 8 letter words. So anything beyond that, even if it's a normal word, got another letter to deal with, and it's just very rare. It's much rarer to find those longer words. So it might look weird, but it's actually kind of a layup for someone at Kevin's extremely high level to find erigeron, whereas generator still requires that next level of creativity and anagramming skill. So what do we think of Budgie?
I'm confused.
Why not?
So Rick
Down
Kennedy
low?
plays Budgie.
Would it have
Yeah,
been
this
better
scored
here?
28 points. If he had played it with OB and NU, that would have been 7 more, 35. So it's a little bit confusing to me why he wouldn't have taken the points. I mean, in terms of placement, if you play Budgie down here, you are setting up the potential for bingos coming down. But I don't think that's like 7 points dangerous. I really think that was just a miss by Rick. He has
Yeah.
played a little bit fast this turn, I think.
Yeah, that
But
could
he is
be
a fast player.
intentional. Oh, is he? Okay. I was thinking sometimes when I go into a stream game, I go into it thinking, don't get bogged down. Don't worry about the audience. Play fast, play confident. Don't waste that much time, because it's very easy to get into that trap of saying, "Oh boy, I don't want to miss anything," and look silly on the stream. So sometimes you go into it making a real point to play as fast as possible. But yeah, your point about Budgie here, yes, it creates an S
Or
hook
even
in the
just Budge.
Oh, Budge, yeah, Budge as well. But even if you were worried about the S hook here, there's S hooks in a number of spots that are still like you're not making things that much worse for yourself most of the time. Yeah, I guess a 6-letter word ending in S, but that's not something to really fear most of the time. And bingos don't hit that much harder most of the time, probably 10, 15, 20 points harder, whereas you are giving up a fair number of points. You know you're giving up a fair number of points every time you play Budgie here over down low. So yeah, I'm assuming just overlooking. I do that sometimes, Josh, where I'm just like, yeah, these two plays are probably really close together in score, and then afterwards I look at the game in an engine and I'm like, whoa, this one scored way more than I thought. You know, that happens to me sometimes. Maybe not. I think you add too fast.
Yeah, I do. I'm so not humble compared to you. Jeez.
It's true. There's nothing wrong with that. It's absolutely true.
All right. Well, we got a close game on our hands. Kevin on turn down 12 points, which means the game is pretty much even. When it's your turn, you expect the game to be even when you're down around half of the value of an average turn score, which is somewhere in the 30s at this level. So given that it's Kevin's turn, and yeah, score is 118 to 130, you can feel pretty comfortable here. The problem is these letters look really good, and you want to be looking for a bingo here, and there is
Yeah,
one.
you have pre-file,
So he's been taking some time.
pre-life, pilfered, pilferer.
Pre-file.
There's a lot, and somehow none of it fits. So it's definitely agonizing. But
Yeah.
he's gonna have to give up on bingoing, and it looks like he's thinking about playing belief from the B.
Yeah, there are a lot of plays, a few plays to consider. Belief is one of them. You could also have played brief in the same spot, or preef through the R and original on a completely different part of the board.
Oh wow!
And leaving stuff open and trying to bingo again would have been an interesting idea. This B and Budgie isn't really a huge deal. it's already covering the double word score, so it is an open triple, but it's not the end of the world. So you could have gone either way there, I think. I like my ease. I probably would
Yeah,
have played brief.
I think I'm feeling like brief holds on to what, LEP? I feel like that's just enough better than going into next turn without a vowel. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if you were to put this into an engine and belief sims best. Sure. I mean, maybe pre-belief is a word or something.
No chance. No chance belief sims best. I'll bet you 20 bucks.
All right. I mean, my gut says that you just bingo a lot more keeping the E. So yeah, I wouldn't take that bet. But
there was
yeah.
There was mention of febrile. Which was hilarious.
Febrile, yes.
A febrile is a word. So
yeah, and Kevin has A's now, and Rick did not, so he would have benefited.
This was a really interesting turn. Sorry, we sort of glossed over this position as quite comes down through the blank T of athetoid. There was a lot of points on the table for Kex.
Yeah.
Kex right here, but quite keeping Kex because the spot isn't really going away. It makes a lot of sense because the Q's unlikely to improve from there, and the X might even improve. You might draw a huge play here, something here. So I think I really like this decision from Rick. Like,
yeah, the Q, right? I mean, you could the saving grace of playing Kex here, keeping Q U, is just that it's not like I don't feel like the Q is hopeless to improve on this board. You definitely have a number of spots that you can still do decently well with it. But yeah, this is a lot of points. Quite was 35, whereas Kex scores 46. So you're getting a lot more. So it really is just what do you feel like your odds of scoring well next turn are? I do think keeping the X as he did is way more stable with these two spots. You just know what you're getting, but I feel like the Q is good enough. Ooh, nice. Oh wow, nice play by Kevin there. Ab amp. That's a really nice overlap. We like that.
Yeah, that's by far his best play.
All those nice Azo and whatnot. So yeah, interesting move from Rick. I think, yeah, as you say, it's just recognition of the X playing in multiple good spots on the board. I would again say that maybe that's a slight lack of faith in QUIE going into next turn,
which is a very understandable lack of faith. But yeah, does seem like quite wasn't quite correct. But I think the general concept of not believing too hard in the Q is a good one. I think just in this case, taking the extra points might have been slightly preferable.
The downside risk.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, okay.
I was just gonna say the downside risk of keeping that Q. Ooh, what happened here? Facebook custom. Right, got to get rid of something here. I wonder where I wonder where I've been streaming. If I've been streaming to somewhere that shouldn't be. Either way, I just have my restream open because we're streaming to both my YouTube and Josh's Twitch, and all of a sudden I noticed that a third channel was on. I wonder where that is. So if you're watching,
it might have been the scope. It might have been the
Scrabble Go. Yeah, I'm not sure. So yeah, we'll figure it out. I guess maybe I'll go try to check that out as we're commentating here. But either way, it is back to Rick. You were going to say, oh, look at this. Nice.
Yes, beautiful play of Hexad there. You could leave off the A and the D, but I think the CK together works really nicely. I guess I'd be a little bit concerned with the E hook of Hexade. But I think this is probably the correct play by Rick. I'm not too concerned about this underlap. Yeah.
Nice.
So he gets 58 for his X. And back to Kevin, who has some terrible triplicates here.
Yeah, the R's. Not a letter that duplicates especially well. Not that many do, of course, but this one in particular can be very toxic. So I also don't really see. I mean, he probably has to play Curer or something, right? This seems like a really nice. Yeah, okay, he's about to.
Oh yeah, that's a great way to just deal with all the issues.
Yeah, that seems like absolutely called for here. The resulting leave of Rent is very strong. If he just draws something balanced to that, he stands a really good chance of bingoing. And it should be noted, Josh, that not only could you draw a bingo underneath Belief, but there is a sneaky hook that I'm sure both players are aware of here.
Yeah, yeah. As mentioned on the Hexad turn.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll get that hook out of the way this turn. Well, actually, I wonder.
Yeah, it's tricky.
There's
what to do.
there's a
So
bunch of options here. So the thing is, if you put that E on Hexad,
it
well,
creates
that
a
suddenly
massive,
opens the S.
yeah, massive. Oh, and Kevin has Underwit as a bingo ready to play through this D, by the way. So that is definitely, I can't imagine that's going to get blocked. Looks like Rick is getting set to play Keiki, which seems as good as anything. It does create the S hook. If you imagine Keiki going down on the board, yes, Hexads will score a lot. However, the C cuts off a lot of the time with both H's on the board, so no CH. Can't play anything absolutely massive through there. It would still hit hard, but not devastatingly. So maybe he's getting set to play Keiki, and if he did, that looks like a good idea.
Yeah, but the question is, do you play it for 45 in this spot?
Or with Cox?
Sorry. Or for 43?
Oh.
Yeah, why not just take the 2-point sacrifice
and
here?
not worry about it.
S spot.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this is a good adjustment.
Yeah, I like this. This is safer. You know, you have to also, you're always thinking about what play did my opponent just make. My opponent just played Curer. This definitely looks like a play that Kevin could make with good bingo tiles, keeping a really good leave that has an S. So you could see that for sure. Also, are there even any S's on the board at all? So that definitely increases the odds that your opponent is holding one. So yeah, good adjustment by Rick. Kevin clearly sees his bingo, and yuck. Could be a swing in store for this game.
Oh my goodness. What in the world? Yeah, so Kevin just pausing here. I wonder if there's some uncertainty, if he's double checking there's anything better.
So unright was a 7-letter word on his rack. Maybe he's just thinking, do I have some place of fitting that onto the board? Because when you have a 7, you got to at least check, is there anywhere I can play it? But this board is not great for 7-letter words, especially without an S. It's okay, but you know, keeping the WU combo is going to constrict his options. So either way, I think that was his only bingo. Nice job by Kevin. And now gut check as Kevin takes a decent sized lead and Rick is going to struggle.
Yeah, I think there's one thing you might be okay playing, maybe two things. I guess you could play Yoop to this P.
Yeah.
Or something like IE.
Yeah, those are
E.
I guess
like, everything is ugly.
IE has some merit, so playing IE is kind of nice just because I feel like this spot right here is a decent scoring spot. IE takes the sting out of that. You're also, you know, scoring something instead of nothing. So you're keeping IOO with that play, which is rough, to say the least. I feel like it feels barely worth it to me, especially because IOO, if you just draw a decent consonant, you have a nice place to dump O's on top of ABAMP. So there's that going for it. Rick's going to exchange. I don't really quibble with that decision either, though, Josh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Kevin's drawn incredibly well for his post bingo draw. He's drawn 2 S's of blank. He's certainly going to bingo for a second time. And with his
Yeah.
26-point lead, that's going to turn to a 100-point lead. Rick's going to need some help at this point. But yeah, I think exchanging there makes perfect sense. You don't really want to deal with your low scoring tiles. But yeah, I probably would have played through. I hate exchanging.
If I'm Kevin, like I'm staring down here, so like you have solates, right?
Wow.
If you're Kevin, you've got massive overlaps in that spot. I don't know if there's anything better, but
There is. Okay.
oh my god,
Wait.
shallots.
Yes.
Holy crap.
Yes.
So you can do
Shallot.
this. This is
Isn't that a
so
Pokemon?
good. I'm not sure. I only know the original 150. That doesn't sound familiar to me. However, that play, so the difference between solates going across and shallots right here is huge, right? Because this S hook is totally unprotected for a T. Maybe that's it. But even then, you could definitely get hit with a EST word here. Whereas if you're able to find the better option, you are really immunized against worst case scenarios in this spot. It's way tougher to do anything with this. So this scores incredibly well and doesn't get hit. That being said, if Kevin doesn't see any of the overlaps down there, there's other stuff he can do. It looks like he's getting set to play isolates, which will actually fit nicely here too, pluralizing abamps. So that's a pretty good consolation prize. Yeah, if you don't see, I think shallots is almost certainly the best play for the extra points, but isolates for 10 fewer does a lot of good things.
Also, what were you typing? Were you typing solates down?
Typing?
Like, were
I
you
was
putting
drawing.
it? What was the play you were drawing? You're drawing solates with Toxo?
Oh, whoops.
I'm confused. Because
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that fits.
My bad. I goofed.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's
there's 2 plays underneath.
I transposed in my head, but then I wrote the letters wrong. Sorry, everybody.
No, but it made sense to me.
I goofed. But okay, there must not be anything with an A here. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, solates would have been 90. So shallots is 88. There's also stanols, which is pointed out in chat.
Oh, stanols.
Putting the blank here.
Nice.
Which makes it score 4 fewer, just because you're not getting the triple letter score for the blank. But that's also
stanols does have that
isolates
benefit.
78 points. I mean, it's hard to quibble with that.
So yeah, Kevin seems pretty locked in on isolates, but I'm guessing he is looking down low. That's my guess. Why not play this right now? Because it feels like if you don't have this spot available, playing something through here would have to be like the best you can do, almost certainly, unless there's some crazy, I don't even know what that would entail. So I'm sure he's looking here as best he can. So he just has to generate as much as he can.
So you see stanols.
Nice. Nice. So
very nice.
Very, very close to as good as shallots for 4 more points. This is like as close as it gets to not being the correct play, and it is a beautiful play.
Yeah, and we see Rick's reaction. He's sort of just like, oh, wow.
Yeah, rough.
Nice job. Yeah, he's down 110, and he's drawn both V's to his exchange, so that must not feel great.
Yeah, it's rough. It's funny, he left AE on his exchange and drew this. So, not ideal. Not ideal. And meanwhile, he sees his opponent draw SS blank, so that doesn't feel good. That being said, Kevin just made a fantastic play with those tiles. So you gotta, even if you're lamenting the draw, you gotta tip your cap at that nice overlap. I mean, just look at the, this is like a thick with 2 C's chunk.
3 C's.
3 C's? How many C's out there in the chat do you think this formation should earn? And we have in the chat Ryan W., who is the foremost expert on thick formations, right? He's the one that pulled off the legendary 3 overlaps bingos. So I defer to his expertise.
It's true. Yeah, I remember that video. That was amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
But yeah, back to Rick. I mean, the game's not over. There's still 17 tiles left. It's very, very grim. But Rick's looking to play over here. He spotted vulva or vulvae.
Best way to get the 2
V's.
V's.
Yeah, it is the best way. You could play that, or you could play Lovey in the same spot, Luvvie. The problem is, it doesn't actually open any space. This Q cuts off the circulation from the furthest left column. So you're really just giving your opponent a free triple. You're not even creating a threat. So that doesn't bode well. I think you keep the E though, because there's only one E unseen.
Yeah.
Other than Rick's own, and the E's become more and more valuable the fewer there are left in the back.
Makes sense.
For 26.
Yeah, when the E's get scarce, you do want to hold on to them, as you suggest, Josh. So that makes total sense. And yeah, just tough when you're in Rick's position, having to get rid of both V's at once. That's going to limit your options quite a bit. And he actually did quite well there, but it's, you know, it's going to be tough. He's going to need a great draw. Ooh, not quite. Some good stuff that meshed well with his EIM on the leave, but then the duplicate N was not what he would have wanted. There's definitely stuff that he could have drawn right here, right? This is a good 7-letter lane to start with something with AM in it or EM in it. Doesn't look like he quite connected.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to get some respite. Kevin's not going to be able to score much. He's going to get exactly 400 after this play of Loon, which looks like his best option, or one of his best options. I guess there was a really cool play, actually, of Roton underneath here to score a little bit more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Loon looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I like the thing about Loon is that it also blocks one of the 7s lanes, right? You could play underneath under Wit. This is not impossible to play here, which now you cannot do after Loon. So there's that benefit. So if it's even close, you do get extra bonus from that aspect. But yeah, Roton, that's cool. I didn't even look down there. ST. It's one of those Collins words that rubs people the wrong way. But
yeah,
we like it.
Comments on your video.
I do.
So, yeah, Rick just 1 letter off of a bonus. Unfortunately, I don't really see a way back into this game for Rick. He's either going to have to try and go for something specific, maybe with like the J. Is there any possibility of drawing a word with putting the J right here?
Yeah, it's tough.
Looks
a long
very
one.
difficult.
A long one.
So he's gonna have to play like something the triple and just hope for a huge score next turn, basically.
Yeah.
But I think it's just over. I don't think there's. I actually think. Yeah.
Well, if you look
Kevin
at
has the worst possible letters.
Kevin has,
and he plays main instead of Manny. This is actually fantastic.
Yeah, I think that if he was going to play right, this is what gives Rick a chance, is to play main and putting the consonant in here and hope that, given the imbalance, it's likelier that Kevin is dealing with an excess of consonants than vowels. So M-A-N-I, Manny Petty.
And Kevin can't block. He doesn't have the letters to block. So
what does he even do? Unfortunately for Rick, he didn't. I keep saying, both of us now have said, unfortunately, or whatever, for Rick, from the POV of Rick. I just want to say, we love Kevin McMahon here. Great guy. It's not, It's not. We're mostly rooting for a close game. So whichever player is in the lead, we're going to root for the player who's behind
You're taking us even deeper.
to even the game. It has nothing to do with dislike of different parts of the UK or a lack of understanding of different flags or regions in the UK. And I'm taking it out on the players. I'm just kidding. So yeah, but Rick hasn't drawn well enough to capitalize on that nice choice on his part. So
yeah, this is actually why Loon was probably a potentially game losing mistake by Kevin.
So keep
Maybe
a vowel.
he needed to just the idea of covering one of these triples just in case exactly something like main happens.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can't respond. At least you have covered one of the triples.
Yeah.
This is insanely deep.
Yeah.
But I mean,
you would have to foresee
hindsight,
this exact type of thing happening, which I think a lot of super elite players can do. It's hard enough to find all your words and figure out what to play and what scores the most points. But looking deeply like that, if you're in Kevin's shoes on Loon and saying, well, this is a really nice play, scores well, blocks this lane, keeps RST, all fantastic. But the idea of predicting a situation like this, playing Roton here so that if Rick were to make a high scoring play here, it doesn't set up a triple, that's a lot. And he's gonna do his best. Earns. Kevin is basically saying, he's probably looking at this and thinking to himself, all right, GG, you don't have it. You don't have anything through an end with this trash. And he's probably right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, given that he needed, given that Rick needed Kevin to have all constants, but also simultaneously kind of needed one or two of those constants to play through the end and main. Still, I like this. I like main. It really, I think it was the only play that gave Rick a chance.
And a really cool nuance between main and Manny. That's the extra thing about it.
Yes.
So yeah, what does Rick do now? See, oh yeah, Kevin's got 28 more points. Yeah, there we go. There isn't really, I feel like now after this play, which of course, if Rick sees this be played by Kevin, you basically know he has no, vowels, or else he would for sure be trying to block this. Well, maybe not for sure, but he certainly would be looking to do that.
This is an incredible play by Rick. Oh my goodness. This play of PO going for infinite. Going for the
infinite.
That is so incredible.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's blocking the triple, but he actually has the possibility of drawing Poi.
Fantastic.
That Poi at infinite. That's so cool. And if I guess it was the E being unseen, and Kevin had the exact rack of JU. He still would have been able to block. And this is still just a great
definite
idea.
Also definite from his POV.
Wow.
Infinite and definite, both playable with Poi. So you're not even fishing to just one thing. Of course, we know Kevin has the D, so that's not possible. But infinite, well, I guess he has both T's, so neither of them. Rick was drawing dead for those things, but the possibility of drawing into it and making a tough situation for Kevin, that's very, very clever by Rick. Nice job to spot a win, no matter how far-fetched, that was a legitimate winning threat. Of course, Kevin could block it, but if he thinks that Poe, I think Kevin is too sharp to just realize, to think that Poe is a complete block of the spot. He wouldn't go that far, but at least you force him to make a tough decision, especially with other lanes lurking, right? You can definitely still hit other stuff.
Yeah, it's really just an attempt. I mean, the thing about Scrabble at this level is that 95 or 99 times out of 100, it's not going to work. But that one time in 100 where your opponent has not tracked tiles properly or does something just completely wrong and completely goofs in the end game. I mean, we are all human. Giving yourself that chance is really part of what separates the top players from everyone else.
For sure.
So yeah, I really like that play of PO.
So Rick kept an N, so definite was not possible, as has been pointed out. My mistake, mea culpa. But yeah, even finding one play that plays through there with the unappealing pool is pretty impressive. That was pretty good. But of course, Rick drawing the J, it's gonna do it for his winning chances here. I guess that emptied the bag too. But yeah, I think there was really no choice for Rick but to empty. So it makes sense. Yeah, so all that's left now is for Kevin to finish off the end game. He is thinking about it, very focused. There's no need to rush this. He can spend a little time. I think if I'm Kevin, I'm looking at Rick's J and I'm thinking to myself, where is that J going to hit? And I feel like this is the spot that I would be worried about. You can see Rick has Fuji lined up. I'm sure he wants to play it in that exact spot. So I'm expecting Kevin to play something here first and then retain good letters to go out somewhere else. It seems like.
Yeah, this is a very interesting but tricky endgame where, Fuji is coming down either here or if that gets blocked here. And that's pretty much always going to be by far Rick's best play. So the best thing to do in this position is actually to play short. You play yet.
Yeah. Leave yourself 4 tiles so that when Fuji comes down, you have your S and 3 more tiles to pluralize it and go out. Haha. Nice.
Exactly. Very, very clever stuff. There are sequences that would score a lot of points, but nothing quite as good as just forcing your opponent to be like, okay, well, either I give you this very, very high scoring outplay or I sacrifice a ton of points to not give you that outplay. So we'll see what Kevin comes up with. Again, most end games are academic. The game is either won or lost for one of the two players. Sometimes, once in a while, it's extremely important to find the best play because it might be the only play that wins the game for you. So these players, despite it being a question of a few points here and there is also the tiebreaker, which is spread, which is a point differential between all of your games. That is important. So not only is it a good idea to try and solve the end game no matter what, it's also good practice for when it does matter.
Do we know what percentage of games have one winning endgame move? I feel like I would hesitate to guess. Feels like it's often enough. It's got to be like 1 in 50. I don't know. Does that seem too crazy?
No, it seems about right. So this is a 2-point mistake. A very good play though, because for the same reason.
Right idea.
Yeah, the right idea. The only reason this is 2 points worse is because you're getting 2 fewer points on the overlap of the A. Because you're hitting this triple and then you're hitting this triple, the math is the same, regardless of what letters you play now. But a little tidbit, a little bit of nerdiness on my part too.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, this is when we cite the Nigel statistics, Nigel Richards, of course, if you don't know who that is there anybody watching in this chat right now who doesn't, when I say the name Nigel Richards, is there anybody in this chat on YouTube? And please, there's going to be trolls. I shouldn't even ask. Now people are going to be like, oh, I don't know, but they do. But if anyone's out there who doesn't know who that is, it's the best Scrabble player in the world by, many measures, his resume, and one of them is his effectiveness in the end game. And that's what's so crazy about him, in my opinion, is in addition to knowing all the words and finding all the words, nailing every single end game, basically. I think it's the statistics is he plays an imperfect end game once in every 84 end games. The next closest person is like once in every 2 or something.
Yep.
That's crazy to me,
About
Josh. I can't wrap my mind around that one.
Yeah, if you could, then you'd be as good at endgames as Nigel is, I think. Yeah, it's very, very impressive stuff. And it's really just something to admire and aspire to, try to emulate.
Yeah, because like this is a good end game, right? Like Dit saving ties to respond to Fuji makes a lot of sense. It just happens to not win by quite as many points as just playing Yet in this spot right now. These tiny little details every time. Not only does it take vision to see every option, you also have to sort of sit there and do the math. So to help, if you're going to nail them all, you have to have excellent vision, excellent math and calculating skills, and just be able to like run through all the sequences really fast because you just don't have that much time to iterate through them all. So all the different skills at once. Fix your
Yeah,
feedback.
there was some issue with your mic. I don't know if it's still the case.
Oh, okay. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think it's good now. But yeah, for a second you were very. It sounded fine for me. I think it sounded pretty bad for the people watching. But yeah, there's some
Oh,
roboticness.
I'm so sorry. I
Right.
don't really know how that could be. I'll take a look. If it happens. Ooh. Well, now I just dumped it on myself. I'll try to.
It's yeah. This happens. This happens all the time. Um, there's so many moving parts in live stream.
Switch my USB, many USBs, my microphone, so that I know. Happens again. This one.
Someone says my favorite dubstep remix, Will X. Yeah, I can only imagine what it sounded like for y'all.
Muted?
No, just the weird static. On my end, it was just a little bit of static.
Okay.
I think that's audio is tough.
It's good because I lost my hearing. Well, at the outset of the stream, this is why everyone was like, louder, louder. So now
exactly.
You're all at risk of getting your ears blown out by a snafu. So, sorry, everybody. Rick is grinding here. He's probably realizing what's going to happen to him if he plays Fuji and wants to avoid it. But actually, that still is his best play, right, Josh?
Yeah, by a pretty large margin. I think potentially Yest under Cures here was missed by Rick as a response to not giving back Fuji's.
So you're not saving yourself that many points over that play to sacrifice a large number. You're sacrificing like 18. You're sacrificing 18 points to play this, but you're not making Kevin score 18 fewer points due to this. So yeah.
It's not even just 18 points. It's also you're keeping the F, so it's 24 points.
Well, tricky end game that has now concluded, and it ends up with a win for Kevin. We've pretty much known that would be the case for a couple moves now, probably as far back as we've known as far back as Rick exchanging from that rack where we were thinking he might play IE, and then Kevin drawing Stanalls right away. His odds were very good after that swing in the game. That happens sometimes. Rick was right in this. I wouldn't say he was in control necessarily, but it seemed like he had tempo, right? He got the first bingo down. Then that big swing in the mid game, Josh, put it in Kevin's favor.
Yeah, I think it all started with Athetoid, honestly. Missing Taihoed could very well have been the difference between Kevin having a bingo and not having a bingo. We do know that Generator was possible instead of Origeron, but never a given that someone's going to spot a 9-letter word.
Yeah, it's
So I
tough.
think it all started there, and then maybe a couple of missteps along the way. But I mean, Rick played really well to try and stay in it after Stanels. But Kevin, I mean, honestly, just stellar play the whole time. I really
Yeah,
don't have any
masterclass,
issue with anything he played this game,
masterclass from Kevin for
other
sure.
than Loon, I
Yeah,
believe,
maybe, and that
because
is
those are
that
very, very, very tiny.
Loon is like the highest level mistake you could imagine, right? Like failing to foresee the 7 consonant draw and resulting, Rick playing here sequence. Loon made a ton of sense in the moment, scoring well, leaving RST, many, many good things that you like. So that I hesitate to even call that a mistake. If we do call it one, it's very, very high level. So Kevin played extremely well in this game. As Josh said, I don't think there's much we would adjust about his play at all. So well earned win, and that means Kevin's going to pop up to 4-1. Rick will drop to 4-1 as well. But good start for both of these two. Not
Yeah,
surprised to see
definitely.
them among
Great
the
game.
top group.
Yeah, and again, like this Loon thing, this business is like maybe a 1 in 1,000 mistake. Like one
Yeah.
in 1,000 games are going to go Rick's way after Loon. So it's like to qualify something like that as a mistake is really just a yeah. It's
If those are the
probably the
mistakes,
wrong characterization.
yeah, I agree. If those are the mistakes you're making, you are a super GM at this game for sure. If that's the most you could be, that a commentator could say of you. So nicely done, Kevin. Rick is pointing out Taihoed, I think. See how he just touched the first couple letters of Athetoid? I think he just looked up what he would have had. I feel like his body language is suggesting that maybe his app is telling him that he had a better play, and that would have been like Rick played great as well, but that's an actual mistake, right? Like a 20-point better bingo happened that it also would have forced Kevin into a much tougher response, and that's what I'm fascinated by, Josh. Like, would Kevin have spotted generator if he had to?
Yeah, that would have been really interesting. Well, we haven't seen a 9 yet. I hope we do. 30 games.
I
How often
assume
do
we
9s get
will.
played? Yeah.
Once in computers play them once in every like 7 or 8 games or something like that. So will we see them? I think the odds are good with the level of players we have that we're going to get a 9 that is findable. I've been studying 9s for the first time in my Scrabble career.
Nice.
I'm having a lot of fun doing so. It's giving me the same dopamine hits as those high probability 7s and 8s that you start out studying on your journey as a player, and I'm enjoying it. I don't know if it's actually going to pay serious dividends, but I'm having fun learning some weird ones. Many more to go,
All
of
right.
course.
Question for chat without looking.
Non.
There's 2.
Oh,
You've already spoiled one of them. Nice job, Will. Thank
so
you.
there's another. All right,
There's one 3-letter extension to belief other than non-belief.
I have a
Oh,
guess.
E's going away. Yeah, what is it?
Disbelief. Disbelief.
Yep. Disbelief and misbelief. Oh, so there's 3.
I
I
actually only thought
Yeah, they're both
misbelief
good.
first, and then as soon as I said it, I realized how close it sounds to disbelief. So, yeah, cool. So there we go. That's a nicely played game by both sides, and this is only in round 5. Like typically, it takes time at these tournaments for matchups to get really good as all the cream rises to the top. But at this tournament, there's so much cream that we're being treated to. Maybe I need to get away from this metaphor as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's a very creamy crop, right?
Cream of the crop. That's right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is, Josh. My point is, a matchup so good in round 5 is a luxury we should appreciate.
Absolutely, yeah. And,
So yeah, we got to get our next matchup, I guess.
And just to, I guess, fill people in on this tournament, if you're just joining, 33 game tournament or 32, something like that, in the UK. Very strong fields, tons of great players. We're going to be here pretty much every round. And the format of the stream is going to be mostly top games, but we are going to sprinkle in some play from the second division. Maybe even, I don't even know if there's a third division, but we're gonna have a couple. Every few games, we're gonna have a lower match, so you guys can see that a lot of the people that play Scrabble are not like incredibly like top level players. There's a bunch of people that they make a lot of mistakes, they miss a lot of bingos, but they're in it for the ride, and yeah, they play a lot more, I guess, relatable Scrabble. People you've been seeing.
Yeah, in
So
many
it's
cases,
always a pleasure.
yeah, the players in the lower divisions, in many cases, they definitely like. I feel like the game we saw between Emmanuel Egbele and Tom Wilson was like so close to a top level game. It was just like one word mistake at the worst possible time that separated it mostly. And I do feel like at that lower level, the Scrabble is still really, really good. And there's so much good that the players are doing. There just is like one or two more plays at a key juncture of the game where it just makes such a huge difference. Like every game is kind of like a tightrope to walk. Some games you can make a lot of mistakes and the tightrope is wide. Other games it takes the tiniest mistake to fall off the rope. So the players in the lower division are still playing by and large extremely well, but I agree that maybe it's slightly more relatable in the sense that being so infallible as the top level players often are is an achievement in and of itself. It's not necessarily that lower level players don't understand how to get there. It just takes so much time and energy and practice. So yeah, I worry about that sometimes, that we show, I think going forward, I'm really optimistic that we can do better at showcasing different levels of play and not suggest that every single person at these events is going to be slapping down every 7 or 8 letter word that comes across their rack. So
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, looking forward to the coverage. Hope you guys have been enjoying the commentary. Will and I, we've made it this far. We're getting up 4:30 in the morning. It's a grind, but I'm really, really happy that we get to do this together. I don't get to commentate with you enough, man.
I know it's because a lot of the events that we do are based out of North America, so it's one or the other of us are probably playing. So this is somewhat of a rarity, also in the sense that that an event is taking place not in North America. Obviously the reason for that, as you alluded to, is the wake up times, the time difference, and all of that sort of thing. So this is like the perfect storm of an event that actually allows us to do it together. So yeah, it is a treat. We should definitely savor it. And it's going to be a ton of good Scrabble coming up. I'm looking at the matchups for next round. There's very many good ones. I see a couple that pique my interest, but we're going to get word from our stream producer and see which one we can pick. I think in my mind, I would love to see Sammy Okasaga versus Natalie Zolti. That looks like a great matchup of undefeated players heading into round 5. So we'll see if we get the go-ahead to do that one. Yeah, we shall see.
Yeah.
We'll get it
In
turned
the meantime,
around.
we could look at some standings, maybe.
Sure. Let's take a look. Standings are here. They're filling up slowly but surely. So, for example, the Kevin game, we just saw Kevin defeat Rick. So he's going to pop up in the standings a bit. Sorry for this. We'll I'd say the next game is probably, again, I hesitate to give a time, but maybe we'll say 8 minutes. So 11.
Yeah, I think Natalie versus Sammy for sure looks like the right matchup for next round.
Yeah. All right. Lukeman, our MGI leader, is suggesting that is exactly what we're going to get. So we'll get that matchup ready. We'll keep the lights on here and chat with you all. I assume Will's bingo miss rate for 7s and 8s is like 1 in 50. No, little more than that, I would say. It's pretty rare for me to get through a multi-day tournament without at least one miss. So I would say probably 1 in between 15 and 20 games for me is what I would expect if I'm in good form, and usually that would be with a blank involved. So that's why we train so hard with those blanks, Josh.
That's why we train. Yeah. These days, Will, it's like 1 in 2, 1 in every 2 games. I've been falling off. So I'm glad to be commentating, seeing all the possibilities in front of me, not having to find them myself. I'll be back, don't worry. Maybe one day I'll be as good as Will is at bingos, but it ain't today and it ain't tomorrow.
Well, I think it's there's a lot of practice that goes into it and all of that sort of thing. I feel like there is a sense of I like studying words. It's actually comforting to my brain. So for somebody that just prefers to play and studying words is a chore, that's like a huge advantage for somebody like myself that just happens to actually enjoy the process of studying words. It tickles something in my brain. I've always compared it to collecting stuff, which I always used to do when I was younger, collecting sports cards and this and that. I feel like I'm doing the same thing when I study words. I'm like like Pokemon, pretty much in your mind. So I feel like that aspect of it is pleasing to me. And Josh, I would say my read on you is that studying is more of a chore.
It is. Yes. All right, I'm a little bit busy here.
Oh, okay. Are you resetting all that stuff?
No.
We can cut to the. You got something else going on?
vandalizing your cam.
My cam? What are you talking about? You're drawing on it. So if we go back to
not see?
Well, the telestrator is not on this screen. So if do you want here? Let's see what you have cooking up.
It's fine.
Oh, never mind. I don't see the telestrator. Did you wipe it?
No, I think I see it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait a second. I see. Give me 1 second. I see what you did. So we're doing browser source, Josh telestrator.
Oh man, the ADD is real.
Oh no, I don't want to do it this way.
Is real.
Remove. Where is it here?
I really thought I could just
copy,
vandalize everything here.
There we go. Now you can.
Hey.
This is high level production work on the fly.
2 hearts and a blank for Will.
Nice. That's I appreciate that.
Yeah, studying is more of a chore for me, but maybe one day I'll pick myself up by my bootstraps and enjoy it, and then the world will be my oyster. If I have any brain plasticity left.
So we got Natalie.
Yeah, it looks like the players are getting set up.
Yeah,
Natalie
I'll be ready for them in just a sec.
Okay, is Natalie first?
Yeah, she is. Great. So, all right. So I have this screen. I have this screen that we're rarely going to. I think I got everything correct. Yep. Okay. Cool. So here's the next matchup, round 6. We don't yet know the result of the games for either of these two from the previous round, but we'll get that as soon as we have it. I'm going to tell the players they're ready, and I think we are ready. And what else do I need to do? I actually know the country that these players are from this time.
Oh, we do have a rack missing. I think Natalie is
Ooh.
maybe.
Yeah, Natalie's rack cam. Let's see if I can fix it somehow. All right, it's still
Yeah.
on.
Nice.
We can still
Very
get it.
nice. Very nice.
So as long as it's visible, we can retrieve it. Yeah, it's good. Oops. Gotta get Josh back though. All right, nice. So
Yeah, Sammy, tell us about these two players. I guess Sammy, with the su- superior accolades, I guess, as a Nigerian champion way back in the day, and as a almost world champion, I think in 2015.
yeah,
But Natalie, a force to be reckoned with, very very strong.
one of the so I made a video about the history of Scrabble in Nigeria, and Sammy figures hugely into that. As you mentioned earlier in the stream, Sammy's been living in the U.S. for several decades, at least 20 years, if not longer. As Natalie going first here in this game. Uh-oh, I hope the clocks aren't actually running. We'll just have to see if there's an issue with that or not. If Sammy hits the clock. Let me just ask our producer about that. Our clock's running. If not, we'll have to figure that out, or just know that they're not accurate. But yeah, Sammy looms large in the history of Nigerian Scrabble, one of the greats, and was basically like their Nigel, as many of them say from that time period. Other great Nigerian players like Femi Awawade, who is also competing in this event, look to Sammy as really one of the first elite grandmaster players out of Nigeria, and he had one of the finest results in the World Championship of anyone who did not actually win. He had an incredible performance in a main event. But Natalie, certainly no slouch in her own right. I'm not sure if she's a grandmaster via the UK rating system, but if she's not, she's very, very close. She is a fantastic player in her own right. She opens with Boar here. That seems okay. There was an option to maybe play the M as well, Josh.
Yeah, so this score is 10. She had Brome or something like that for 24, keeping a worse sleeve, but probably worth the 14 extra points. But this keeping very well. I guess there's something to be said when you're playing a player as good as Sammy, maybe trying a little bit harder than usual to get an early bingo and try to coast your way to victory is a good attempt here. But I think in this case it was just Natalie not seeing her longer play. So yeah, small missed opportunity, but nothing to sneeze about. But back to Sammy, who has both the Z and the X. He could play both of them at the same time with something like Zex right here. But I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to keep one of them. Potentially play something like QLEX and keep the Z. It's an interesting position. There might be something I'm missing.
Either way, it does seem unlikely that Sammy will not play parallel to this play, and that's going to be bad news for Natalie because she wants to play moderato in the worst way into this O. Not going to be possible after the X goes down or any other overlap goes down. Not sure if she has. I guess she has mortared, but that's very likely to be blocked. And bromated. Okay, so she has.
Oh yeah,
8-letter
she has a
words
lot.
here, here, and here.
So if we see Zex for the maximum points here, bromated will still fit. And maybe is moderator a word in this lexicon? You've been studying your nines.
Moderator, I don't think
No,
so.
no moderator. Okay.
More moderate,
More
right?
moderate. Yeah.
Unfortunately, not.
You'd have to spell that with OR.
Is Sammy
And
considering playing Excel somewhere? Or where would he even play
with
that?
Boar. but he's deciding against it. He's gonna play Culex. Yeah.
Culex.
Yeah. Excel played with Boar for a high score, but
This does give out Dream.
Yeah, I think Culex is the play here, but it is gonna allow some bingo.
Yeah.
Through the C or through the U for Natalie. The one through the C is a common word, but hard to see. One that I struggle to see.
Oh, Democrat. Oh my God. So this is like the best eights stem in history. She literally has.
It really is. I think I've had this rack before. It's just so overpowered.
She spots out Dream. So it looks like Democrat might be slightly better to score extra. Yeah, so she spotted a bingo, so that's good. The only question is, can she do even better than this? So out Dream is solid. I agree that Democrat, I feel like I struggle to see that sometimes. And Natalie might basically be saying, all right, I got a bingo. This is very likely to be best. So I'm going to play this and maybe not give enough time to looking at the C. I could easily see myself doing that. Okay, so she is going to go ahead and do this. Democrat scoring 6 more points, and certainly, doesn't open the triple. It opens this triple, which is nowhere near as dangerous as this. I could see myself missing that, Josh.
Yep, me too. And like when you see something and there's really only a few letters to work with, if you don't see anything quickly as an alternative, it makes perfect sense to just go ahead with what you saw. So out Dream for 72, definitely an inaccuracy by Natalie, but a bingo is a bingo is a bingo, as we say. And back to Sammy, who still has his Z, and maybe is he going to keep it again? Not really sure what you do with it. You're going to be playing from the M.
Yeah.
You could play. Yeah, what could you play that doesn't use?
Yeah,
that would be my first question.
The problem with playing maze, or I guess maze, or something like that from the M is you would leave both ends. You would definitely.
Oh, I see the play.
Is there a cool way to play something here that sets up?
Look at this play, Lensman.
That's pretty nice. But I was
AZ.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe there's a way to actually play something off of here, like MAN, right? Like maybe you could set something up leaving nays, or the odds of drawing nays or Nazi. So Lensman definitely burns through letters, and in any case, Sammy makes the much more traditional play of Zen and Born, leaving, getting rid of one of his ends, leaving good tiles. I think this is a very standard play, but I know you, Josh, would definitely have done something cool to set up the Z on the triple lane with a play like Lensman, which you suggested there.
Yeah, sadly, the engine's saying that Lensman is dubious. That Zen
it prefers Zen,
just better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he has Midland. He has Midlands now, if it doesn't get blocked, which I think it for sure will. I have to imagine Natalie playing through this M. She's not going to let it sit.
It's land side, right? That's good.
Yeah, islanded.
Or no, islanded.
And well, both, but neither of them fit, I don't think. So nice play. This looks like a really good option for her. Leaving ENR. That's a very, very nice play. She could have played more letters than this. For example, imbrew is also a word, but the R-E combination along with the N gives her much better bingo chances. So I really like her choice. And there's Sammy. He sees, he clearly sees that that M would have given him something nice, and he's going to have to improvise now.
Yeah, definitely imbue very, very strong play. It's true that playing imbrew for 3 more is interesting. If you're thinking about playing a bingo next turn, having that second R and having that R to play through is not ideal, but I think I think the leave of ENR is very strong.
He's thinking about playing Sideland.
Oh, like Tideland.
So
yeah, there's so many words like this.
there's definitely other words like this where like land side is actually the word. So neither of the bingos through the. Oh, what's going on here? Lukeman stopping the clock. Not 100% sure why.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some intervention here. Maybe we'll figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Everything seems good on our end.
Yeah, we're good. So, not sure what they're up to here.
Oh, I think he didn't. Oh, I think he didn't
submit
put in
his
the
score.
for
He didn't
round.
submit
Yeah,
his
that's
score.
what it looks like.
That's why. Yeah, somebody was asking in the chat, "What is Sammy? Why does Sammy have 4 instead of 5?" That's it. So Sammy didn't put in his.
Very
result. Nice
Yeah.
directorship by Lukeman Owolabi. So I think at some point in the near future he's going to submit, and I'm guessing Sammy won. So that's probably so. We'll figure that out. But yeah,
Isn't
I
it
don't.
more likely he didn't? If he won, wouldn't he have been a little bit more likely to submit the score?
Maybe. But that would be why Lukeman's going to him instead of his opponent, I would think.
Right. I think so. I think he probably went to both.
Yeah. So in any case, I think Sammy correctly is deciding no sideland, even though it's very plausible. Yeah, he won. Okay. So he's going to have to come up with a non-bingo play here, which is difficult because, as we often say on these streams, racks like this with all low point tiles that do not yield a bingo, unless I'm not seeing, maybe there is one that I'm not seeing immediately, but those are some of the toughest racks, Josh.
Yeah, it's weird to deal with these sorts of situations because there are just so many plays you can make, and they're all like very, very like close to each other in value. You keep the D to score next turn. Do you play the L instead of the D? He's playing lid instead of did for a 2-point sacrifice. Setting up his S. Do you play dad underneath? There's just like tons of options to think about. And I like this. I like this idea of playing lid and keeping the scoring tile and setting up the S.
Makes sense.
Nothing was great.
Yeah, question in the chat. How did they know they'd be paired up if they didn't know whether Sammy won? And the answer to that is that rounds are actually paired in a lagged style. So you need the previous round's results to be in. Only towards the very end of a tournament do the pairings start to pause and go slower and take into account the very most recent result that happened. I think there's enough noise in the standings early on that you're going to get good pairings that make sense, even lagged one round behind. Later on, though, you need to give every player the chance to control their own destiny as best you can, and you need those extra results to do it. So Natalie plays Crier. She had 3 R's.
Yeah. Great play. This gives back a huge one, though, to Sammy if he spots it.
Oh,
Crier looks very nice. Yeah, sorry, I perked up in my seat. I can't wait to see what Sammy does here. He has some really fun options with this blank rack.
Yep. So Sammy,
he's already circled a blank. He's ready.
Yep. So
he knows what's up, I think. Yep.
Nice. So Sammy's word knowledge, like Sammy would be the first to sort of say that he's rusty and, you know, he's his best. He always says my best days are behind me. That's actually a quote from the video that I made about the history of Nigerian Scrabble. But Sammy's best days were so good that even the best days behind me Sammy is still going to know a metric blank ton of words. And nobody should be surprised by any word that he plays. So Nay said is a beautiful play. I'm in no way surprised to see Sammy play this, Josh.
Yeah. Totally agree. He left 1 point on the table. Could have played Days Man.
Oh.
Made Zed instead of Zen.
Yes.
But that actually is slightly worse defensively, so it might actually be equal.
Yeah. It's probably close, but yes, I imagine putting the A underneath there is slightly more dangerous, and then Zeta maybe or something like that. But it's close.
And Natalie to respond. She does have at least one bingo here through the D and out dream. Kind of in a
Nice.
hidden spot.
Yeah, tricky because you're not looking there first, right? If you're
Oh,
Natalie,
but she has even better.
oh, Linkshire, nice. So under lit is the play that you saw. That doesn't. This is somewhat of an air ball. It actually, if you see where it would fit on the board, you will notice a lack of bonus squares here, whereas Linkshire actually hits a couple, including the double. So it ends up being slightly better. So yeah.
It's
And
interesting. She's seen both, and she's debating between the two. I think that um, playing through the C in Crier, obviously it scores 13 more points, so you're going to maybe count it up and see. And the defensive benefits of underlit, though, cannot be understated. An intentional pun, I think.
the funny
But I think
thing,
you still have to play Linkshire.
yeah, the funny thing is that in this particular case, underlit would actually help Sammy because he has a Q with no U. So had she done this defensive thing, Sammy's going to play quite probably and feel very happy to have gotten out of trouble with this unplayable. Oh no, he has cheat. Never
But
mind.
yeah,
Nix that.
he's just gonna
Yeah, he's just gonna plop chi
just gonna
down.
drop that.
My
The underlit would
mistake.
have blocked
Yeah,
UI actually.
it's gonna come
That
down.
would have been interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna come down very fast, and underlit would block this. So actually, everything I said is completely wrong and the opposite of what I meant. So that's nice when you get that from your commentary.
Yeah, the the speed at which Sammy is playing some of these turns, you see he's taking a long time on the weird turns, and on the obvious ones, he's just like so fast. And that's a
Ooh,
great draw for him. We still don't see what Natalie's drawn, but this game has been back and forth. So hopefully Natalie's going to draw something that she can score with, either through the E of Linkshire or through the L,
now we'll
or
find
something like
out.
that. Because yeah, depending on what she does, actually, it's possible she'll be blocking. Sammy
Wow,
can play C.
forgive. Oh my God. I
Oh,
just kept seeing all the letters for forgive start to assemble themselves on her rack. And oddly, it was the S where I was disappointed, which normally you're thrilled to see that, unless she has a spot to play this that I'm not seeing. But she's going to be okay here, I feel. She should be able to do something good.
yeah. And I think she's going to be playing through that E of Linkshire, if anything.
Yeah, I guess it's a little awkward. I guess, like, you can burn your S, of course, if you want. Re-gives or something.
Mm-hmm.
Surely there's a way to hit that spot without, I mean, just EREV might be better than that. Erev.
Yeah. Yeah, EREV
Just
looks
keeping the
decent
S.
here.
The S isn't phenomenal here, but if you don't
You're
need to,
probably. Sorry, I interrupted you.
not at all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what? Oh, GREVE, grieve. That's pretty nice also. I forgot about that. That's a tough one.
Yeah. This is interesting, though. You could play GIF right here.
Yeah, leave it open. The leave is
Which
actually EVRS.
Yeah, if you're gonna keep
ER.
a V,
You surround it by the best letters possible with that leave, right? Yeah. So I think she's getting ready to do that.
yeah, that would be very spicy if she does end up playing GIF instead of something like Grief.
Because then Sammy pretty much has to. He can't bingo through the E, I don't believe. He can't bingo through the R, pestered and estrept. He has to play steeped. I feel like he has to play steeped here, right?
Yeah, but it just feels like this spot through the E is so huge. So I don't know. I'm very hesitant. Um, I guess I'd look at how many eyes are left. There's only 3 eyes left. yeah, if I'm playing GREVE, I'm not super worried about what's going to happen next turn. But of course, ERSV is so strong. It's just like maybe not on this board. Yeah, I really wonder between the two plays what the correct one is.
She's gonna play it.
Grief, not the correct play though.
Yeah, she's gonna play it safe in the sense of I want to block the triple triple, but this is gonna let Sammy play deepest down low in response for a lot. So Natalie saw, I'm pretty sure she saw most of her good options there. This is just her saying I want to block the triple triple, which definitely makes sense, but at a cost of using both her vowels and giving a triple back. So Sammy is gonna punish it. There we could easily imagine there would be situations where Sammy would draw a triple triple and she would look great for playing Grief. So Grief definitely will work out for her some of the time. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably a good play and maybe not the best. I don't know how you feel, Josh.
Yeah, it's a good play. The issue being that it looks like she sacrificed points. She saw GIF.
Yeah.
And GIF here was 37.
Leaving a nice leave.
Yeah. Grief, on the other hand, was 36. So you're sacrificing a point. You're not keeping the E, which really improves the RSV on your rack. And so the only reason I could think of for playing Grief is you just do not want to leave this spot open, this whole spot. The issue being this spot is pretty big. I mean, she got very, very heavily punished for this, but it really just goes to show sometimes you think you're doing a good deed and blocking when you're actually just, yeah, you're inhibiting yourself. So, not a bad play by any means, but probably a little bit of overthinking caused the decision to be made.
All things being
But
equal,
back to
Natalie would have had overwise through that E. So the triple materialized, but of course she had blocked it herself even before Sammy played there. So, but in her shoes, she's got a great option here of just wolf through the L. This is fantastic. Yes, you give up your E, which, as you mentioned in an earlier game, Josh, there are not very many left, so you'd be reluctant to do that. But for that many points, and you leave hooks, including not just the S, but the R. Ooh, is this a miss? I think this... maybe this is a pretty good, yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. I feel like I would take all those extra points, but with so few E's left, this leave is going to bingo way more often just by keeping the E, so not sure.
Yeah, well, it's also just hard to imagine. So I think the reason that Wolf would be the right play there, other than it scoring way more, is that you can actually come back in this game after Wolf without a bingo. Instead, Natalie's down 35. She would have been down closer to 20 after Wolf. And if Sammy had some trouble with his post-bingo draw, you could easily imagine just another high-scoring play for Natalie, bringing her back into the game. And here, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Val keeping the E gives Natalie a much bigger chance at something like this happening, where she's drawn Wearies in 2 spots.
Yeah, Wearies, and even Swearier. So she's got bingos.
The benefit of keeping that E.
Yeah, bingos everywhere. So yeah, what to do if you're Sammy to... I mean, I feel like the game is too close for Sammy to make a super defensive play here. I almost feel like he has to just kind of play normal, get points where he can. Maybe just play something through here like Molal or Mala. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, this is the part of the game where the letters that are left start to become very, very important. So right now, 33 tiles unseen to Sammy. And so he's going to want to make a decision here where he's not setting himself up to draw a bunch of duplicates. So here there are 3 O's and 2 T's left. So if instead Sammy played molto in the same spot, putting the TO, he's switching to mola, the anagram.
Yeah,
The problem with
molto.
this play is there are 5 A's unseen. So he actually does want to get rid of an A instead of an O here, just given how many A's are left. So this is a decision. Normally you'd keep the A, I think. But
Yeah.
in this particular instance, I think mola is a better choice.
Interesting. Makes sense. And we'll see what he draws. Is he going to draw the A's that would make that decision look even better? Find out. Make this board look a little evener. But yeah, Natalie, all she has to do is pick where she wants to bingo here. It's going to be probably, I would assume, this is the best spot. It does. Oh, well, yeah. This is going to allow Sammy. Yeah, Sammy's going to hit this pretty hard. Just.
Yeah, he's not going to hesitate. Natalie taking a 26-point lead now, but Just is going to come right back down.
Yeah.
For 57, putting Sammy ahead by over 30. So there's still a blank lurking.
Yeah, Natalie could draw this.
Depending on this next draw. Let's see, it'll be interesting.
No more S's, so she would have to draw the blank and then a nice mix of some of this other stuff. But ING is very much in play with all these I's and N's and G's, so you could see that. So if Natalie draws decently, she's still going to have good winning chances. But yeah, Sammy's going to hit this. This is not what Natalie wants after playing Wearies, which I think is clearly the best. It just scores way better than the other position of Swearier. And it doesn't really open that much back. It pretty much only opens plays like Just back. So that's somewhat of a worst case scenario for her.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I think given the very weird nature of the unseen letters, no E's, no S. I mean, Natalie doesn't know that Sammy has the final S. But it's going to be, I think, a question if Natalie does draw this blank, really just outmaneuvering Sammy and just being able to continue to score points every turn.
Whoa.
But
look at all that.
This? Okay.
Oof. Okay, well, at least you're going to score decently somewhere, but neither player drawing the blank, so it's still out there.
Yeah. This is interesting. I mean, Natalie's going to be able to tie the game up still. She has the play of Prank, the R and Out Dream for 32. And also play something a little bit daring. I wouldn't recommend it. Knave, just to get rid of the worst letters on her rack.
Knave.
But if you play Prank and then you draw the blank, probably in decent shape.
Prank and blank. That's the strat. Yeah, we've seen it. If I've seen it once, I've seen it a million times, Josh. I'm just kidding. It's funny. There is nothing like that in Scrabble. It's all sort of ideas and general principles. It's not like chess or other games where you can actually come up with specific sequences of words the way they do. There's just too many words in the dictionary, but yeah, it's funny to think about having opening theory in this game akin to what they have. It's just different with the number of moves in the move set. So
yeah,
Sammy with Ugias
here. Yeah, funny. I hope he doesn't actually think this is spelling.
He can't.
But what's funny is like I'm liking Natalie's chances if she draws the blank, but then I remember that she has the V, and the V is just so horrendous. Pretty much any time. But I think that is probably still the best play. I really don't think you can play Knave and put that K out in space.
Yeah, that's tough.
How do you deal with that?
It's tough to stomach that, even though the leave is much better to get the V out, as you suggest. It has that benefit of the V, I should say. She's going to play Prank. I think I like this. This is patient. If she does draw the blank, yes, having HVT is going to make it very difficult to deploy it, but it's not out of the question for her to outscore her way to victory here. It's going to be hard, but it's definitely possible. So this is more patient, keeping that possibility alive. Do you think you would play
worth
knave, Josh?
No, it's worth mentioning if she draws another A, she'll have TAVAH as an option through this A to sort of get rid of some stuff. And things are getting close to the end. There's 8 letters left, so depending on how many tiles Sammy's going to play, I think Natalie will have one more turn to not empty the bag, and she does not draw that blank.
Oh, tough.
So it's going to be down to the wire. The blank might be the last tile in the bag. It happens. Sammy doesn't have great options here himself, so I think best would be just gooey through this E, but that doesn't really inspire confidence, right?
27 points, solid. I do feel like the ability, the areas of the board where you can score well are drying up quickly, and after gooey, I feel like there is no, like, this is pretty much it, right? An overlap here with a Y. After that gets played, even with good scoring tiles that Natalie has, it's going to be somewhat difficult to find points on the resulting board. So I feel like this would be a great board for Sammy to play gooey and go up by 26 on. I would like my chances in his shoes there.
Yeah. And again, just because there are no E's left and sort of a dearth of really good letters, R, S, T, L, N, E, even though he's probably worried about the blank being on Natalie's rack, the likelihood of her having a bingo on this board, even after gooey opening that G out in space, is not very, very high.
The G, that's
but I think he's hesitating because he probably sees the ING possibility rack, and he's wanting to see if there's some other option that doesn't open anything. Ideally here, I would be wanting to set my S up. I know I have the last S, but because there's a blank, maybe not.
You can't do it with impunity, but yeah, it's nice it would be great. But it's just tough, right? The S likes to be the last letter in words. And I feel like it's harder to set S hooks up in this quadrant of the board because this is the area where letters begin words, and this is like the open spot. So if the board were inverted, and I would say, Josh, maybe in my experience, more boards develop this way with the top left quadrant inaccessible than any other quadrant for that reason, which I don't know. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. It's a very important concept. I'm looking at the engine choices here. You could also play, some people are suggesting Goey. The problem with Goey, not only you're leaving yourself with 4 1-point tiles instead of 3 and 3 vowels, you're also giving Natalie the option of playing 4 tiles on her next move and not emptying the bag. So the more you let Natalie, the more options you give Natalie to not empty the bag, the worse off you're going to be. So I think in this circumstance, the aggression of Gooey is merited, but there's another sneaky play being suggested by the engine of Oogami.
This would scare the crap out of me, Josh, because you're just not scoring enough. You would have to be so confident in your ability to remain ahead on the scoreboard. But maybe
it's just
you can.
Every single tile you play, every extra tile you play is giving you better tempo. And so it's worth something. And it's also giving you a higher chance of drawing the blank. So it's definitely a weird play.
Oh, he is going to play Goey.
You might want to consider. Now, this play of Goey, I don't think it's the right play, but I think it is a very, very good practical decision.
Yeah.
And so the difference being that it really doesn't give Natalie new options, and it allows her to only play within, the confines of the board as it is now. So being imperfect as players, sometimes making a decision like Goey, just forcing your opponent to think long and hard about their next play, giving them way fewer options, could be significantly better for you, even though it's potentially not optimal.
Sammy drew a bingo through the M, by the way. Hoistman.
Wow.
So that is
Okay.
instant get out of jail free move for him. Well, I guess it's not. Where would that go? It puts the H here. He has to worry about if Natalie plays her cards right. Hoistman is here, and this H would be in just the right situation to get out bingoed on. So you would have to be careful that you feel confident in that. So depending on what Natalie does, I don't think Hoistman is a 100% win, but
Yeah.
it's a good option to have.
There are some after Fava. She's looking at Fava to the A in Mola. She can draw into 5 potential out bingos after Hoistman.
Yeah.
So yeah, just looking at the engine here. This isn't me actually doing the math in my head. Don't worry, I am not that good.
And Fava
So it
doesn't block,
isn't.
right? Just to be clear, the H is here. So Fava obstructs a
Yeah.
lot, but not enough.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. Actually, one of the possible bingos after Hoistman is close to Hoistman, like hosting, Hoasting.
Nice.
Um,
Yeah.
Anyways, first of all, we don't know if Sammy's found Hoistman.
Yeah,
We
that's
assume he
true.
will because he's him, but it's such a weird thing that you have a bingo available on this board. You might not even be looking.
It's a brutal position from Natalie's perspective, too. It's hard to know. I mean, she kind of. I feel like it's like Fava and Prey, but that doesn't feel very good. I would definitely be looking hard for something better. She has time to think it through. She's been playing at a good clip. But like Fava doesn't feel great to me. Just pinning your entire hopes basically on what? Drawing the blank? Like,
Yeah, it just turns out to be so much better than Tava, the play I was mentioning last turn, just because we know
F.
that Sammy has this bingo. But I think optically this play looks a lot better. Leave 1 in the bag, play 4 instead of 3 to go for the blank. But I think this is going to be Sammy's game if he can find his bingo.
Yeah. Does this just mean like? Does she have any? She can't draw like half tone or something. No, it's not there. Does she like have any
Hoofings? Is that a
hoofings?
word?
I don't like it. I I don't know. I don't know ing words.
She can draw. No, she can't. She can't draw into anything. And then
Wow.
blank is the last tile of the bag.
Blank is the last tile in the bag. Oh my gosh. So you can see
it
poor
is
Natalie
sad.
has, I mean, Fava versus Tava almost doesn't matter. Like she played 1 extra tile above Fava and still didn't draw the blank. So like the one way that Tava is unquestionably better than Fava is you draw the blank more often, and she still didn't do it. So like hard to. She's smiling. They're smiling. What are you gonna do? Nice job by Sammy to spot his bingo, and that blank is the last tile, which is clearly why they're smiling right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting though, because if the F were in the bag, Natalie would have had hooligan. So if you're Sammy, can you afford not to play Hoistman there?
Well, I
'Cause you're
guess it's
losing 1
it,
and 8.
yeah. I feel like it depends on what else you have. Of course, that's trivial to say. Like if you're measuring a move that loses 1 out of 8 against anything else, you got to make sure that your other option wins all 8 out of 8, loses 0 out of 8.
It looks like I think Sammy had 1 option last turn that was an 100% win, and it wasn't Hoistman. I think
Wow. Okay. So
Sammy should have played
should we
Atishu.
should we go to the Quackle scene?
Yeah, let's look at this.
So we'll look at it
I'll,
from Well, we'll go to Natalie's POV first. But you're saying that
Okay.
Sammy had a tissue with
If you
his
play a
Hoistman
tissue,
rack.
you're
So
keeping an N and you're going to go out no matter what next turn.
yeah, and this somehow doesn't
I
yield any bingos
don't think,
through here.
yeah, Natalie can never score enough. Like, if I give her all the 8 possible letters, she can score 35. That's max. And if Sammy's going out next turn, then he's outrunning everything. And there are no
That's
bingos.
crazy. That's insane.
So
I can't believe that. So this would have
add to
been
Shu a better play.
the Nigel play. Nigel probably plays this. Crazy. That's amazing.
Insanity.
So Hoistman, a very, very good play, a great find, of course. But the idea
It's a
is
7 and 8.
that if Sammy plays Hoistman, and from his POV, if the F is in the bag instead of, so you swap the F and the blank. If Natalie had left the F in the bag instead of the blank, she bingos out with Hooligan and wins the game. So Hoistman.
Well, yeah, she had the F, unfortunately.
Right, before that, right. But from Sammy's POV, I guess, yeah.
Exactly.
He couldn't have known that she had the F after Tava. So, yeah, that's pretty high-level stuff. You could be forgiven for just going with the bingo and not seeing a tissue. That's a crazy play. But it's going to be Sammy's win. Fun game, Josh.
No way I'm seeing that. This is a great game. Yeah. Blank in the bag. It doesn't just happen to you. You're not the most unlucky person in the world when you don't draw the blank as the last tile in the bag. You know, it happens to all of us. Yeah, very well played game. Both players. I think really the play of grief was what gave Natalie the most grief in this game. She did have what it took to come back. She made some really good plays under pressure near the end, but yeah, fortunately couldn't get over the finish line. And Sammy, yeah, playing fantastically as well. Not much to say about his play. It's a great game.
I just think this is such a natural play, though, right? You have this wide open E in the triple lane. There is an emotional component to that, which it just feels upsetting to leave a spot like that open. So I totally get the impulse to play grief there. And again, I would not consider that to be some kind of massive error. The mistakes that we've been seeing for the most part so far on the stream have been very, very high level, where again, Natalie saw the play that the engine likes and that we wanted. This word, which I hesitate to say to avoid sparking a firestorm in the chat. But yeah, she opted for the more defensive positioning, which takes away the triple. But of course, defense is about more than just the very worst case scenario. And this does give back a decent place to play. And Sammy had exactly the sort of rack that hits pretty hard after that. So, yeah, I guess if it were me and I saw the word, I would probably have played grieve in that situation. If I could think of that word, I feel like, GIF or GIF might just be better. But if you're unwilling to let go of the idea of playing through that E, that would be my play.
Yeah, I agree. Just, but yeah, if you didn't see that, then grief makes the most sense, like, just in terms of how human beings play Scrabble. We just do not want to leave those spots open for our opponent. And, part of that is because it's the biggest spot on the board, and part of that is also because we know that our opponents are going to have such an easy time finding a play on a triple versus not. So, taking away that easy opportunity for them to snap back really quickly and put the time pressure on us and just make easy decisions. It's a big deal.
Yeah,
because we do have limited time to play the entire games.
it's true. There's a human element for sure of what plays are. I mean, you can make a lot of hay as a Scrabble player by If you don't make the play that the engine wants you to make, if you pick another option that simply limits your opponent's ability to score, you're going to force them into tougher situations and induce more mistakes in general. So it's definitely like it is a very valid approach. And I definitely think blocking off that E at the base of the board sort of falls into that category. The problem is, as you get better and better at Scrabble, you need to give your opponents credit for being able to manufacture points in a variety of ways beyond just the obvious one. So that can be a trick. I mean, opening the triple lane, if you're a new player, it feels like a law that cannot be broken. I can't open a triple lane for my opponent. I have to do anything but that. But players at this level, as I said, they're able to find points in so many different ways. They can do overlaps. They can, hit the triple letter and the double word, find hooks that are unique. So there's sometimes opening the triple lane or even just leaving a triple lane open is maybe it's often the lesser evil on the board. So in any case, very high level game. I'm not saying any of this to, say that Natalie did something wrong in this game. She played very well. Actually, oddly, I feel like maybe the bigger mistake than that, even though that looked like it had more of an effect on the game, could have been Democrat versus Outdream early on. That would have led to a very different situation.
Yeah, who's to say what would have happened after that? Maybe Sammy would have just gotten like three bingos in a row and it wouldn't have mattered. But that's why we try to make the best play, not because the best play is going to win us the game, the current game that we're playing, but it's supposed to win us the game in as many potential outcomes as possible. So yeah, we're just dealing with one of the iterations of what could have happened.
That what could be
That's
thousands.
part of what makes Scrabble beautiful.
Yeah, totally. It's hard not to be results oriented as well. You have to sometimes accept that the correct play actually leads to you losing a game where a mistake might actually cause you to win. Over the long haul, the players that make the better plays will always win more games, but in the individual cases, it doesn't always work out so neatly. So we don't have any results in from this round, but we can cut to the standings here and just show you where things stood before this round. And I'm going to assume that we'll have our next game no later than like 7 to 8 minutes or something like that. So we'll just put in.
Yeah, I think there's a tea and coffee break right now.
Oh, okay. So the players are off to get their break. But yeah, I don't think we need to. Maybe we could take a short one.
Scones.
That's right, the scones. I forgot that's how you say that in the UK. It's the scones.
I feel actually pretty bad. I don't have any English breakfast tea. I only have Earl Grey, so I feel like I'm not really representing, especially with my smooth brain North American accent. I feel like I'm not doing a great job representing the UK right now.
Yeah, I mean, is that a thing where we sound stupider as Americans?
Well,
I guess the British accent does sound pretty smart to my ear. So yeah, I guess that's probably true. So yeah, no results. Oh, there we go. There's our first result from round 6. It's Ben Schoenbrunn winning his game, moving up to 5-1. We saw him earlier on the stream. I think we saw his one loss, if I'm not mistaken, in which he made several really good plays. Right? That was the Fodgel and Idiot game against Jason Carney. So yeah, we're gonna see Ben. We think we knew going in that we would see him on the stream a bunch if anything normal for him were to happen. But I would love to watch some Mark Nyman, Josh. I feel like that's always a treat.
Yeah, I mean, it's very surprising to me that he's playing this tournament. It feels like a blast from the past, so that'd be very nice.
Yeah, he's a legend for sure. every time I've seen him play in recent history, he's still playing at a very high level. So he's been active since forever, really. Probably for 40 odd years, Mark has been an active player. He's won a world championship. He's come close to winning others. And he is an absolute legend that I'm sure is still playing at a super high level. And that's why he's right at the top of the standings. So hopefully we get a chance to see a Mark Nyman game at some point. We don't know who everybody is playing. I'm sure at the start of their tea break. So we just finished round 6. So we have reached the tea and coffee break portion. Technically, according to the time, we're only 3 minutes away from round 7, but I'm pretty sure we'll be another minute or two beyond that. So,
yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. More results are coming in.
Who would? So I guess we don't have the standings in front of us anymore. But
yeah, I'll put him back.
Is there a favorite player that you guys have? Everybody in the YouTube and the Twitch chats. Is there somebody you would like to see that we either if we featured them already, but more likely if we haven't featured them? Do you guys have a favorite player? Do you guys know any of these people, or do you just know who Nigel is? I think there are a lot of local-ish players in the chat watching from the UK and abroad that probably know a lot of these players. People are saying Bob Lynn.
Bob, that's right. So Bob
Paul
there.
Allen.
Paul Allen is a Paul Allen. I see a lot of American Psycho jokes, and I even made one myself in the thumbnail of my game that I featured between Paul Allen and Paul Gallen. But yeah, Paul Allen, really nice guy, has won the UK championship 3 times, and I believe he is the defending champion, if I'm not mistaken. So Paul is in strong form still. He's in 15th place right there on the standings. But definitely a very, very tactical, solid player that I fully expect to be towards the top of the standings. Be excited to watch him. But Bob Lynn, well known to players stateside, Josh.
Yes, indeed. Bob Lynn is really taking North American international play. I know that sounds like an oxymoron. But yeah, Bob Lynn is doing a ton right now to promote CSW play in North America, given that we have this little divide where most North American players are playing with a smaller lexicon than the rest of the world. And everybody pretty much understands that this is causing a little bit of lack of growth in our game just because not everybody's doing the same thing. But Bob Lynn is throwing tons of his own personal wealth at trying to promote international play within North America, getting a ton of intermediate players to try and join the fold. And next weekend or 2 weekends from now, he's donated, I think, $14,000 for a tournament in Canada, Niagara Falls. For this tournament, I think he hasn't donated anything, but Ellie Dangur, also a tremendous donor in the Scrabble community, has given some cash as well. So
there's Ellie.
Very, very appreciative. We all are of the generosity of these ambassadors.
Yeah, so Bob is a great guy as well. I feel like it's always pleasant to play him. Sometimes I've bagged him, gotten great tile draws against him, but he never really gets too down about it. He has a whole nomenclature calling you a turkey and a stinker and all these other like very light hitting barbs, I guess I would say. So yeah, Bob's a great guy for sure. More standings are coming in. It looks like Sammy is going to be the only 6-0 by virtue of the win that we just saw over Natalie, who is holding strong in 3rd place. Very, very good start for her as well. So we still have some more games to come in. And again, we do not yet I'm not sure. At least I'm not seeing it here. I don't know if you can get these from another source, Josh, but I'm not seeing the pairings for the next round anywhere yet.
Yeah, so it looks like, oh, for the next round. Yeah, let me see. Right now, it looks like, yeah, it looks like I should be able to get those for you guys in just a second.
Oh, you have the
Let's,
rank. You have the round 7. I don't see him in the index.
oh no, maybe not.
I think
Yeah,
they're
maybe
probably
not.
waiting for tea break. So,
Yeah, need your tea, right?
it's on there for a reason. So, is Harshan the first seed? Good question. I don't think anybody would be surprised if he were. Harshan Lamabadu Surya, twice a world championship runner-up to David Eldar, could easily be a world champion if one or two things have broken right for him in 2023. David obviously played insanely well in that match, so it's not a referendum on that. But Harshan is
Yeah, but right
also
now,
Harshan's on a tear in the UK. I think he's won his last 4 events in the UK, if I'm not mistaken.
however, yeah, right now he's 2-4, minus 400. A long tournament, so he has time to recover, but
Wow,
definitely not the start that he was hoping for.
that is a surprise. That is certainly a surprise. Um, that's a slow start, but hey, it happens to everybody. With this many good players in the field, somebody has to start slow. Not everybody can start fast. So it's only natural. And yeah, I would bet a lot on Harshan making a comeback here, especially again if we look at the schedule. This hammers it home. We're just here. We're having our tea break on day 1. Look how much Scrabble is left to be played, even at the end of today. Um, we're gonna have 8 rounds in the books and 24 more to go. So we are nowhere near even halfway through. So yeah, Harshan's got ample time to fight his way back. And yeah, just getting word from our producer that we're still awaiting the round 7 pairings. And when we get those, we will have a matchup for you pretty shortly. I don't think we should really even take a break. I think it's coming quick.
Yeah, no, it should be, and I can, if you want, we can look back at the position from the game, those that are just joining or that maybe I went a
Sure.
little bit too quick. Um, it once again show the the craziness of Scrabble, where playing the bingo is wrong
Yeah,
in this position.
this is so cool.
Hoistman for 64 loses if the F in the bag because of the word hooligan for
Yeah,
74, which would win the game by 16 after countback for Natalie. So instead of Hoistman, Tishu keeping just an N for 36, a 28-point sacrifice is the correct play, because if you actually put in all of the possible letters that
that
Natalie
is
could
so
have, this will
wild.
show whether she has any playable bingos. She would have to be playing through the A or the T at tissue, and there is nothing. And, if we give Sammy any of these letters, the F, say this is Sammy's rack, the F gives him Finn here and Finn here. The N, I guess the N, yeah, gives him in here and in here. So he's going out with every single tile. I'll leave it for you guys to see that with any of the vowels, and we'll have a number of outplays. But yeah, there's no rack that Natalie can have with these 8 letters that will allow her to score enough to overcome the deficit after Sammy goes out.
That is crazy. That's an amazing example. Like I said, during the actual game, that is a really cool example to a very frequently asked question, which is when if ever, is it correct to not play a bingo? So this was a lot has to happen for that to be the case. The score of the game has to be very, very precise in just the right range where one player is up by just enough after whatever they play that they can squeak things out without the bingo. Because, right, like if Sammy was down by 40 or something, he's got to go for the bingo and hope he draws well enough in the end game. But the game was even ish. So, yeah, it was exactly the right scenario. Then, of course, the idea of dodging the out bingo is a very common one for when you're supposed to give up a bingo of your own. Um, so it makes sense, but man, that is high level to be sure to pull off a move like a tissue. How many players do you think could actually do that, Josh? I don't
Well, I
like
would
my
say personally,
chances.
if I had enough time, so
You
when
could,
there's one tile in the bag, even if there's a blank, it is expected at this level, like
yeah,
at top level, for you to be able to, especially since there's only one open letter after the player considering, to recognize that there is a threat to you losing the game. So that's the first step. The first step is seeing, okay, I have this clearly great play, but can I lose after this play? And then seeing that you could lose in 1 out of 8 scenarios, then that might lead you down a path to potentially looking for a better option. What's so weird is that it's not like Sammy was ahead.
yeah,
So
that's the weird, eerie
just
thing.
even assuming that something other than a bingo and there's a blank out is going to do better for you is, yeah, it's very, very weird. So yeah, and the word itself, "Atishu," I mean, is an
Yeah,
insane.
that is a funny
I
one for
always say
sure.
the hardest words to find. Let's see if I can sort of um, give an example on this board. Um, I'd say the hardest words to find are, let's say if there's like an O here, a 6 letter word to this O. For me, that feels like an incredibly difficult find to make. That these seem to be the hardest words to find, but something like Atishu to an O, like it just does not look right. It doesn't look like you have a good play there. So you'd have to find this move because I don't think there might be another move that does it, but like it just seems so difficult to calculate anything other than Atishu, given that you're leaving yourself with one tile and you're drawing a second.
I wanna
So
help the audience understand and put the rack in there too. I don't know if this is actually helpful for that, but
yeah,
um,
Atishu keeping just the end.
yeah, but you can see the tiles right there. You go. You can see the tiles now with that. Um, that is that is real high level stuff for sure. So to see anything resembling that, oh, we got some hello sayers. Um,
Yeah,
not
not
sure.
not naysayers, right?
That's right. No naysaying here. Um,
Is so yay said isn't a word, yeah?
Yay said is not a word, but yay sayer
Yeah, yay sayer.
is, which is crazy. I think I've heard or seen that word be played before somewhere or other. I can't recall where. I'm almost
I think
positive.
I once had a position where I could have played yay sayer or naysayer with the blank.
So you the
I
blank.
think
You had a Y,
yeah.
maybe two,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
probably that N was a blank or something. That's amazing. What do you remember? What you played, if anything?
I don't remember. It might have been, hey, I don't know. It might have been last year. It's sort of like
Recent history.
ringing a bell. It might have been last year at the MGI at this exact tournament. I don't remember.
Wow. Yeah, you. I don't remember how many times you were on stream, but at least a couple
I think it was
times.
3.
All right,
I played
pairings. We got
Kevin.
pairings. So we have a whole bunch of pairings. I'm not sure if we're going to prioritize people who have not been on the stream. I feel like we have seen almost all of the top pairings. We've seen both and then a couple we've seen. One, the only one where both players we have not seen is Chris Lipe versus Bradley Whitmarsh. So maybe we'll opt for that one, which should definitely be a good game. Funny thing about that is those two did not have to travel to the UK to face off against each other. They probably played, scores of times here in the US. So there they are. They've gone all this way to play against all these different people, and they find themselves paired up just the way they would here.
Yeah. Although Chris Lipe living in St. Louis and Bradley living on the East Coast, that's pretty far.
That's true. They're no longer both East Coasters as they were when I was getting into the game. So, yeah, it makes sense.
Me too.
So, we'll figure out what streaming matchup.
I think we should do Chris versus Brad.
Yeah, just because it's a good game and we haven't seen. It's a good game and we haven't seen either of those two, and all the matchups at the top, there's really no, like, for the standings purposes, it's hard to make sense of everything. So now with all the results in, let's cut back to this. I'm not 100% sure. Our producer and MGI head honcho Lukeman says he wants to take the board camera down and put it back for a second, which is, I don't know why. So we got to figure that out. It's in the perfect spot right now, so I hate that.
Well, it's okay. Everybody send some low stress energy to Will.
It's all right. It's going very well since the beginning. I feel they're having, as long as I'm not blowing everyone's eardrums out with some kind of static attack. I'm sorry about that. I have no idea what that could have been, and hopefully it doesn't occur again. Seeing some love for David Webb in my YouTube chat as well. He is on my list of like stars of the event as well. I'm not sure where he is. He's probably 3-3 or something, but he is definitely going to be in the mix, I'm sure, by the end of things. And if we get a David Webb game on stream, I hope that the David Webb fans out there will be around to enjoy it. I'm sure it's going to happen at least once or twice if he sticks around in the top of the standings. So, yeah, definitely. David's got the best voice in Scrabble content, Josh. You're a close second. I'm definitely in the rear with Mac.
No way. I like your voice far more. And your voice does so many more things than my voice does. Your impressions of other players, like you could be Josh Sokol, you could be David Webb, you could be whoever you want to be. So no, wow. I don't agree with you.
All right,
you can do a Josh Sokol right now if you want, or you could do a Cesar. You could do whoever you want.
It's been a while since I did any of those, so yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I do the David. How can I do?
Spot.
If I do the David, I mean, we all know David's catchphrases, right? The game has started. Hello. The game has started. It's my opponent to go first. I've got a good rack. It's got balanced vowels, balanced consonants. Don't know what my opponent will play. Ooh, they've hit me with musejicks. 127, 126 to start. Not a good start for me. I'll have to exchange. There you go. There's a little web for you all. You guys liking that?
Oh, God, please someone clip that.
People liking that. All right. I did better than I thought. Please never do that again.
That's the minority opinion.
Yeah, a lot of people like it. Yeah, some people are liking it. That's good.
The boys are back in town.
Oh, did he say that in a vlog? Yeah. He said that in a vlog. Yes.
The boys are back in town.
Nice.
Like I was I was just like scrolling through his videos once, with Ben Schoenbrunn actually, and it's always like the game started like every single time, and then it just randomly went to one of his vlogs, and we were so not expecting it, and yeah, he said the boys are back in town, and then we both just like
That is
laughed for like
unexpected.
5
That's
minutes.
definitely unexpected from David, but funny. I'm not surprised. So,
Yeah, and I was able to meet the legend in person last year, David Webb. Like, absolute pleasure. Such a polite gentleman. Of course, you guys know that from watching his videos.
Producer Lukeman says we're gonna go with Rashid Balagun versus Ben Schoenbrunn, which I'm not gonna push back too hard on that. We've seen Ben already, but I'm always up for more Ben, and we got Rashid, who I think was the winner of the early bird yesterday. So sometimes
Okay.
there are these events that are like little mini tournaments that take place for people who are jonesing for extra Scrabble action. And that's what the MGI tournament here had yesterday. And Rashid, Josh, is definitely a veteran who is well capable of being at the top of the standings in an event like this.
Absolutely. I would not bat an eye if he wins the event. He's a very, very strong player. And he's been playing a lot lately, too. And getting back into the thick of things.
He does play a lot. Did he take a a small hiatus or something like that? Because
it feels like post-COVID he wasn't around as much. But yeah, maybe that's just the tournaments I've been at. But
nice.
yeah.
Well, he is super friendly, good player, and definitely capable of giving anybody in this field a run. So I'm just getting them ready. I think we have just the headshots to do. So we got Rashid and Ben. And
I hope the board cam is ready. We'll see.
Yeah, good point. Let's check on that. So this is round 7.
2 more rounds to go today, everybody. Thanks for watching.
There we go.
It's really an honor to be here with y'all and with Will especially.
I hope it's good vibes on Twitch as well. I have so little real estate on my computer that I only have my YouTube. But hello to everybody on Twitch. I miss you all.
Where's your 4th screen?
All right, board cam. We're going to have to fix the board cam here, but we can. Yes, I'm going to say yes. We're going to fix it with the plane in the air.
This doesn't look that bad.
No, but it should be. It is. Oh, wait, it is kind of tilted oddly. All right, let's just wait and see.
Tilted oddly.
Let's wait and see. Yeah. So Rashid going first. If we need to fix the board orientation, we can do that easily enough. And off we go with Rashid going first. He draws a U. Probably not what he wants to see. Rest of it, oof, yuck. Not great.
Okay. AAANORU?
Yeah, looks like Rashid is... Oh, there, the board looks perfect.
You play Awa, or maybe you go Aura farming, as people do these days?
Yeah, Awa seems fine to me. I feel like that my instinct is to play this. Aura is a little more imbalanced. Right, you leave 2 vowels to 1 consonant, so I'm happy with this. And the board cam is in great shape here, so we'll roll with it.
Oh, Aruana also possible there.
True. So those leaves, yeah, Rashid leaving ANRO, which is one of those leaves where you don't want to overdo it, valuing a leave like that, which does have all low point tiles. You've got balanced tiles, 2 vowels, 2 consonants. But that leave isn't like dynamite, it's not worth sacrificing that many points for. But that being said, you're also only putting 2 letters on the board for 8s with Awa, as opposed to Arowana puts a couple more in the R and the N. So opens up a little bit more back to Ben. So this play keeps things a lot tighter. Meanwhile, Ben's tiles were pretty bad, and I like the play he made there, Josh.
Yeah, it looks very good. Most he could have scored there and left decent tiles, not giving too much back on the little overlaps here. So yeah, looks pretty good. And Rashid to respond with AEINORY. He's very quickly playing the Y and the O, his two least favorite tiles on the rack, with U for 19. Also possible was playing Envoy through this V.
Oh yeah.
30 points, but that would leave some pretty easy scoring options and blow up the rack a little bit more than he might want to. So this play looks very good as well.
Yeah, and there you go. Refrain finds its way onto the rack. It's going to probably play here. Interesting thing about Envoy is this is not at all the normal outcome for a play like this, but this would have given Ben Minx if he wanted it. Like, he has the X, but there's no way to do anything. Normally, if you were to play through this V, you would often see a vowel go in that square, which would then make it much easier to play your X bomb there. But somehow Ben would have still had a good play with the X, or maybe
Minx
he has something
and
even Mixie, even better. Okay, never mind. Mixie is significantly better. So either way, Rashid keeping things nice and tight here with this play. Envoy opening up. Also some hooks, I think. At least an L, right? Envoy.
Yeah, R as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, is that?
We see. Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
This is an amazing play.
This is pretty snazzy. So there's nothing doing for the X, and Ben has set up a spot where the M plays beautifully right here with either the I or U. It doesn't play with the A, but I guess you could also draw Moxa here if you don't draw either of those other things. So that is pretty cool. That's creative. There's the I, Karmic Justice. Is it going to stay open? I think it will, because, well, not really.
The X spot will stay open.
Yeah, not the M.
Rashid is hopefully going to spot his refrain spot.
He's headed.
Takes that sneaky hook.
I think he set this up, alphabetizing it, because he knows that the N fits here. Otherwise, I think he would still be looking at it in the jumbled up form. Here it comes, I think. Yep, very nice. Nice one, Rashid. First bingo of the game. But that is a really clever play by Ben. He's giving us some content to sink our teeth into for sure here. And he'll get his X play, and that's going to help him cut the gap pretty fast.
Yeah. I wonder... I think you just play XI here. I would always just be looking for some weird idea here that keeps XI and also sets up something else on the other side of the board. But yeah,
like
not
if
wasting
Ben,
as much time as I would have.
If Ben could play like Juror or something here, right? He might consider it something through this R, leaving the XI combo. You might actually consider keeping it. Oh, Cyathea, does that actually fit?
Play? Oh, that's so sad.
So
Cyathea would have been
yeah,
beautiful.
so crazy. But I mean, something like Charity, or maybe there's even better. Rashid is gonna play something nice here for sure.
Yeah. So, Charity through the R would be really nice. I don't know if I would have seen that.
So Ben with the, again, he's got what we call Benji mode tiles. He just does not care about the orientation of his tiles. It definitely drives me a little nuts. What does that do to your mental health, Josh?
It's interesting. Like, my mental health hasn't been the best these last few months. However, I feel like with my Scrabble, I've been like way more carefree. I have not been starting to put my tiles like that, but I haven't been alphabetizing my tiles as much. I've left my tiles like that a little bit at the beginning of my turn and then just switch them right side up. I don't know. I feel like there's a world in which I do this, that I play with Benji mode on, and I don't actually suffer. So people might be thinking, well, isn't he just not seeing his available plays with these letters like this? But it actually, basically what happens, I think, in Ben's mind is he has these letters He knows what they are, and his brain just processes it as if normal. I don't even know if he's like looking at his tiles, trying to make sure he has the tiles he's thinking he has. How does your thought process work over the board? Are you constantly looking back to see, oh, do I have those tiles that I think I have? I don't think so.
Yeah, it is interesting. Oh, and Rashid has Charity lined up. Nicely done. So I think this is very likely to come down now that he sees it. Yeah, it's hard for me to relate to or understand what the process is there because I really, really like the pattern recognition aspect of being able to actually see a group of letters in alphabetical order. So for better or for worse, I I sort of enjoy that. I associate different alphabetical order patterns with each other. I could not. I'm basically when I'm playing, I'm staring a hole through the alphabetized tiles. I'm very rarely shifting or shuffling tiles in any way. So it's tough. It's so foreign to how I play. But I love that Scrabble is playable at a high level and with a lot of different types of techniques and a lot of different types of brains.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I think what's different is when it comes to finding bingos, that you need the pattern recognition. So for me, I need the alphabetical pattern recognition to give myself the best chance at finding the words, the long words that are playable. But when it comes to the shorter words that leave tiles on my rack, I don't think I actually need that. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Suggestion of Yurth on that move, which would also have been quite strong, scoring well. The only drawback there would be you keep 2 A's. So not only does Charity give you 3 more points, you can go into next turn without duplicated tiles. So you got that going for it. So I think it's definitely definitely the best play that we could identify, that anyone could identify probably for Rashid. And over to Ben, and he's got one vowel. It's the worst vowel. This is going to be a tricky turn, but something through that A. Yeah, I was going to say that's all right. I mean, leave that Ben has would improve hugely with a vowel, with like an A or an E, or even an I. Any two of those, and he's going to be relatively happy.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And I guess for those that are oh, interesting.
IS.
Those that are here from chess, like basically this is a situation where you just say, what else? Like there's really nothing else to do than to play Jar or Raj, and Jar has the benefit of setting up your S, where Raj sets up an A you don't have. So Jar looks like basically the only thing here.
Yeah, it's almost forced, as you said. What's the origin of that? What else?
What else? I don't know. Probably some commentator.
Is that
in
like
chess, some Russian
is that like a
commentator.
Peter Lecco? That sounds like a Lecco.
Yeah, I think Peter Lecco probably says that.
That
yeah.
sounds like a Lecco to me. So shout out to Peter Lecco for being a great chess commentator.
Can you do a Peter Lecco impression?
No, I think Naroditsky can.
He has an incredible voice.
It's very doable. I would just have to listen to it a bit, and I think I could get it. So, anyway, Rashid has pretty well. I don't know. Is his move forced? I feel like he has to play something with Oxo here. Yeah, it's going to come down.
He certainly should.
He has the L, so Jarl is worth thinking about. Do I have something here? And I was curious if whether he was going to play his.
You need a third G, bro.
Oh, okay. The old rope-a-dope.
That was a Zupo moment.
Glog only acceptable with 3 G's. So even though that looks a lot like a word, GLOG, I think that was a little bit of rope-a-dope from Rashid, hanging the carrot in front of Ben and saying, "Oh, I'm going to play this word you can challenge off," and then yoink takes it away right at the last second.
I don't see the point. Now Ben knows he has a G. I just don't really get it.
It's,
If he
I
was
don't
doing
know.
that on purpose.
I guess, yeah, I don't know. Not sure.
I like it though.
Yeah, I do too. It's just fun, I guess. So, all right, Ben, to his leave, he drew an I, and had he drawn other vowels, he might be looking good. Instead, he drew another S, which is definitely a good thing in general. So we'll see what he elects to do. Could he use one of his S's for jars? Is he going to try to play something down from the C if he could find a good play, especially one that uses M? What do we see, Josh? Anything notable?
Yeah, the engine's saying just spice it up with cumin.
Cumin.
Um,
Sure.
keep RSS. I don't really disagree. I don't really think there's anything else in the position. You could try it and hook jar with something.
Yeah, terms is
TURMS, yeah.
yeah, this sort of looks interesting just because INS versus RSS. Those are probably pretty close to even to actually hitting a bingo with Wriggles, which is really the best and only good S hook here, and he's gonna go with terms. So I feel like cumin. I like, given that Ben is trailing, I kind of feel like I like cumin a little bit better to open up more space at the base of the board for eights and retain similarly good chances of hitting a seven there. That's kind of my read on it, Josh.
Yeah, I really think it's just a question of like defense, scoring defense. It's true. Something is going to happen from that C eventually, but letting Rashid just score there, I feel is not really that great. I don't think Rashid does play defensively, but I don't think he's ever going to turn down a play like cheat
Yeah,
for
cheat's gonna
42
come
points. I
down,
just
and
yeah,
then
I
Bandiest.
think you play from the C.
Bandiest probably is gonna come down similarly fast unless there's some Tabanids doesn't score as much. So Ben's gonna hit this, but then again, he was going to hit the Wriggles spot as well. So it's not like cheat gives Ben something that much better than he would normally have. Ben was going to play here for 80 odd points. He's going to play here for closer to 90, but Rashid got way more than he could get anywhere else with his play of cheat. So he's going to work out better in the bargain. But it's going to be a nice close game, which we mentioned it in a previous round, Josh, that we tend to root for the player who's trailing to keep the game as, knotted up as possible. And, I wonder, is this
Hmm.
intentional?
No, this is a miss for sure. Well, maybe not for sure. I guess there's
Because,
something to be
yeah,
said. Yeah, you go ahead. You can
it's
explain why you
all
might
right.
do this.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
I don't think I think it's dubious, but
I agree, but I think the logic of this, even if you see Bandiest for a few more points, is Ben knows that after this play, he's going to be even, but Rashid gets to move. So after Rashid's next play, Ben is still going to be trailing. So he might be saying to himself, I would like to, even though it's a little dangerous to put such nice letters out in space as the D and the S, I'm going to take a small point sacrifice to do it because I still need to think about this game as if I'm down and coming back in the game. That's my read on it.
yeah, I was thinking more along that. That's a very good point. I was thinking more along the lines of Bandia sets up um, a uh, a spot for the Z.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
um,
True.
that's hard to recover from. But there was a really cool option of Bindass, Bindass, that scores just as much as Bandius, which I think would have just been the right call here. I really think if Ben is like, oh, I want to be able to respond and like maybe bingo again soon, he already has this S hook on Regal. Sorry about that ugly S. So if he's thinking about bingoing, he's probably thinking about wanting one of those two remaining S's. So yeah, I don't like if it was the same score or maybe 1 point difference, I'd understand, but I think 3 points may be a little bit much for this. I really don't even know if he saw Bandias.
Yeah, he played pretty fast. Maybe just assuming that with those somewhat clunky letters in the B and D together without an E. Maybe he was thinking like, all right, this has to be best, right? There couldn't be anything better. That's reasonable, but Ben has so much time, right? He's got 18 minutes in the mid game here.
Yeah.
He could have taken him a beat, but again, I wouldn't put it past him for that to be a conscious choice for some reason or another. I agree that I would probably. I mean, it's a close game, right? Now the game is literally tied, so getting a few extra points seems nice as well. So yeah, tough one.
Yeah.
Very much a hair splitting play. So meanwhile, Rashid with kind of weird. Yeah, I was thinking globed feels.
Yeah, what else?
What?
Sorry, I'm
What
saying
else?
it again.
So
I guess
bogled.
Bogled is also a word.
However,
To score 4 more points, you could put the B on the triple letter score instead of the G. The problem being
way easier to
the
overlap.
triple this opens up way easier to overlap a B.
Yeah. Do you think it's still
all the
worth
vowels
it?
except the U? No, I don't think so.
You think this is
I think
better
this is a
better
good
enough
4-point
defensively?
sacrifice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this one is a good 3+ point sacrifice, and the Tabinets was not. But you could also probably have played Go instead.
Oh,
Sort of
that's
the
pretty
same amount.
slick. Yeah, that's very
My
slick.
problem with anything here that doesn't open space is that you're sort of just giving yourself up to whoever draws the next bingo with the S. Is that wriggle spot? I really
Yeah.
feel like it's just gonna sit there.
Do you know, Josh, that this also takes an L?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
I
interesting.
didn't.
Yeah, wriggle. So the funny thing about Bigot is that it keeps the L. Maybe you draw into a 6 or something that closes the board down
Yeah,
a lot.
that changes things.
Yeah. So there's that element as well. But that's a
Back to
subordinate concern for sure.
Ben has great letters except for that V.
Yeah.
He's gonna want to play that somewhere, but the question is how short do you play here? Because like we just said, this board isn't really doing anything for anybody right now unless they have an S or a blank, maybe an L. We see Rashid has drawn extremely well. West blank to his leave of EN. So he is almost certainly going to bingo next turn. But for Ben, he's down a tempo. And yeah, I think he just wants to play onto that triple. But what do you play? Do you play like Naevi? Do you play?
Yeah. It's tough.
There's a lot of plays there, but they're not so great. Like you might want to play through the V and Vivta instead, like Viva, Vivat.
True.
I don't think you ever want to play Vav.
Yeah.
EINRT is great letters, except not on this board.
Right.
Bingo.
Whatever you do, you have to be thinking about, I want to make a play that actually gives me something. So, yeah, I mean, I want to play as few tiles as possible to get a reasonable number of points, which is very wishy-washy to say, but I mean, as you suggested, Naevi right here, that looks decent, but I hate playing 5 tiles here. I think my gut says I want to play the new 3-letter word Avi. I feel like this is the best compromise between getting rid of my V, preventing Rashid from doing anything here, and leaving at least a nice 4-tile nucleus heading into next turn. It's worth noting, look at these E's. You could probably use your E with some confidence of redrawing one a lot of the time, so maybe you could think about that. But Rashid is poised to hit plays like that very hard. So if Avi comes down, it should be a very easy response of Sweeten, which he already sees, if not something better that I'm not seeing yet. So Ben, unbeknownst to him, he probably feels like, man, I got pretty good chances here. All right, he is going to go with this, maybe realizing that he can play more tiles than usual because this RT leave is going to fill up with these nice bingo vowels a lot.
Yeah, that, and there is still a blank unseen to Ben. We know that Rashid has it. But yeah, scoring is at a premium. on boards like this if you can just outmaneuver your opponent a little bit.
Oh, wetness.
But
Wetness.
yeah, wetness. If Rashid spots wetness, it's going to be really hard, especially with that Q draw from him. That is
Oh,
not good.
yuck. This is the second
He's
time
going to have to just play it.
Ben's not going to want to go on stream at this point because we saw his one loss on stream to this point. We're about to see another one, and I really don't. It's hard to look at a move he's made and say, oh, yeah, that's where this game's gone awry. The X setup was cool. I mean, that X setup early in the game, was that fun or was that also like potentially the best move? Or both?
Both. I think Rigol looked fantastic
Yeah.
as a move for Ben.
It looked good to me.
Yeah.
So, all right, wetness lined up. Rashid's going to play it. He has a 1-point lead that is about to become much bigger, and Ben is going to be somewhat helpless to, let me flip the board back, to do much other than, I don't think he has a place to play Trank. Is he literally just plopping the Q down?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's what's happening. And wherever his letter's gonna go next turn, I don't really know.
Yeah. Not good for
Oh, I do know. Okay, Ben can draw an I after QI. Plays QI. Draws an I. He's got something very nice.
Oh my
right
god.
here.
Holy crap. Chi, draw an I, play interfere through the F and R. That's sick. That's so sick.
That's some way.
I bet he sees it. I bet he sees it. So he's going to play that pretty fast no matter what, but I bet he already sees it. Knowing him, it's already good to keep
and
this
there's
lead.
2 to draw. Rashid hasn't drawn one of the 2. Come on, Ben.
Cha-ching!
Hey!
Cha-ching! Oh my god.
Let's go.
Now now let's see here, right? Normal expert play, teenier. Maybe it gets blocked, right? Teenier fits here. Easily could see that.
It plays next to the wetness too. It plays everywhere.
It does? Oh,
just the other side.
On this side. Okay, so what I was, the reason I said it does like that is I feel like Rashid's going to try to block here somehow. Yeah. So it's very possible that after Rashid's next move, Ben will have to find interfere. And look at the way he set his tiles up. He sees it.
He's seen it.
He freaking sees it. What a legend.
Oh, man.
What a legend.
Is finally some awesome content.
Oh, such a beast.
I mean, regardless, Ben is in pretty dire shape. Let's not get our
but this
our
is
hopes up too high for this. But
what if he draws the Z, right? Like he could definitely. There are ways, depending on what Rashid does. It looks like Rashid might be getting set to play landed here or something like that. He had Loden set up. I guess why not loaded? Probably to avoid putting a
loaded.
Yeah, but maybe he wants to avoid putting a vowel in this square. So something like landed would be safer in that regard. But yeah, this is going to be so sick. We see Ben has it. It's going to come down fast.
It's so funny when we just talked about this. When are we going to see a 9?
I mean, we agreed that it was somewhat inevitable. But yeah, that is fantastic. I just feel so sure that he already saw the possibility of interfere before playing Chi. Just I mean, I know he's going to play that fast no matter what. I just know Ben. I know Ben, and he saw it.
Yeah, I think 50-50. He either saw it or he didn't.
That is very incisive analysis on your part, and I have to agree. So yeah. All right, so all that's left for Rashid is to come up with as good of a block as he can. I'm sure he wants to play in that zone. Is he going to play loaded? Is he going to play landed?
He might change his mind. Yeah, we'll see.
So this would
A placement there.
This blocks both teenier locations, so this makes it all the more important that Ben find a way to get interfere down. But like, what if Ben draws KZ, right? Like interfere. Where does it go? Okay, the
Yeah.
K isn't even that.
Yeah, no. If he draws the Z, he's in okay shape for sure. Rashid hasn't hit his clock. He's checking how many tiles are left. He wants to make sure that this play does all the things he wants it to do. And I think he's going to
He's going to
change
play
his mind a little
landed.
bit.
So this,
Yeah.
I mean, so this is even, the Z gets even stronger here, right? The Z is going to hit so hard with various stuff through here. You know, Azine. Look at that. So
Yeah, for a moment, Rashid is up 92 points. But
there's
we're gonna
still
get
fun to be
78
had.
here.
Oh, baby.
Let's see if Rashid has a reaction.
This is so sick. That's just very, very, very nice. That's just so nice.
He's probably like, come on, you serious?
If I'm Rashid, I'm tipping my cap on that.
He's fine.
Oh,
He's
dang.
fine.
Okay. No offense to Rashid. But yeah, we were hoping Ben could draw that Z and keep this interesting. I guess, is there any way he finds a way to draw a bingo? No, look at the unseen tiles. This is from Rashid's POV. That's yuck.
Yeah, I'm looking. There might be something crazy.
Looks pretty rough.
Yeah.
But huge kudos to Ben for he made a couple moves just like this in the first time on stream where we were like, wow, amazing job by him. We can see you mentioned it, Josh, at the outset of the broadcast. He's on a major heater. Ben is. He's winning a lot of events. Just won the Champions Cup from upstate New York, hosted by Terry Kang. Has won other stuff this year as well. Easy to see why when he's figuring out ways to convert these seemingly hopeless situations.
Yeah. Great job by Ben. Staying alive. Finding what he needed to find. And honestly, like, he probably had something like 20% chance of making things very, very interesting.
After interfere.
But,
yeah.
But
I mean, all this stuff, right?
What he needed.
All this, he needed some combo of this, and he could definitely be. What if Rashid had this and Ben had this? That's basically the difference. You could easily see Ben be in a huge commanding situation with the Z playing in a variety of spots. Here, maybe here with Zati or Zori or something. Some of the time, I guess no R's, but that's the idea. Here.
So would you confidently put an R on interfere?
No, I would confidently put an S and a D. That's it. Nice. I would not confidently put an R on that. Whether could it exist? Sure. I would just be terrified. Have you looked it up already?
No, but I would confidently.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would tentatively do it if I had to and pray. It seems like it could be. Should we reveal the answer to ourselves?
I'm doing it in my Twitch chat right now.
Nice.
I'm like almost certain this is a word. Interferer. It does also sound really stupid when I say it.
With all the R's, right? It's a very R heavy word. Yeah. Interferer.
Lauerer.
Lauerer is that's one of my favorite Mac videos and anecdotes from Scrabble is Lauerer. That's just so good. That was an Andy special, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
So yeah, Rashid, all he has to do, it looks like he's probably tracking tiles. He doesn't actually have that much time. Ben has played at a very, very good clip in this game, making almost no error that I could even perceive. And Rashid doesn't have a ton of time left, but he is, despite being up only 14, he's definitely in the driver's seat here. Should be able to plop his Z down. Ben's going to get the bad news. Do we know where he should play? Yeah, I was going to say maybe there.
I like this
yeah.
because it blocks the L. There might be some word that fits to the L if landed.
Yeah. If you play it
But I don't know.
here,
I probably would have just played Zay.
down here.
No,
Oh,
up there
here.
with Win.
Yeah.
But that gives back a lot of counterplay on the right side. So no, I think this. I'm pretty sure everything here is winning, but
Yeah. I would say, yeah, playing it here looks good. You can play stuff just like this, but it seems clearly worse just because you give parallels back, and Ben has the P, which could hit pretty hard up there. So it makes sense to do what Rashid has done. I also like what you said about blocking bingos to the L. So good job, Rashid, jumping way out ahead. 2 tiles in the bag. Can Ben figure out something here? I have no idea. Maybe he'll try to play like, let me flip the board. Is there any with 2 tiles? Do you play like whoa and hope for the other T? If you do that, nah, you're not gonna have a bingo with that. So yeah, that's true.
But there's still, you might draw something in 2 spots here. I don't know. There's something to look for. I think you're probably gonna come up short, but I think you should at least try for something here if you can find something. But it seems pretty difficult. Outswim being suggested as a possibility, but where would that fit?
Yeah, I don't know. Just looking at this W, I feel like in situations like this, your brain is like, all right, we got to get rid of the W. But actually, sometimes the fishes that you're going for are so specific that you actually have to keep a really, really open mind to everything that's possible to draw. So, yeah, outswim. You play like up, that doesn't work. Mup is not a word. Is there anything? I don't really see anything that could play there.
Yeah. I'll leave it to you to look for stuff here. I'm just
OW.
Utopias.
Up times. So if you play OW and draw ES, up times imputes. Yeah, you need it to fit here, or it's just going to get blocked when you go for it here. So,
maybe there's something with like interferes in the A of cheat.
Yeah, possibly. Seems pretty rough.
Maybe you should play out interfere.
Out interfere to interfere more. Yeah, that's kind of nice. I don't think that does too much for your winning chances, even though it's funny. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we'll see. Ben's gonna think on it. He definitely is very good at coming up with, like we've seen already, some of these very obscure or tricky pathways forward in doomed looking positions. So I could easily imagine him coming up with something. But then again, sometimes there just isn't really anything. So he may.
Yeah, and also, cutting your losses in games like this could be good practice for the rest of the tournament where every point of differential matters. So if you're trying too hard to go for a very, very, very unlikely scenario, in the end you're probably losing out on your point differential.
Yeah, he does
gets played here.
Go that route. So using 3 tiles is basically throwing up the white flag. If he was going to try to somehow make something happen, he would just play 2 tiles. But
he's drawn into Utopia, which fits right here.
So if Rashid plays a phony here, Ben can win.
Yes.
Pretty sure, right? Utopia seems to score enough.
Indeed. Yes, more than enough.
Yeah, well, especially with all this stuff coming. But Rashid is way too in control. They're verifying the score, but he's never playing a phony here. And it's going to be Rashid Balagun's game. Rashid played quite well in this game, so we're giving Ben his flowers for playing interfere, the very sick 9-letter word that we think he saw when he played his cue. That was fantastic. Would have been cool to see him pull off a crazy comeback, drawing the Z and other stuff, but well done to Rashid for putting the finishing touches on this one.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like she's going to play Stoke. His best endgame is OU in that spot, setting up
Steak. Oh my god, hold on. Let's show us.
So if you play OU, you have Steak. I guess where else do you have it? Because that can get blocked by EOI. Wait, why don't you play something like this? Oh, there's Steak here.
It's too hard to block.
Wow, what is going on? This is such a weird play. What about up?
Maybe you just don't have outs. You can get slow played. Yeah.
So funny. That's an insane play.
Yeah, that would be so tough to calculate. Stoke is very natural, setting yourself up with two vowels that are going to go out in any number of places. So Rashid plays that. It's back over to Ben.
Yeah, 12 point on game mistake. Ben's got an easier way of things. He just plays pout. Yeah, he isn't hesitating. And Rashid's going to go out if he finds his one and only outplay of MEU.
Ooh, what'd I do here? I was going to try to gray out the racks.
Ooh, hello.
Yeah, I messed something up here. How do I do this?
Reset transform. Reset transform.
Yeah, let's just go back to the... I wanted to try to gray out the Rashid rack, but I need to figure out how to do that better. I'll do it another time. All right, cool. Endgame complete.
All right, MEU comes down. That's it. That's the end of the game. Rashid Balogun wins 458 to 405. Ben Shunkran. So Ben not having great luck on stream. A few times we've seen him.
Yeah.
A long tournament. He played super well. Beautiful find of interfere. Love to see it. Great game.
That was fantastic. That was really fun to see him. He's smiling. He's going to be fine. Hopefully he's fully aware that he played an excellent game here. Again, all that I can really think of or point to is Tabanids versus Bandiest, which would have led to quite a different style of game. Tabanids keeping things much more open. Let's flip this so you guys can see it upright. Yeah, good win for Rashid, and we're going to have one more game in the day here. Round 8, Rashid versus Lipe, or Bradley Whitmarsh versus Rick. So in each case, we would have one player that's been on stream, one player that has not. I feel like that is kind of a coin flip, but I guess if I had to pick, I would pick Rashid versus Lipe. What do you think, Josh? And what do you think out there in the chat? We could do a poll or something.
So it was Rashid versus Lipe versus and the other one?
Bradley versus Rick Kennedy.
Okay.
We did just have Rashid, so if there's a recency component to it, we could have two different players.
I will start a poll in the Twitch chat. I don't know if I can start a poll in... I think you can start a poll in the YouTube.
I can, yeah. Should I do one? Start a poll?
Why not?
Rick Kennedy versus Bradley Whitmarsh, or Rasheen, I wrote. Balogun versus Chris Lipe. I would say Chris is a pretty notable person, and we haven't had him on the stream yet.
Yeah, that's certainly my choice.
Round 8 pairing. Obviously, I'm influencing by saying anything. Yeah, let's see what the people have to say. The poll is in. Poll is up.
Nice.
The votes are coming in.
All these votes. Nice.
Thank you, everyone.
So we're gonna have to tally up the two polls, even though people can vote in both. This isn't very democratic, just like Outdream wasn't very democratic.
Nice. That's a good one. All right, my poll is very starkly in favor of Rashid and Chris.
Mm-hmm.
What about yours?
We did just see Rashid win a game, so it's nice to have some continuity.
And even better is that Rashid goes first against Chris Lipe. So I don't have to turn over my whole interface. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, all right. Not that Rick and Bradley wouldn't also be a good game, because it absolutely would. It's tough. I mean, it would be amazing. I definitely dream, as I know you do, Josh, of a future where we don't have to pick, where we could just say, let's keep an eye on both of those, and we'll see how they turn out, and we'll stick with the one that turns out to be more interesting someday. Someday.
Yep. There's potential things in the works, but yeah, the more stream setups, the better. Whatever we can do to promote our game to the widest possible audience, and I know that's what you're doing, Will. Doing the best job of anybody in the universe. So I'm sure you have the right idea on how to reach more players. Because yeah, we've had some really good games. Not anything super one-sided. It can happen though, that a game just goes one player's way, and that there's not really much going on. But the thing about Scrabble is, depending on who's commentating, any game, regardless of how close the games are, any game can be interesting, can be made interesting, the right commentary. So
yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So yeah, I do feel like not for nothing, as we wait for the next round, I think we're pretty much ready to rock anytime. Oh, they're resetting the clock. Thank you. Hopefully they get it right. Thank you, Rashid. So when Chris's next result comes in, we'll update that, by the way. Currently do not have that, but we should basically be ready to go with the last round as soon as Rashid takes a little break, and as soon as Chris gets to the table. So I don't think we need to take a break. But to your point, Josh, about Scrabble being interesting to watch pretty much no matter what, as long as the players are evenly matched, I feel like one of the pieces of evidence in favor of that has been the chess PogChamps tournaments, which one is just started. And I'm sure we all know that there is some hilarious drama that has just went down in the most recent PogChamps. I am struggling to wrap my mind around a influencer caring enough about a chess tournament to potentially cheat, which it looks like streamer Dr. Lupo has done.
I feel like there's a better chance that he cheated just to see if it would get detected, just as a social experiment. But I don't know the details.
Better chance than what?
Just heard.
Better chance than
better
what?
chance than he was just cheating to cheat.
That he has a big ego and thought he could get away with that without getting caught?
I don't know. Maybe
I think it's that simple.
People too much credit.
Yeah, I think it's that simple. I think he just felt like, I'm Dr. Lupo, who's going to catch me, which is insane. But also, I don't know. I wish I could say I would be more surprised by that. So for those that don't know, just a quick primer, basically this chess has these tournaments which are not geared towards, there are many, many chess tournaments that are broadcast all the time with grandmaster level players, and I love that, and we are doing a decent job of emulating that with streams like this, world championships, national championships in various countries. What we don't really have in Scrabble is play at different levels, and certainly not any kind of like influencer tournament, which I feel does a really good job of bringing chess content to the masses, which I definitely feel like we should be trying to do for Scrabble as well. And I feel like there are enough celebrities and interesting, influencers that say they like Scrabble. I have a document with all the celebs that have said their favorite game is Scrabble, waiting to spring into action. So I think it's definitely something that could work in Scrabble as well. But the level of play would be lower, so we'd have to sort of accept that. But I think that's okay for the same reason that PogChamps chess tournaments are interesting. the level of play isn't very good, but it's fun to see them go up against each other. Even so, I don't know if you feel. Does that feel accurate to you, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, dreaming of that sort of event for Scrabble. Yeah, what you said makes perfect sense. Um, yeah, it's just so entertaining to have. It's the personalities, really. I mean,
Yeah,
that's part of the appeal of stuff like these niche things like Scrabble. And I guess chess was a niche thing.
it's
Now it's a
popped
popular
off.
culture because people just realize how cool it is. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think Scrabble can have that in spades.
I agree. I really believe it can happen. So we have a lot of infrastructure to build up. One of the reason that PogChamps is successful is that chess has a huge roster of chess content creators that can serve as coaches, commentators for all the streams. They definitely, you know, we have a lot of infrastructure to build before we're ready to do an event like that. So I just feel like there is no reason in theory that we can't have that. So in any case, what do you all think? Would you want to watch a Scrabble version of PogChamps? Kylie Minogue plays on ISC, says Womble Scrabble. That is, I think I knew that. I believe I knew that. Um, so, yeah, the other
Yeah.
celebrities, we know that Jack Black has a rating in the intermediate level at the Los Angeles Scrabble Club. Neil Patrick Harris says his favorite game is Scrabble. Seth Meyers says his favorite game is Scrabble. Jimmy Kimmel, of course, famously used to host the winners of the School Scrabble Championship on his show before I don't even know what we did to mess that up. Um,
The Rock, Shaq, even Taylor Swift.
Taylor
Yeah.
Swift, notable Scrabble lover. Definitely pictures on her Instagram of her speaking glowingly about her Scrabble set in like she has like a outdoor Scrabble set where she's like, this is heaven to me or something like that. It's just her and the Scrabble board. Taylor, if you're out there, I will coach you up to become much better of a
No, you're too
Scrabble
busy.
player than
You're too busy, Will.
you want
I'll
to do
do it.
it. Okay, you can do it.
Yeah. And then
Betty
we could write a
White.
song about each other.
Yes, Betty White. That's right, another one. So yeah, there's a lot. I'm missing some. I don't have this thing open. It's somewhere buried in my like plan to for Scrabble to dominate the universe folder of my computer, just somewhere. But in any case, we got some results rolling in. Let's take a look and see. So it looks like Sammy lost his first game. He was undefeated. So now there are no more undefeateds midway through day one. But I'm not seeing too many big surprises on this part of the leaderboard. Everybody that's up at the top, Josh, is very, very strong. There's David Webb sneaking his way back into the top 20. So the tournament has started, and it's my opponents to win first. But I'm coming
And
up the standings.
Natalie going right back into the lead after a nice victory in round 7. Sammy losing his first game. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Nice job,
things are tight at
Natalie.
the top.
So we did see Natalie earlier. Actually, we saw both of Ben's losses, and I guess we saw Natalie's only loss as well. So great start for her. Not a surprise. You can see the ratings, right? Do I have my drawing on here? Yes. So these numbers essentially is this within the UK rating system? I guess it must be,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The UK rating system is 3 digits. It's sort of, you could just do times 10 to make it resemble world rankings. It's not a 1-to-1. I think they start at like at 140 or something.
Okay.
Um,
Nice.
but maybe not. I don't remember. But yeah, at the top it's pretty much 1 to 10, I guess.
Makes sense. So very nice rating gain for Natalie, and she is holding strong at the top of the standings there. So yeah, we are not going to have long to wait, I don't believe. Josh, you have the view of the players at the board up somewhere. Like you'll know, or do I need to?
I will. Yeah, I'll see it if there are people there. I do wonder though. I thought maybe there was a chance we're gonna watch another Division 2 game this round, but
Oh, well,
I haven't heard anything. It's just based on like it's been like three
yeah.
rounds.
Producer
A, one
Lukeman
round B.
Producer Lukeman basically set that choice out for us of Rashid versus Lipe or Bradley versus Rick. So maybe, tomorrow we'll go back into Division 2 and catch up with a game or two from there. I'll end the poll on YouTube here. So,
Oh, is that true? That makes a lot more sense if the first number is the rating at the start, but the second number is not the projected rating, but
oh.
rather the performance rating. That would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, because that's such a huge gain.
A lot of movement.
That's a huge gain for Natalie. Yeah, okay, makes sense. So you see very similar numbers for all the 6 and 1s because this is, I guess, Bradley has played the hardest strength of schedule. That's why he gets the 211 number here, I guess.
And Ben in the 5 and 2s playing the hardest competition.
Yeah,
well.
Ben does feel like Ben's played a very tough group, and he's not going to have it any easier against Sammy, but that's why you go to these tournaments. Love playing against really strong players. That's the best way to hone your skills, keep getting stronger. So yeah, next round is going to be this matchup we think. It's going to be round 8 though. Let's get that fixed. Nope, not round 87. Round 8. Round 87. Can you imagine, Josh?
Would you play an 87 game tournament?
How many days do I have? 2? 3? I would play 87 games in 10 days. I would play 87 games in 10 days.
I think 2 weeks is better.
Would there be a rest day like there are in big chess tournaments?
Yeah, there should be a rest day. Yeah, we just need more sorts of fun formats. My thing is like, what would popularize Scrabble? Blitz. Like Blitz tournaments.
Okay.
Like, where are the Blitz tournaments? Where are the Blitz streams?
Well, I feel a little bit like Blitz is so optimized for online. I feel like it is okay to play it over the board, but I just feel like it's a little clunky to play Blitz over the board and then have to add the scores up after. So having it be online is just like so good for Blitz, which that actually is a different. I'm not answering your question of where are the Blitz tournaments. I agree with you. Everything I just said suggests that we should have them, but they should just be online in nature. Or maybe we have some type of tournament that's closer to rapid, right? Like 10 minutes Scrabble. You could probably play that live.
Yeah, why not?
So Rashid sitting back down.
I don't know. It feels like we're too sort of hung up in our ways in Scrabble. And yeah, I think there's so much room for different types of content, different types of ways of promoting the game. Yeah. And yeah, of course, if anything is going to promote the game, it's stuff being broadcast online. So
yeah, which is why
whatever floats people's boats the most.
That's why we're waking up at 4 a.m. getting this tournament broadcast. Because I mean, the content is just so good. It's hard to say no. All right, there we go. We have our WESPA chairman, Chris Lipe. Chris was a finalist in the 2014 World Championship, I believe, which was won by Craig Beavers.
Correct.
So, no slouch.
2016 or 17? 2017.
Oh, 2017? That's when Chris was a finalist? Well, we got Craig in the chat, so maybe he could tell us when he played Chris. I thought it was 2014, but Evil Budgie Scrabble, let us know.
2014 was against Alistair.
Alistair Richards made the finals of Worlds?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He also won a Worlds online.
Well, there we have Craig weighing in, saying 2014, which is what I thought.
Oh yeah, it was 20. Oh,
but who's counting?
Right. You win. You're
Yes,
totally right.
it's all good. And the point is that Chris is a great player. In addition to being the creator of the word study tool Xerafin, I've seen at least one or two of you in the YouTube chat talking about how Chris has enabled your word study addiction. So he's done that. He's currently the president of the World English Scrabble. What is E, right? World English Scrabble Players Association, WESPA.
Yes.
So, yeah, I've known Chris for quite a while. I have a terrible record against him, by the way. I think I'm like 4-15 against him. And Rashid is gonna
Beast on
do.
this.
Yeah, Rashid is gonna do what I cannot and get out to a very fast start against Chris here. He's got a bingo lined up immediately. Oh, but Chris, is he looking good to?
Ooh.
This is very good. Oh my God. Ooh.
What is going on? Where are the bad tiles that we've been seeing?
All right, so bingos are coming quickly. Fritz is gonna score well, but any number of bingos. Chris can play Aptamers, Trampers, Restamps, Stamper, something through an E.
From the T.
Is Trampets a word, I think. No?
Trampets. That is correct.
Trampets. There it is.
Trampets.
Okay. So that's the best. That Trampets also feels like the word that I could be least confident in. It is the best play, scoring 95 points.
I already have it on the board, my bad.
No worries. Giving Chris that faith. Oh my God, but look at this.
I hope I don't jinx it.
But Rashid is going to play volative almost no matter what.
If he's confident, that's such a low probability word.
He has most of the letters arranged.
I chickened out of volative recently.
Yeah.
I think.
I think I like Rashid's chance of playing volative here. So it currently plays through the T, right, of Afrit's volative. If Chris finds his best bingo of Trampets, there will be another T right here. So volative will go down just as easily. Is there there's no way he could luck into, there's like no, he's not blocking this, I feel like. If Rashid knows this word, playing it almost for sure.
Yeah. Like, I don't think there's any way that Chris is going to play Stampers. Yes. Yeah, crazy. So we're looking at the possibility of Trampets for 95 points. Apologies for my handwriting.
Shake and scratch. Illustrator.
Yeah. Now you see you're not the only one. You can feel better if you.
Yes. Whoa. Okay. So.
Oh no. Okay.
No Trampets. Also no Aptamers. And no Trampers. So this is still a 70-point bingo. It's great to bingo here, but Chris had a ton of options. And now the thing about volative is that I feel like of all of those options, he put the T in the space that is like most. Oh, nice, Rashid.
Oh man, that is amazing from Rashid.
Sick.
What a play.
2V bingos. Not something you see every day. So that is a huge, the swing between being able to bingo with that rack, as Chris has decent tiles again. I'm not sure if he actually has anything. I think the GY sets him back a little, if I'm not mistaken.
I see a challenge here.
Yeah, totally reasonable to challenge this. If you aren't 1,000,000% sure, gotta take a shot at challenging this off. But that's a sick play by Rashid.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
So he'll get an extra 5.
Good.
Already, Josh.
So yeah,
put
this
that in.
was the ideal, I think, situation for Rashid, where he just got an even better spot to play his 8-letter word. And yeah, back to Chris, who has some balanced tiles, but I don't see anything that he has.
Yeah, the GY is the only real trick that gets in the way. The tough thing here is you want to score points. You're down by a fair amount after those 2 big bingos by Rashid. Rashid with 3 eyes, by the way. That's going to slow him a little. Not a ton, but a little. And I'm just curious of like if I'm Chris here, how hard do I want to push for scoring versus bingoing? Because it's not that obvious, right? If you could just play GY somewhere like Ego or something weak looking, the rest of your tiles are so good and they're just going to become a 7-letter bingo so often. So that's tempting, but I guarantee you there are ways to score way better than that, which I feel like are likely to be better just because you bingo a lot, with even keeping 1 or 2 of these letters together. So I would want to try to score some points. I'm still looking around for a play that I like that does that, though, Josh.
Yeah, so the thing about, okay, this board isn't like incredibly wide open, but the more 8-letter possibilities there are, the less it tends to be a good idea to sacrifice points to maximize your chances of a bingo, just because you're likely to draw into a bingo pretty much regardless, as long as you have like balanced letters, or at least like one good letter. So it does feel like scoring is more of a premium in this position, just given that there are so many spots to play 8-letter words. But you don't really need to sacrifice too much to keep as well as possible because of all the options. So yeah, suggestion of jived, GYVED.
Yeah, that looks
good,
good.
except for this big triple it's opening up.
Yeah, that's true. But again, as I was saying earlier, you got to expect that your opponents are going to be able to find points in a variety of places. So like yes, you could play jived and open up this triple, but what if your opponent is already thinking about playing a big overlap here, right? Like they might already have something huge that they want to play in this spot. They might already be looking at this V. So yes, it is 100% true that playing jived will sometimes give Rashid something way better here than he already has. But a lot of the time, if it gives him something good here, it's probably only marginally better than something he has somewhere else. So I kind of I'm liking jived a lot as I see it suggested by you.
There is one other option. You're going to laugh, but there's this play of
Wow. Oh, fidgety. That's nice. So this is totally the other direction of saving good bingo tiles. He's using literally every tile he has other than the S, but he's scoring well. But your suggestion, Josh, of Tivy is especially amusing because it takes an S in Collins. So Tivy is a word that every Scrabble player, North American or international, will see a lot. In Collins, it takes an S hook, and there are a couple S's on the board, so you can, of course, Rashid has one, so it would backfire spectacularly had he done it in this case, but the odds were a little better than usual, and ooh, okay, that looks decent. I don't know if Chris actually drew anything there, though. It looked good for starters.
Yeah. What am I thinking? What video am I thinking of, Will? Am I Pergin?
Perginat, Pargent, how girl get pregnant. There's an amazing video. If anyone doesn't know what the heck I'm talking about, there is an amazing video featuring a supercut of people on Yahoo Answers misspelling the word pregnant in unbelievable ways, and I recommend it. It had me in tears the first time I saw it. Very, very funny video to me. Not to laugh at other people's misfortune at low, reading and spelling abilities, but hey, we're Scrabble players after all. We've earned the right to be snobby about words, I guess.
I
So,
guess.
yeah.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Rashid here? Do you just play Ovidia?
Yeah,
I
crazy.
mean,
Wow, is that the best? Is that really?
I don't I don't think so.
How can we do better than
I'm
that
just trying to focus on this
on
position a little
this
bit. Just
tough play? Yeah.
is
What
he
is
looking at Violi? No, he's not. Okay.
no,
He
surely
just saw a
not.
Mac Meller video featuring Violi.
Surely not. It just feels crazy that there isn't anything cool in this area, but I guess there just isn't. Um, like I something. There isn't a word like that. So, yeah. Oidia.
The engine suggesting Simi, putting the S on volatile. Do
Well,
these players know? Well, we know that Chris wasn't sure of volatile. Does Rashid know that volatile takes an S?
yeah, that's
But
scary. You bet you have to have really good command of hooks and word knowledge in general to make a play like that. The more I
oh,
look
it's
at it,
Ioli what he was looking at. That's great. Ioli from that same A, setting up the S.
oh, okay. So instead of Oidia, Aoli here, MIS as the leave, setting up a more obvious S hook, and you still have this spot if you draw something starting with M. That seems okay. Um, yeah, I guess this looks pretty
Yeah, he's
good.
fun with it. I
I
love
think
this.
I think
I love
this
this for Rashid.
is a good, clever play. If Rashid's gonna have three I's and an O on his rack, and not be able to do that much from a scoring perspective anyway, putting another good S hook on the board with that opportunity, you're going to slow down and score not that many points. Let's shape the board in a way we like, and yeah, I'm a fan. Sounds like you are too.
Yeah, it's sort of counterintuitive to set something aggressive up. This double lane is definitely a danger. But she having the lead, but also having an S of his own, he has no indication that Chris has the last and final S on his rack. Doing something aggressive like this, especially on a board this open, I think definitely worth thinking about and probably worth playing. I really like this. Back to Chris, who is EEG NPRS, and yeah, nothing great here. Might
He's
see
so
him play
close. He's so close. Like,
something like egg.
change one of the G and P out. It's the GP combination that's preventing the bingos here. If you were to change one of those out for almost any other low point tile, you'd be fine. He's going to play Perv. This puts that P out in space. It also has the benefit of blocking the malices that would have scored quite well, but Rashid is still definitely going to bingo here. And this is maybe, he probably has bingos in a number of places, but this is just an exhibit A of why it was so good to play Ioli. Is that now with this lane blocked by Perv, he can play malices at a minimum if he doesn't find something better. I'm sure he has other stuff. What's he looking at?
Pelicans, like pelicans.
Pelican?
Um, yeah, he's misplaced, and it's anagram. Oh, what's the anagram?
As an anagram?
In places, or is it just misplaced? Yeah, maybe it's just misplaced.
That might be
Yeah.
misplaced.
I think I always think of in places. Yeah, he sees malices, which plays with Iolis, which is it's nice to play sort of on the interior of the board and not open all of this space.
Yeah.
So like something like reclaims here would probably be a mistake, just because you're opening this huge triple, but you're opening tons of space as well. But you could also play like Meti Cals, another option through the T of Fidgety. Definitely an option there. But I like Malices and Iolis. Really starts shutting the board down a little bit.
Yeah. General principle, Rashid's already up. He's going to go up by more. So, in general, Malices, if you imagine it on the board here, it creates this right angle. Right angles are good because they wall off big portions of space on the board. And what do you need? If you want to come back from a deficit, you need space to be able to play long words and get those bingos down, access the triples, especially, which are at the edge of the board. So anytime you can make a right angle play like this, just imagine, right? After Malices hits the board, how would you even hit almost any of these squares, right? They're almost all going to be completely inaccessible without another play. But instead, we're going to see reclaims. I'm surprised by this, Josh. I feel like Rashid, I associate him with playing a little bit more of a cagey style. This is definitely wide open, putting that S in the triple.
Yeah, I think. I mean, maybe long term something happens, blocks the P of perv. I think he was annoyed that this P was open, but I really don't think he's doing this for the points. Yeah, I guess he's just saying, all right, Chris, you have one chance. You can't, if you can't hit me hard this game, this turn, then it's over for you, pretty much. But I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't like opening a triple triple going up over 100 points. It just feels like dangerous thing. 2 blanks out. I would have preferred to see a lower scoring play here.
Yeah, a little surprising, but very nice draw of Z blank for Rashid there. So he might be just fine after that. He should be able to play Wiz or Waz something. I mean, the Z, even just the W and the Z together play right here for a good score, keeping AENT blank, which is extremely strong leave. I don't know what I would estimate your bingo chances to be keeping that leave, drawing 2 tiles into the bag, but I'm sure it's very, very high.
Yeah, this draw for Rashid is just fantastic. I really do want to mention the play of Perv was very, very nice for Chris. Like opening this, keeping the NG together is good for bingo chances. I really think he's done well after the miss where he played Temperas. He's done pretty well to find some good plays to stay in this game. Yeah, slight mistake, fidgety, temperas. I think sometimes those just add up to a situation where you're just done for after so few moves.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
yeah, the
Scrabble.
game's not over, but yeah, who knows? Maybe Chris will bingo like 4 times in a row on this board.
It has happened.
But,
That sort of thing
yeah.
happens every now and then. And Chris, contrary to that first turn where he missed one better option, his word knowledge is very good. He could easily go on a spree. Chris has made some amazing plays against me, by the way. He once won a game by playing a 10-letter word through GOR. He played allegorist on a dead board. I was like, yeah,
Oh my god.
I was like, yeah, I got this, unless he plays a 10, and then he did. I was like, all right, what can you say? He did it with a blank, too. So, very, very impressive. He's done a number of things. I once fished for a really improbable bingo of Urushiol in a weird spot, and he sussed it out as my only possible bingo and blocked it very, very cleverly. He's going to play Gab here. I have no idea what the best play is here. I actually wasn't looking that hard. But he's leaving everything open, obviously very purposefully. I feel like there probably was something better than that, but I'm
He
not
had
sure.
an amazing play in that same spot. Well, I wonder if you'll be able to find it once we get this board flipped.
No.
Nose bag.
Oh my God. Nose bag
Nose
in this
bag.
spot right here. Oh, geez. You do have to give up your S to do it.
35.
I was just
But,
thinking
yeah,
something like jibe, right? Jibe seemed
I don't know why
fine
he
to
didn't
me.
play for a little bit more there. I guess he's opening this line with OB.
Yeah, that's kind of marginal. He doesn't even have an O. But
this is hurting Chris way more than it's helping him. Where he could have
yeah,
blocked Wiz, but Rashid
Oh,
primed to
absently alert.
Yeah, I was about to say primed to triple next turn. And that wasn't even a good draw for Rashid. BY. And he's got
That's
absently
That's
available.
what makes AENT blank so strong, though, right? Like when we're trying to say that certain leaves are really, really good or bad, the best leaves are able to absorb those weird combinations, and it doesn't matter. They just keep plowing through with bingos and stuff like that. So, yeah, BY, not normally the tiles you want, but there are plenty of things that Rashid will be able to play. And yeah, absently is going to hit like an absolute truck. And the weird thing about it, Josh, is that the game flow basically requires Chris to not block that S.
Exactly. Yes. It's very unfortunate, but the only reasonable play Chris has here, I think, that interferes with this triple is Nemd through this M, which just does all the things wrong. It
Yeah.
closes the triple when you're down 160. It opens this, it blocks the P, opens this big scoring spot, and I just cannot see a world in which this is being left. This isn't being left open for Rashid to pounce with absently for what 175.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of points about to be scored. I just again totally agree with you. Nemd is a weird enough word on its own, but also just anti-thematic to Chris's goal here. He needs that S to stay open if he wants to win. He's down by over 150. That's feels like it could be somewhat close to give up and turtle up territory, but I feel like very few of us would actually do that. I feel like there is enough time. There's still like half of the game to go. 2 blanks unseen. If you're Chris, you could easily go on a spree. So you're not.
And thinking about Scrabble, oftentimes at this level, you're thinking about what your opponent just played. Your opponent just played Wiz for 50. They could have literally anything.
Yeah, there's no read.
There's nothing to say that Rashid has good letters. I mean, most likely he actually has bad letters with the play like Wiz because it's just a forced play. And when you have a forced play, it just means you're playing that with such a wide variety of racks that there are more bad racks than there are good racks in Scrabble. You guys should think about that sometimes. And that's why we tend to keep good letters on our racks because there are just so many more bad tiles than there are good tiles. So we want to keep balance so that we can handle the bad draws. So Wiz says nothing.
We're seeing Emend.
But he's
dodging the bullet.
Oh my god.
I would have played Zen.
I mean, this is a reasonable play.
I'm playing Zen there, right? I'm playing Zen, I think. If I can work up to the idea that I hit enough, right? If I look at the other 6 tiles after Zen and I say, all right, I'm hitting a bunch of bingos, I would go with that. So Chris dodging the bullet here and drawing the second blank.
Still probably losing by like 200, but he's not losing by 300.
Yeah, which this is what these numbers are. If you're curious, what are these numbers? This is the combined margin of victory. So when you win a game, this increases by how much you win, and when you lose a game, it decreases by however much you lose, and it is an important tiebreaker. So in the standings right now, there are 5 players at 6-1. So the tiebreaker is this number. Whoever has the biggest number, which right now is Natalie Zolte, followed by Kevin McMahon, 2 players way at the top. Those 2 are at the top by virtue of their higher margin of victory. So it is important. Rashid looking like he wants to play bayonet. Oh, nicely done. A bayant. Very, very nice. So that would play here. Hopefully he puts the blank in the correct spot. You want to put the blank here. Sorry, the A, you want to put the real A there. Yeah. I misspoke.
What if he's thinking of like obeyant, which isn't a word. He's already seen bayonet, so he probably isn't thinking of obeyant. But
yeah, he's thinking of abeyant.
I'm wondering.
You think he might think it's an O?
Well, okay, he switched it. Good.
Yeah,
like
now we know
it
for
feels
sure.
like yeah. Now we know, and that's just he's just going through his options. He's very happy here. Maybe he's not 100% sure of a bait. He's probably pretty sure. He's seeing maybe I can, yeah, maybe I can double that Y. Maybe I can score a little bit more here, but a bait looks like his best play.
Chris watching impassively as Rashid designates a blank, which is never a good sign when you're already losing by well over 100 points, and that number is going to go up even higher. So if I'm Chris, I'm thinking to myself, all right, GG. If I could have gotten my rack in order and been able to bingo with my blank and then maybe draw the second one, I might have a snowball's chance in hell at this. This does put the J in
Are we
play
gonna see my
here.
name?
Josh burning the blank right here. All right, instead we're
I
gonna
think this
see.
makes a lot of sense. This is a fascinating position, but
Yeah,
yeah, you could have played something like Haj here, burning the blank. But I like this play of Flash, trying as hard as possible to really hammer the spot next turn. I would like to talk more about this position, but yeah, I mean, Chris obviously he knows he's going to lose the game now, so he's just
yeah,
making a play he thinks is good, not
yep.
thinking too hard about it, which makes sense.
Gonna pack it
There's so many
in.
games in this tournament, you can't be too concerned with one loss.
Ooh, all
Trying to
right.
journal.
Journal doesn't quite fit here, but like they're definitely now if he wants to burn his blank and play Journo or something, it's gonna score a boatload. He'll probably not want to do that. I think he can do fine just playing. Maybe he'll play this, Josh. Just Jure, leaving the case blank. Right? That's kind of fun.
No way.
You don't like that? What
That's
would?
that's silly.
But he has the case hook.
Yeah, it's silly. It's nice try. Nice try. Trying to play like me.
Try to play like Benji.
NG too, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
what?
I
Well, what
mean,
would you? Well,
is
then.
Rashid gonna block? I don't think he is. Maybe he is.
Yeah, he doesn't really. The W doesn't play here, so this is an A, just in case anyone's curious. W doesn't fit here, my initials. So it's going to be tough for him to really productively both score and do something about that spot, but maybe he'll want to block it anyway, just because it's not too much else going on the board. He has Warn set up. Wonder what he's thinking about with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think yeah, he's just trying to sort through his options. I'm not really sure what you do. Do you play like right over here? Like WINN? Seems pretty good. Maybe WINO. Is there a lot of vowels left? Probably WINN.
There
What's
are. Oh,
crazy here
wow.
is from
Ton of vowels. Look at that. Very
yeah.
vowel heavy.
What's
All four
crazy is like look at
U's.
those yeah, look at those U's, the O's, the A's. This is what happens when you start with like 4 or 5 bingos. It
True.
just like all the good letters just go away.
And I guess the one thing I would say though is that Rashid managed to bingo with 2 V's. So that's
That
like
is true.
so that
That does help.
a play like Volative is kind of the recipe for a high scoring game by both players, but certainly by you. If you could turn a 2V rack of tiles into a bingo, when the actual good tiles come, imagine what you'll do with those, right? Like that's the idea. So Rashid thinking about playing Win down low. That seems as good as anything to me, Josh.
Yeah, probably just you can probably just play win and like stare at your opponent. Like WIN. And just
Yeah,
like
power move.
stare at them for like 5 minutes.
Yes, that's the power move for sure.
But Rashid, yeah, he's taking his time here. He doesn't mind letting Chris just bask in his lack of glory.
Yeah, all right. This makes sense to own just to, I don't know, maybe there's
This is
some
gonna give a
thought.
spot for a Jorn.
Oh, good point. I wonder
But
if
it's
just
probably not
playing,
worth playing.
yeah, just playing this does open up a new lane that didn't really previously exist. So probably better to have trusted his original instinct here. Maybe Rashid didn't want to do this because the overlaps can get big sometimes, right? Like, let's see, how would it go? Sorry, win. So if you play Q, U, E, N, A, that looks pretty bad,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah, fair. Very fair. Yeah, this play looks safer for sure. Now, if you're Chris,
do you
if
do
you're
you
trying to
just
win, do
go
you
here?
play Jor No?
That's what I said before. Jur
Journo?
versus Journo. Yeah, you put the O in the triple and pray. I don't
Oh, did you
know.
mention that? I
Yeah,
thought
I
you were
did.
thinking of Jor versus Jors.
Well, I first said Journo, then I said what about
Nice.
just Jur setting up the S? And all right, oh, he's just gonna go ahead and play Joe. This makes
Oh
sense.
no.
I think probably using the U is important. Just there's so many, but maybe he wants to draw the Q and get a massive bingo or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's an idea. I think you have to play off the UR and set up the huge spot. Maybe you didn't see it.
Let's see what Chris draws. Oh,
Ooh. Okay.
there we go.
All right, he's cooking.
Quatrain through the T of fidgety if he sees it.
Nice.
Quartans doesn't quite fit, so it's got to be quatrain there, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't know what Rashid's doing with these sticks, as we call them. Oh,
Is
he has
that
one really nice play.
that's a term for 1 point tiles or eyes?
Mm-hmm. 1 point tile.
1 point tiles. Okay. Oh, Fern, nice.
Nice find.
Great
Yeah,
find.
by far his best play.
Yeah, R hooking onto amend to make remend, which is also valid. Very, very nice. Undoubling the eyes and ends. Nice play. Rashid up almost 200. Now it's time to see if Chris can spot Quatrain. I like his chances.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to draw a U and play triple triple through the Q. Easy game, I guess,
Yeah.
right? So if Quatrain goes down here, we do see a U on Rashid's rack, but then maybe Chris will draw triple triple through the Q, and I think he's a favorite to win this game from here on out.
I mean, Quatrain
Nice.
and then QUA.
Oh yeah,
Is
Qua's
what's
coming
happening
down
here.
for sure. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Nice
great
find
by
though.
Chris.
Yeah, for sure. We chimed
Making
in
things
there.
reasonable.
Yeah, it will be nice. It's kind of a small victory, right? Like in situations like this where you're getting blown out completely, cutting the deficit to something more manageable is kind of a victory in and of itself. I know, the ethos of pro sports and stuff is like there are no moral victories. Either you win or you're a total failure and all that and whatnot, which I never really buy into.
All right, back to Rashid. Yes, so this is actually now reasonable for Chris Lipe. Only down just over 100 points. He's drawn pretty well here. The X is going to help him score. He's got, yeah.
Oh, you got
right
it.
there. No,
Yeah.
you got it.
So there you go. X bomb right there. Pretty good. Only uses 2 tiles. Rashid absolutely right on to play this though. 36 more for him from a vowel heavy rack. I don't think Chris will waste too much time here, but I think the nice thing from Chris's perspective, I believe he has the last 2 E's. So if he plays Yex right here, no possibility for Rashid to have Axe himself. So that's kind of cool. Of course, there are ways to interfere, right? You could just play down through the end. Rashid will have plays that do that, but he can't himself hammer that spot. So that's a little extra help to Chris.
Yeah, and Chris is going to get another move after Yex to maybe try and consolidate.
My chat, YouTube pointing out convex, though, Josh.
Oh, well, we're one letter off of that. That would be really nice.
Oh, we don't have that. Okay, never mind. I thought we had that. You're right. We do not have that. Sorry.
That would be great though.
I misunderstood.
Nice,
but yeah, it's
nice
almost.
find.
Almost. All right, let me see. Yeah, Yex is it for sure. So there we go. Looks good. Rashid.
Yeah, Chris only down is under 100 points.
100, yeah. He's in that.
Rashid's gonna play something like undo through this end.
Right. See what Chris
Oh, you were
draws.
saying something.
No, nothing important, I don't think. Yeah, he'll play through that end almost certainly, just knowing I cannot allow Chris to play a massive bingo under here. Like, Rashid is up 100. What scores 100? A big play here. That's pretty much it. I guess a play to the P, which is extremely unlikely. Not a letter that likes to end.
There's
words.
still enough space on this board. I mean, surprisingly enough, Chris is going to be able to score something next move and give himself chances of bingoing. We see undo come down. It was a pretty rough draw for Chris. There were some good tiles to draw. Instead, he drew IU. But he can score. He can play COVID, our favorite word. Through the V.
Yeah. Opening up all that space.
The E. Trying to draw. He has an I and an N to draw for ING. Maybe he draws something down here, here, here. And obviously the bigger threat is here. There's 7 spots for bingo in this location. So
gotta be
if
careful
Chris is
though,
able to spot this,
because Rashid has Tortoni.
Oh, okay. Well,
That would be a
that's
sad end. But actually, I totally agree with the logic of that play. So it's possible that Chris is going to walk into a buzzsaw here if he does a move like that. It makes total sense that playing here is sensible. Setting up this spot for yourself and trying to draw something here, exactly as you said. Rashid's going to spot Tortoni every time.
Yeah, you've seen it. These top players are really good at finding the space that they need to keep the game alive. So we're always looking at where can the bingo fit on this board if opened up. And yeah, by far the most hidden of locations right here. So yeah, whether or not Rashid has Tortoni, not the point. Unfortunately, it is going to be the point.
Yeah, you can see
COVID or Cove comes down.
He's ready.
But hey, Chris, again, like he didn't lose by 200 like I said he would.
So, yeah, and he could easily play something that's not this, right? Like there are ways he could come up with a way. What about this, Josh? What about playing something here that sets up your Gobi hook? That's kind of fun. Yeah. I don't really know exactly what. If you just play like OU.
Educing doesn't fit, yeah.
Yeah, nothing really fits that well here, especially with the G in like middle position of the word. But I'm just in general like could look to do something like that. Yeah, educing doesn't fit. There isn't really anything that fits there, unfortunately. I guess you could do it as a distraction and then play it here.
Mm-hmm. And I guess and you have deducing as well. You're drawing into if you draw that N, the 1 and 11. I guess the problem with playing something like COVID or Coved here that you are completely emptying the bag. There are exactly 4 tiles left in the bag.
Yeah.
So Rashid's going to have full knowledge of what Chris has, so he's going to have to draw something in 2 spots, which is not easy to do. But yeah, Chris down to 3.5 minutes left on his clock. He's probably going to use pretty much all of that time to try and figure out some way to steal this game from Rashid.
Yeah.
What we know is that that's not happening, but still stuff from Chris's perspective that could happen. There's some high-scoring tiles left. I don't know. I wonder what he's going to come up with. His final game of the day.
Yeah, it's tough. It feels like it's just on the wrong side of could he steal this without Rashid like blundering spectacularly, right? Like the score gap is just enough that unless he would find a way to play 3 or fewer tiles, open up something dangerous and score. The problem is any play here, like you said, Josh, empties the bag. This would do everything else that you want in terms of score decently, open up something. But even if Rashid didn't have Tortoni, he would be in a good position to track and figure out what Chris has and either block if there's only one spot on the board or outrun if there are 2 spots on the board. Just find a way to score enough points. So it's just on the wrong end. But if I'm Chris, I feel like it's close enough that you gotta dream. You gotta dream big. You gotta go for it. It's just close enough that maybe, just maybe, if you draw absolutely perfectly, if you can come up with something awesome, might be able to bingo for a
Yeah,
ton and pull this out. So you have to look, is what I'm saying.
absolutely. And yeah, time is ticking down for Chris. For those unaware, there is a concept called overtime in Scrabble tournaments. You have up to 10 minutes past your regulation 25-minute time to finish the game, but each minute you go over, you lose 10 points. Vug comes down for Chris, trying to complicate matters, muddy the waters, keep good tiles. Looks pretty good. Tortoni is not going to come down after this play,
I wonder what
so
he's going
Chris
for.
definitely saving himself some. I don't know, but those are his 2 worst tiles, so I
Might as
imagine it's
well,
just
yeah,
like
for sure.
maybe
Might
I
as
have
well.
something. He probably can't. He can't look for everything. He doesn't have the time to find everything here. But yeah, I would have been looking maybe to try and draw something crazy to the P. It was mentioned that if Chris played CU, he could have drawn
Ridge,
into Ridge top,
ridge top. Wow.
which would have been really nice.
Rashid
But
playing
we're going to see
in
Intort.
Tort. Nice idea. Sorry for the upside down board. There we go. In Tort making the Jor hook. Very nice spot on his part. He's basically probably saying there, I'm just going to score a very nice number. This is a good indicator that the fact that Rashid had a nice 22-point play here meant that basically Chris was drawing dead. He was like, you would need your opponent to not have a play even close to that score if you were going to try to pull ahead at the end. Chris plays Oaked. That looks nice. He was probably thinking about OA going there if he drew an A. I don't know if he had something he was going for. That seems solid. And Rashid, I said Chris has Oaked. Rashid has Oath. If I those sound very similar. But he can play that here at least if he spots it, which I bet he will.
Yeah. So Oaked comes down. That's the best play for Chris. And yeah, Oaked and Oath, like you said. There's a spot for 17 points in between. And there's also
Yeah, it was
16 points
here.
if you missed that.
Oath would have played here too. So Oaked,
Oh, that's true.
even if it wasn't already a very good play, scoring with the K on the triple, it makes a ton of sense from Chris's POV. I don't even know if he was thinking about that. It might have just been that he sort of made his instinctive play, which happened to be correct for an extra reason of blocking the best outplay that Rashid has. So yeah, Oath should be the play somewhere or other, as you said, a couple of different places now. And it's going to be Rashid's win, capping off a pretty nice day one for him. 7-1. Chris will drop to 5-3, but he is still certainly likely to be in the mix going forward. But yeah, there's we'll cut to the standings after the game and see where everybody wound up after day one here.
Yeah. So, very funnily enough, we're mentioning in the chat, Chris could have had, from Rashid's perspective, the word dickhead from the D in undo. Unfortunately, Chris did keep an O with his play of Vug, so that wasn't possible. But if he had that, he still would have lost the game by a margin of 17 points. But that would have been a really hilarious way to, top off this game, right?
Clearing 500, right? He would have shot up to above 500 to pull that
Shut
off.
up. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That is that's incredible. So,
been a long day. Oh man.
That would be amazing to see as an outplay and as a coded, not so coded message to your opponent for scoring 524 points on you. All right, there we go. Oath. I think this is the 1 point inferior.
Close. Yeah, as close as we've gotten to a perfect endgame here.
Yeah,
just 1
but
point
it's
off.
pretty darn good. So there you have it. Rashid finishing this game off with a score of 548 to 434. Nice win for Rashid. Very back and forth. Bingos flying all over the place. I would say volative. This is the exact sort of move that if you don't see this word or know this word, you're going to be bogged down for several turns, getting rid of one V and then the other, or scoring 20 points to get rid of both of them with a play like Vive or Vivo somewhere. But he knew that word, and it really propelled him forward in this game. So I think that's definitely my Wanderer 15 turning point of the game, brought to you by I don't know, what should my sponsor be?
Brought to you by David Webb.
Brought to you by David, yes, Dweebo Vision. My proud sponsor. Now David's still in the mix, which we'll show that. So, all right, there you see the electronic score submission, and yeah, we've made it to the end of our day. So we only have to do this 3 more times.
Well, we made it. You're totally right. I'm just going to repeat what you say because that's all my brain can.
Time for a nap?
Nap? Yeah, maybe more like 12 hours of sleep.
Nice.
You guys get 12 hours of sleep? Oh my gosh.
Legitimate sleep. So yeah, we got results coming in. I don't know if we're going to stay to watch every single result come in, but just to throw out a few interesting ones. The youngster, Sam Crispin. I don't know how old Sam is, but I think he's still a high schooler. If I'm not, you would know Josh better.
Yeah, I think Sam is 17. I don't know.
So improving rapidly, and very cool to see him up so high. Definitely at that young age, this is very impressive. And I feel like, again, every time I've seen or heard tell of him, he is precociously doing extremely well, certainly for his age, but now for any age. So that's pretty cool to see. Looks like Kevin is basically going to finish day 1 in first place, no matter what anybody else does, because of his spread. So well done to Kevin McMahon for very, very likely finishing things off in first place.
Yep, Rashid improving to plus 551, and yeah, unless Bradley won by 600, looks like.
Which is
unlikely.
Yeah, unlikely to say the least. So nicely done to all these top players. Again, what is the green? I think this is the number of cash prizes that are being awarded. So you want to finish in that top 7, of course. Although there's still lots of players. You mentioned David Webb. He's still in the hunt. Webheads might get some.
Oh yeah, these standings mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah, very little. They mean not that much. And why do they mean so little? It's because we have now reached the end of day 1, which, as you can see by the schedule, there is so much more to go. So what we're going to do tomorrow is, when you get back with us tomorrow, I think the plan on both Saturday and Sunday for the 2 of us, Josh and myself, is to come back with the second round of the day. That requires us to be ready at 5 a.m. local time. And so we're going to be back here. Round 9 is going to take place, and then we'll update you on how that went and pick up with the live stream from round 10. So that's what we're looking at. Looks like more standings getting updated. So Bradley with a win in the final game of the day. He did not win by 600 as you suggested, Josh, but we saw Rashid just now defeat Chris Lipe. So 3, 7, and 1 players at the top of the standings. Congratulations to all of them. I think the only one we didn't see is Bradley. So I'm sure we'll catch up with him tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bradley also been doing quite well in his recent tournaments, winning the California Open among other things.
Yeah, he also he beat me in a decisive game at I can't remember which Canadian tournament it was. So Bradley's doing very well. He's in fine form. Not a surprise to see him at the top of the standings. But yeah, that's gonna do it for us. Any final thoughts, Josh, before we sign this off and get some sleep?
No, it's been awesome. We had some great games, some content, some wow moments, as to be expected, and more of that to come. Hope you guys are ready for 3 more times, 3 times more Will and Josh. I think we'll be even better friends at the end of this, right, Will?
If that's possible, which it doesn't seem possible sometimes, because I really appreciate you, pal, for coming along the ride with me. Thank you so much for everybody on YouTube, and I assume hopefully a nice turnout for your Twitch as well. For anybody on my YouTube, if you want to show some love to Josh, head on over to twitch.tv/axertypo. Putting it in the chat right now. Give him a follow. You have to do what I say. If you like me as a content creator, you have to go to his channel and follow it right now. No, I'm just kidding. But I urge you to consider it because Josh streams a lot of great Scrabble content. So, with that, that's going to do it for us today, and we'll be back bright and early for day 2 out of 4 from Milton Keynes, UK at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. See you tomorrow, everybody.